Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 476, The First Long Take. When Daniel woke up, he found himself lying on Master Miyagi's bed. He eagerly asked who had saved him, and Miyagi smiled. "It was you? Impossible. Why? Am I an old man?" Miyagi took a cup of tea and handed it to Daniel, urging him to drink it to feel better. "Why didn't you ever tell me? You know karate, you never asked me. Where did you learn it?" Daniel still didn't believe it. "My father taught me. I remember you said your father was a fisherman." Miyagi took a sip of hot tea. "In Ryukyu, all Miyagists know two things, fishing and karate." "Cut," Ronald called out. "No, the mood here is off, Ralph." Daniel needs to listen carefully to Miyagi. In his mind, Miyagi is no longer the kind repairman, but the one who saved him and easily defeated 4 karate student masters. "I understand, a master, Ralph Marzio thought for a moment, then his gaze turned to one of admiration. "That's good," Ronald said, turning to the camera crew by the camera rail. "Let's do it again." It was a 5-minute-long take, and Ronald decided not to edit it, letting the 2 actors perform this crucial opening scene of Act II in one go. Ronald told Weintraub and Susan that this scene, featuring only Miyagi and Daniel, not only explained the origins of karate but also introduced Miyagi's different martial arts philosophies, culminating in Miyagi delivering the film's first aha moment, meaning the audience would exclaim "Aha!" Actually, Ronald had a personal motive. While performing the scene in one go certainly created a more cohesive emotional flow, cutting it into several shorter takes wouldn't have been impossible. But good directors often include a few long takes in their work, whether for technical skill or intentional, to demonstrate their control over the actors and the crew. Ronald had made his 3rd film. It was time to have a few long takes showcasing his abilities. This would attract more big projects from major Hollywood studios. "Action," Ronald gave the order gently, as if afraid of scaring away the good chemistry between the 2 actors. Karate came from China to Ryukyu in the 16th century. Temin's hand, and my ancestor, Miyagi of Ryukyu, Adikara, so it's karate. Morita Noriyuki corrected Ralph Marzio's posture while holding a Japanese teacup, making him support it from below instead of gripping it, so as not to burn his hands. "I thought it came from Buddhist temples, Shaolin Kung Fu," Daniel said, hearing this explanation of karate's origin for the first time. "You watch too much TV," Miyagi shook his head. "My mother says so too." Daniel suddenly stared at Master Miyagi. "Have you ever taken on any students?" "No." Miyagi wrung out some herbal water from a towel and applied it to the wounds on Daniel's face. "Would you take on any students?" "That depends." Miyagi feigned modesty, taking a sip of his tea. "Depends on what?" Daniel asked eagerly. "Reason, to get revenge." Daniel touched the scars on his face. "Daniel-san, if you want revenge, you might as well dig your own grave and your opponent's grave first. Violence is always the last resort for all problems." Miyagi took a sip of water. "Oh, Mr. Miyagi, I mean no harm, but I see you don't understand my problem." Daniel was disappointed to hear such a cliché from a TV drama. "Miyagi-ro, I completely understand your problem," Miyagi said while drinking tea. "Your friends are all students at the karate dojo, huh?" "Friends? Oh, yes, them." Daniel was a little uncomfortable with Miyagi calling Johnny's group friends. "It's a big problem, an attitude problem, huh?" "No. The problem is I get beaten up by them every few days. That's my problem." Sigh. Miyagi interrupted Daniel with disdain. "Those kids have an attitude problem. Karate, self-defense, it can only be used for. This attitude isn't what their coach taught them." "I can see that." Miyagi put down his teacup. "There are no bad students, only bad teachers. Teachers teach, students learn." "Oh, I get it." Daniel began to laugh at himself. "I just need to go to the dojo and talk to their teacher, and the problem will be solved." Finally you can use your brain to think about problems, instead of getting beaten up. Miyagi was very satisfied with Daniel's understanding. "I was just kidding." Daniel smiled bitterly. Why are you kidding? Because if I go to their dojo, I'm afraid they'll kill me on the spot, Daniel exaggerated. HMPH, you're going to die anyway, whether you go or not. Miyagi picked up his teacup again and drank. Can you come with me to their dojo? Daniel frowned. He suddenly remembered that the Miyagi in front of him was a karate master. No, why? Didn't you say it was a good idea? Sigh. Miyagi shook his head in disgust. A good idea? For you, I'll go. A good idea? For me, I'll mind my own business. Daniel was speechless, not expecting Miyagi to say such a thing. Then thank you for not interfering. You even caused me trouble by beating them up. Don't help me anymore. Let them beat me up, I'll get beaten up less. Daniel got up and stormed towards the door. Daniel-san, Miyagi also felt something was wrong. He had indeed intervened and couldn't let the child get beaten up again. He stood up from the stool and walked towards Daniel, who had stopped at the door. Ronald made a gesture to push forward, and the cameraman began to push the camera forward very slowly. Miyagi's figure in the viewfinder also slowly grew taller as the camera moved forward. Viewers will have a psychological guidance at this point. We always tend to magnify important characters in our minds. Okay, I'll go. Miyagi nodded in agreement. That's great, Mr. Miyagi. Daniel ran back excitedly from the doorway. Master Miyagi handed Daniel a handkerchief soaked in herbs, which he then applied to his face. Miyagi, what kind of belt do you have? Daniel's curiosity returned. A canvas one, you like it? Haha. Miyagi lifted his shirt to show Daniel his belt. Bought at JCPenney department store, $3.98. I'm not asking about that, I'm asking about karate belts. Daniel thought Miyagi had misunderstood him. In Okinawa, a belt means you don't need to tie your pants with straw or rope anymore. Ha ha ha. That joke is very funny. Seeing that Miyagi didn't respond, Daniel assumed he had no skill level and turned to leave in disappointment. Daniel-san, Miyagi stopped smiling and called out to Daniel. Ronald made another gesture with his 5 fingers spread, and the director of photography very slowly began to zoom in. Everyone held their breath. The long take was finally coming to an end, and it was up to Morita Noriyuki to bring it to perfect close. As the camera slowly zoomed in, Master Miyagi appeared increasingly tall on the viewfinder. Karate, here. Miyagi tapped his head with his fist. Karate, here. Miyagi pointed to his heart. Karate is never here. Miyagi patted his belt one last time. You understand? Miyagi smiled slightly. This young man had good comprehension. Good night, Daniel-san. Miyagi leaned forward slightly and bowed to Daniel in farewell. Good night, Miyagi. Master Miyagi. Daniel hurriedly followed suit with a bow and then walked out the door. Tomorrow morning, Daniel remembered he hadn't arranged a time before leaving. 10 o'clock, Miyagi replied. Cut, Ronald shouted. His first nearly 5-minute-long take was complete. Bravo, Weintraub, standing beside him, also shouted, leading the entire crew in applause. You're a genius. All American boys will love this witty dialogue between master and apprentice. Weintraub was delighted. The long take he was most worried about had been filmed perfectly on the second take. Ronald confirmed with the director of photography that the shot was usable and was also pleased. No, it's mainly because Ralph and Morita rehearsed very thoroughly. Every movement, every line of dialogue here needs a sense of depth. Excellent work. We'll stop here for today. Ronald praised the 2 lead actors highly, emphasizing that actors need constant affirmation from the director. Unlike stage actors, who can readily receive feedback from the audience, film actors mostly have only the director as their audience. Only the director can provide feedback on their performance. Hearing Ronald's words, the 2 lead actors breathed a sigh of relief. HMPH, let's see if you film critics say I can't direct acting again. Let's see if you film review programs say I can't shoot long takes again. Ronald was in high spirits, inwardly cursing the film critics. The next day, the crew moved to the Cobra Dojo to film the scene where Miyagi and Daniel stormed the Cobra's lair. Martin Kove played the instructor, Chris, a Vietnam War veteran. His battlefield philosophy was no prisoners, strike first. He began yelling at his students. The students stepped forward, throwing punches, and echoed Chris's shouts, kill, kill. Miyagi and Daniel's arrival interrupted the Cobra's training. I heard you beat up my student? And said my karate is inferior to yours. Chris, wearing a sleeveless karate uniform, said, do you want a fair fight? Johnny, Come and fight this master's disciple, Daniel. Yes, master, Johnny, with a dark circle under his eye, eager for revenge, loudly agreed. You're getting too much of an advantage. Your dojo. Miyagi started making excuses. Daniel still needed to train. Then name a place. Chris was full of confidence in his student. The tournament. Miyagi turned to the wall. There was a poster on the wall. Wall Valley Karate Tournament, December 19th. You've got guts, old man. Really guts, Chris sneered, but I think I can agree to it. Daniel, played by Ralph Marzio, looked terrified. Wasn't this supposed to be a peace talk? Why the tournament? I can't do that. There's one more thing, Miyagi said to Chris, who was walking back into the dojo. What is it? The boy needs to train. Before that, don't hide him, Miyagi enunciated each word carefully. Chris understood. You're a really pushover old man, but I like it. Everyone, before the tournament, is not allowed to touch that bragging kid. Daniel, not even one finger, cut. Ronald has never had such a smooth experience since he started directing. It's as if he's directing in a new field. And all his ideas are reflected in the actors. Like when Miyagi talks about how to prune a bonsai tree in the movie, Ronald already had the final product in his mind before filming even began. Of course, some parts were indeed like that, several scenes in his dreams were just like that. Director Ronald, a short actor, also wearing the white karate uniform from the Cobra Dojo, came over to greet Ronald. Hi, Andrew, where's your sister? Ronald recognized Elizabeth Shu's brother, Andrew, whom he had arranged to play a small supporting role at the dojo. She went to exercise, saying she was afraid you'd say she was fat. Little Andrew didn't hesitate to betray his sister. Ha ha ha, go back and tell her to stay in shape, I'm filming her most beautiful scene tomorrow. Chapter 477, Chapter 108, A Date with a Pretty Girl. The crew returned to the high school for filming the next day. Elizabeth Shue wore a white cashmere sweater, light purple trousers, fluffy white socks typical of Ivy League schools in the East Coast, and brown boat shoes. Very good, Elizabeth, Ronald said, looking at her outfit. This style of dress was preppy, popular in New England on the East Coast. Wealthy students in pre-college programs often dressed like this. It was a style that few high school girls could pull off, but a girl dressed like that would definitely be the dream girl of high school boys. You said it's my most beautiful scene, Elizabeth Shue said, maintaining a good weight. These are my own clothes, I brought them from Harvard. Excellent. From now on, your posters will be hanging in the lockers of teenage viewers. Ronald called over the crew's photographer, who snapped a few pictures of Elizabeth Shue for promotional use. Elizabeth Shue, playing Ali, gently patted Daniel, then slipped away. Both were happy to see each other and made plans to go to the carnival later. Daniel's most important task right now is learning karate from Master Miyagi. He excitedly went to Master Miyagi's house. The crew couldn't find a suitable house, so they built a large wooden structure on a vacant lot belonging to the city government, next to the oil company's site. Before filming began, the costume designer brought over a headband and said to Ronald, "This was chosen by Mr. Weintraub. It's a traditional Japanese headband with a cherry blossom pattern. I think it suits Daniel very well." Ronald took it and saw a cherry blossom pattern made of blue dots. He called over Ralph Mazzio and asked Morita Noriyuki to tie it on his head to test the effect. "How much like a young man from Japan," Morita Noriyuki exclaimed. "Turn around and take a look." Ronald had Ralph Mazzio turn around and stare at his headband. "Is there a problem?" Ralph thought he had tied it wrong and reached out to adjust it. "Don't move," Ronald told Susan Awakens, who was standing nearby, to go and ask Weintraub. "What's wrong, Ronald?" Weintraub, who had rushed over, looked at Ralph Mazzio. "A very nice headband, young man. It's like a rising sun. You do know that Japan was a defeated nation in World War II, right? There are still many families in America whose relatives died fighting against Japan." Seeing Weintraub nod, Ronald pointed to the pattern on the headband. "Who gave you that bad idea, deliberately putting the old Japanese Imperial Navy ensign on it?" "What?" Weintraub was shocked. "Isn't this a cherry blossom pattern?" "It is a cherry blossom." Ronald took off the headband, unfolded it, and laid it flat. On it was a large cherry blossom. Then Ronald carefully folded it up and down along the cherry blossom, so that the edge of the cherry blossom pattern was folded to the back of the headband. The remaining stamens looked like a rising sun, and the petals looked like the rays of the rising sun. If you haven't seen the Japanese military flag, You can ask someone to look it up in the library. This is indeed the design of the old Imperial Japanese Navy's flag, Morita Noriyuki confirmed from the side. He grew up during World War II, and many of his uncles in the concentration camps had joined the American Army to fight. He was exposed to anti-Japanese propaganda as a child, so he was very familiar with this kind of thing. SHXT. This was a gift from the vice president of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries in Japan. Weintraub was furious. These Japanese were really cunning, hiding these symbols of defeat in a cherry blossom pattern that symbolized peace, specifically giving it to him, and even hinting that he would use it in the movie. Do you have any alternative designs? Seeing that Weintraub had figured it out, Ronald called over the costume designer to discuss it. I also have a headscarf here. Morita Noriyuki took one out of his pocket. It was also dark blue with a floral pattern, and the cherry blossom pattern on it was very small, so there was no problem of it being mistaken for something else. Thank you, this design is very good. Ronald watched him tie on Ralph Macchio and looked at it with satisfaction. My wife made it, Morita laughed. After the minor incident, Daniel drove back to Miyagi's house for training with him. Miyagi let Daniel drive into the yard, where Daniel showed great interest in the many vintage cars from the 1950s and 60s parked there. Miyagi casually tied a cherry blossom headband around his neck, then took out a sponge and waxing tools, and had Daniel start washing and waxing the cars. Daniel protested, "Aren't we here to train? The master teaches, the apprentice practices. The master won't deliberately teach the apprentice wrong, and the apprentice can't question the master." "Understand, I guess so," Daniel said, not expecting his master Miyagi to have such a strict side. Sigh. Miyagi was dissatisfied with Daniel again. "Don't guess. It's safe if you walk on the left side of the road. It's also safe if you walk on the right side of the road. But if you walk in the middle, you'll get hit by a car sooner or later, crushed like a grape." Miyagi made a gesture of a grape being crushed. "You know karate, that's fine. If you don't, trained fighters won't bother you. If you say you know but you don't, well, you'll be like a grape, crushed by a Cobra Kid." "Understand, I understand," Daniel thought, thinking, "Isn't this just saying I'm half-baked?" Wax on, wax off. Miyagi instructed Daniel to vigorously draw circles on the car with a sponge. "Pay attention to your breathing. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale." "Why do I have to do this?" Sigh. Miyagi became dissatisfied again. "Apprentices shouldn't ask too many questions, just practice as the master says." Daniel obediently waxed all the vintage cars in the yard. These were all genuine vintage cars from the 1950s and 60s that Weintraub had managed to acquire, with very old-fashioned designs. After filming these, the crew brought over Daniel's mother Lucille's second-hand, beat-up Chevrolet, which had been transported all the way from the East Coast. Lucille drove Daniel to pick up Ali to go to the carnival. In front of the detached house at the foot of Beverly Hills, Ali's parents were astonished to see their daughter get into the beat-up car, with Daniel and Lucille pushing the engine from behind. They hadn't expected their daughter Ali's date to be a penniless man. The film crew later moved to the carnival, where there were golf, football, go-karts, a carousel, and other toys. Ronald filmed many scenes of Daniel and Ali having fun. Cut. Ronald called a halt to filming, and the assistant director came up to remind them that it was dinner time. "Take a 1-hour break, then we'll continue." Ronald issued the order for dinner. And Susan Awakens instructed her assistant to quickly bring the food truck. All the actors and crew lined up to get their meals. The long line moved quickly, and Ronald naturally had people helping him get his food. He opened the foil package, which contained a heated beef burger, a Coke, a box of vegetable salad, and yogurt. Weintraub was quite meticulous about these things. Instead of using Columbia's suppliers, he found his own fast food restaurants to handle the delivery, saving over 90% of the costs. "Hey, Eric? Did you audition? I remember you weren't chosen." Ronald unexpectedly spotted a familiar face in the queue. It was Eric Stoltz, who had debuted in his first film and also auditioned for the lead role of Daniel in Dragon Boys. He was seen flirting with a pretty girl in the food line. "Hey, Ronald." Eric Stoltz, caught red-handed, showed no embarrassment and hugged Ronald, indicating his familiarity with the director. "You are." Ronald recognized a pretty girl. "I'm Ali City." The girl wiped her hands and shook Ronald's hand. "Oh." Ronald remembered. This was Ali City, the female lead in the blockbuster film War Games a few months prior. He'd seen her before in the casting for Universal's 16 Candles, but she'd lost to Molly Linward, handpicked by director John Hughes. "What's up?" Ali City asked sheepishly. "We're here for a free lunch," Eric Stahls, relying on Ronald's support for his debut role, explained to him. It turned out they were both struggling actors. Some of their earnings went to acting training, costumes, and apartment rent. The couple had both failed their auditions for lead roles and were forced to come to the set for a free lunch. "How did you know I was filming here today and there was a meal available?" Ronald asked curiously. "Sorry, we can't betray our friends." "I can skip it." Ali City, having been in the industry longer, knew that some film crews were strict about meal arrangements, and some directors were wary of those who freeloaded and would kick them out. "It's okay. Ronald is an old friend of mine," Eric Stahls said, trying to save face for his girlfriend. "You have to tell me who notified you," Ronald said. He didn't care that they were coming to eat, but it made him uncomfortable that someone was talking about things happening on set. It was Sarah. Sarah Jessica Parker. "Please don't make things difficult for her, Mr. Director," Ali City pleaded with Ronald. "We actors are pitiful. Sometimes we don't have money for food and have to rely on friends to help us by telling us which film crews are having meals. We ride bicycles to save on gas. It's alright, I won't make things difficult for her. You can eat here, and you can come again in the future." Ronald nodded to them. These actors were quite pitiful. This kind of freeloading might be a kind of unwritten rule in the acting industry. He went over to ask Sarah Jessica Parker, who played Elizabeth Shue's girlfriend, for a question. Sarah Jessica Parker was also with a man, and the two of them were sharing a boxed lunch, carefully cutting the hamburger in half with plastic cutlery, each taking a piece. "Would you like another one?" Ronald recognized the actor. He was Robert Downey Jr., who had auditioned for the male lead Daniel but hadn't been chosen. "Director Ronald," Sarah stood up and quickly said, "No, I'm on a diet. One box is enough for the two of us." Ronald was quite moved, not expecting these young actors to be so down on their luck, while he, as a director, was doing much better. "I don't object to you coming to eat. I'll talk to Susan. They don't count the number of people eating each day. If you want more, you can get another one." However, Ronald sniffed, as if he smelled something strange. "They're not allowed to use these on my set." Downey quickly stuffed the rolled tobacco into his pocket. "No problem, I don't know the rules here." "Ronald, can we take a picture here?" Elizabeth Shue brought a photographer along. Of course, Ronald smiled and posed for a photo with Elizabeth against a backdrop of the carnival sign, and also took pictures with Sarah Jessica Parker, who played her best friend, and her boyfriend Robert Downey Jr., among others. "Remember to send me a copy of the photos," Elizabeth instructed the photographer. Chapter 478, Chapter 109, Flies and Divine Skill. Cut. Ronald covered his face, suppressing the urge to laugh, and waved to the staff member standing beside him. "It needs to be frozen a little longer." This scene depicted Daniel returning to Miyagi's home to continue his karate basics training. Miyagi was continuing his daily practice, using chopsticks to catch flies. In Okinawa's folk tradition, someone who could catch a flying fly with chopsticks was considered invincible. The staff member opened the screen window and waved away the fly. He then pulled over a small freezer and carefully took out a new fly. This was Hollywood's famous fly shepherd, and whenever a scene involved flies, this uncle who knew flies best was indispensable. He carefully released the fly and said, quickly, "Freezing slows down flies, but it only lasts for a minute. After that, they'll be lively again. Quickly, get ready to shoot. Action." Ronald quickly resumed filming. Ralph Macchio picked up a pair of chopsticks and waved them in the air, making a few quick click-click sounds, but failed to catch it. A minute passed, and Daniel still hadn't managed to catch it. The fly regained its strength and buzzed away from the small coffee table where Daniel was sitting, flying towards the camera. Cut. Ronald angrily swung his hand, slapping the fly half dead onto the ground. They'd filmed so many takes already, he just couldn't catch it. "Director, should we kill it?" The props team came over to discuss with Ronald. The poor fly struggled desperately on the ground, clearly anticipating its fate. The prop was made by securing a very thin wire, threading the other end through a long, hollow tube, and sliding the wire inside to simulate the fly's flight. Ralph Macchio tried a few times, and with a snap, he caught the fly. Master Miyagi, I caught it, I caught it." Master Miyagi was so surprised that his apprentice could catch the fly so easily, something he had tried to do for years without success. He slammed his chopsticks on the table in anger. Cut. How was that? Ronald asked the director of photography. Cinematographer James Crabb slowly shook his head at him. This fly can only move back and forth, its range of motion in all directions is too small. It doesn't resemble the flight path of a normal fly at all. Sigh. Everyone sighed. They had to try again. The prop master came up with another idea. He used a piece of black thread, tied one end to a 2-meter-long wooden stick, letting the other end hang down naturally. A thin piece of black yarn was tied to the bottom of the stick. He then held the stick above the lens and waved it slightly, making the yarn move freely back and forth and side to side like a fly. This fly is missing some fluff, Ronald instructed, sipping his red tea. The yarn did fly very lightly, but it wasn't fluffy like a fly. The prop master looked around and spotted the script supervisor, a short, chubby, and cute man wearing a black sweater. What are you doing? The script supervisor desperately tried to protect himself, but the prop master ignored him, pulling handfuls from his beloved sweater and carefully attaching the fine fluff to the end of the yarn. Cut. The director of photography gave an okay sign. Daniel was overjoyed. A novice like himself had managed to do something that Master Miyagi hadn't. Miyagi, however, was a little annoyed that Daniel had beaten him to it. He continued to have Daniel work on his house. First having him use 2 large sanders to smooth the wooden floors, then having him paint the exterior walls of his yard and house. Watch your breathing, exhale, inhale. You finish first, I have something to do outside. Daniel gradually grew dissatisfied with Miyagi, especially after he finished painting the walls of the house. Miyagi, still humming a tune, told him to come back at 6 the next morning to work, at which point Daniel completely refused. Daniel felt that Miyagi was taking advantage of his desire to learn karate, making him work for free. He worked for 4 days, learned nothing of the basics of karate, and was exhausted. His hands were almost too sore to lift. Master Miyagi noticed Daniel's muscle soreness, warmed his hands by rubbing them together, and then massaged Daniel's body. Daniel cried out in pain, but then surprisingly found that it no longer hindered his movements. Cut. Ronald, after watching the performance, felt something was off. Morita and Ralph Macchio were both looking at him, wondering what they had done wrong. It's not your fault. This scene needs to be reshot. Ronald announced a half-hour break. He needed to rethink the scene. Ronald, isn't it better to film according to the script? Do you have any new ideas? If it delays the filming schedule, Weintraub came over for a few words. Producers are most afraid of directors having new ideas midway through filming, which often prolongs the shooting period and causes budget overruns. He felt that since Master Miyagi had some kind of superpower, American audiences wouldn't understand it anyway, so why not just make him a god who could heal all injuries by rubbing his hands together? Ronald didn't quite agree with this approach. He hadn't noticed it when writing the script based on the dream, but during actual filming, the sudden appearance of the superpower was indeed very abrupt. This might appease children, but Ronald didn't want to make a movie that only teenagers would like. A good movie's plot can be simple, but all the details in the film must stand the test of time so that it can be remembered for more than 20 years. It's like this, Jerry. Ronald thought for a moment, then gave an analogy to Weintraub, Susan, and the 2 actors who had come over. Star Wars director Lucas, in the early part of the movie, during the incredibly precious scenes of Luke Skywalker's escape, inserted a minute where Master Obi-Wan explained the principles of the Force. Weintraub nodded repeatedly. He was watching Ronald's sample footage every day and was gradually gaining more and more trust in the young director. Cimino and the others always bombarded him with theories whenever they met. He understood some of them at first glance, but when it came to actual filming, he couldn't discern the good from the bad. But he understood everything Ronald said. I understand. Master Miyagi is like Yoda from Daniel Stratholm. They even speak similarly, always using inverted sentences. That's it. Ronald thought using Star Wars as an analogy was a good method. Everyone could understand. Have you heard of the concept of Kigen? I met a Chinese-American Tai Chi instructor named Zhao Li at the Asia-Pacific Museum in Pasadena. He talked about the concept of Kigen, that by channeling ki into acupoints, one can heal injuries. Ronald explained some of the easier-to-understand points from the boxing manual given to him by the Chinese coach, Zhao Li. To Morita Noriyuki. Acupoints are points on the body's meridians. Basically, you just grab that point and pretend to be channeling energy into it. The Force, huh? Morita Noriyuki used a concept from Star Wars as an analogy. Action. Master Miyagi assumed the starting stance of Tai Chi, emphasizing the roundness of heaven and the squareness of earth, and the upright posture. Then, he pulled Daniel's arm open, quickly pressing several acupoints on it, and then used a grappling technique to rub up and down, rapidly clearing several meridians. What happened? Daniel rotated his arm and found that the pain accumulated over the past 4 days was gone. He could now use his arm freely again. This is called Kigen, a secret technique passed down from China to Okinawa. How is this done? Can I learn it? Daniel's curiosity began to take over again. Shut up, Miyagi's shout startled Daniel, causing him to focus intently, a zen-like technique of a sudden, sharp rebuke. Daniel-san, give me a waxing and polishing demonstration. Daniel squatted down, mimicking the waxing motion. Sigh, sigh. Teacher Miyagi noticed the boy's lapse in concentration again. Stand up straight, waxing, polishing, waxing, polishing. Daniel did a few quick, perfunctory movements. Waxing. Polishing. Pay attention to your breathing. Inhale, exhale. Teacher Miyagi corrected him, making sure he did each movement correctly and powerfully. Miyagi suddenly punched Daniel. Daniel, like a wound-up machine, automatically used the waxing and polishing techniques, blocking Miyagi's punch. Now, do the sand stance. Miyagi threw 2 low chops, which Daniel instinctively blocked. Painted wall stance. This time, Daniel even blocked Miyagi's kick. Miyagi threw a flurry of punches and kicks, but Daniel defended against a combined attack entirely with the basic Ajurine karate skills he had learned from cleaning walls and washing cars in the sand. Daniel-san, come back at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Miyagi bowed to Daniel. Yes, Daniel also bowed deeply. He felt it was amazing that he had mastered the basics of karate just by doing manual labor. Yes, Miyagi pulled Daniel up. Eyes, always look into the other person's eyes, even when bowing, don't look anywhere else. Sayonara. Miyagi said goodbye, looking directly into Daniel's eyes. Sayonara. Daniel began to admire his master. Very good. Susan Akins watched the day's print in the screening room. She was full of confidence in Ronald's skills. She found Miyagi's pressure point and tendon grabbing techniques very exciting. Very good, let's go to Chatsworth Reserve tomorrow. Weintraub was also very satisfied. Chatsworth Lake is a large lake near the San Fernando Valley, forming a vast undeveloped area with adjacent wetlands, designated as a California State Reserve. It was once the Chatsworth Reservoir, but geological surveys following the devastating California earthquake of the 1970s revealed it to be situated on a fault line. To prepare for earthquakes, the excess water in the reservoir was drained, transforming the area into a scenic lake. Action. Ronald, wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, picked up a megaphone and gave the order to start filming. On the tranquil Chatsworth Lake, some wild ducks called. On the right side of the shot, Ralph Marzio, playing Daniel, frantically rowed his boat, slowly entering the frame from off-camera. After a long while, with Marzio nearly exhausted, Ronald finally called out, "Cut." Close up, this shot was meant to give the audience a visual treat. After a long narrative and lyrical passage, this very artistic rowing scene allows the audience to relax and prepare for the upcoming, thrilling third act, the grand finale of the karate tournament. Stand on the edge of the boat, practice the basics, watch your breathing. Don't scare my fish away, Master Miyagi said, casting his fishing rod at the other end of the boat. Balance is key. Good balance means good karate, bad balance means you might as well go home and not practice. Daniel, practicing the waxing stance, sand stance, and painted wall stance, asked Miyagi if he often fought as a child. Lots of fights, but Miyagi didn't like fighting. Why? Didn't you learn karate to fight as a child? There are always people better than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Miyagi smiled at Daniel. Did you learn karate to fight? No, I learned it so I wouldn't have to fight. Okay, Miyagi has faith in you. When will I be able to throw a punch? Daniel's curiosity flared up again, and he didn't want to continue practicing the basics. Punch me? Practice being a drowned rat first. Miyagi rocked the small boat hard. Daniel lost his balance and fell into the water. Haha, Daniel-san, you really are still wet behind your ears, describing someone as immature and inexperienced. Why are you doing this? Are you crazy? Daniel cursed in the waist-deep lake, then shivered as he climbed back onto the boat. To teach you the importance of balance, Miyagi took out a blanket and covered him with it. Cut. Ronald gave the order, and Ralph Macchio's manager rushed over to wrap him in a down coat. The water in Chatsworth Lake was already very cold in late autumn, and Ralph Macchio didn't even need to act, he was shivering from the cold. The director of photography gave an okay sign, and Ronald quickly told Ralph Macchio to go to the trailer to change his clothes. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Ultimate Move, Crane Kick. Ralph Macchio, wearing shorts, walked into the waves to practice his balance. He struggled to maintain his balance as the waves crashed against the shore. Basics, focus on your breathing, keep your balance, Master Miyagi on the shore shouted, instructing him to practice the 3 basic moves amidst the crashing waves. The dark waves, backlit by the sunlight, shimmered like dragon scales. Daniel gradually steadied himself in the stippled golden light and continued practicing. Behind the camera on the shore, Ronald recalled his time filming Rock High, when he shot a series of overly artistic backlit shots that didn't fit into the story and resulted in poor editing. 5 years had passed, and now Ronald was finally at the helm of an $8 million blockbuster. The aesthetic sensibilities he had honed through repeated training as a portrait photographer were perfect for showcasing in this film. Fumio Izumura and his students had already left the crew to return to Northern California and open a karate dojo. That's how filmmaking is, everyone except the director and lead actors comes and goes. Filming had entered its 2nd month. The autumn temperature in Los Angeles was still manageable, but the water was quite cold. Ralph Macchio was really going all out for the sake of the shot. Cut. As soon as Ronald yelled cut, Ralph Macchio's manager rushed over and wrapped him in a blanket to keep him warm. Morita Noriyuki and Elizabeth Shue were most envious of this. Ralph Macchio earned $200,000 for Dragon Boys, and he was the only actor in the crew with a personal manager. The next scene showed Master Miyagi supervising Daniel's training in the waves. He stood on a wooden post by the sea and began practicing the Ryukyu Gajurian karate technique, the crane kick. This time, the stunt double was Ronald's friend, action assistant Daryl Vital, who wore a wig. Vital was also quite short, aside from being a bit darker skinned. In the medium shot with a wig on, he looked almost the same height as Morita Noriyuki. To avoid continuity errors and for the sake of aesthetics, Ronald used backlighting. Bathed in sunlight, Master Miyagi was surrounded by a golden halo. His arms were outstretched, raised high at his shoulders, and he raised his left leg to kick. Just as Vital stopped, everyone was caught off guard as he leaped with his right leg, kicking it high forward before landing on his right foot. His hands, raised like a crane's, and his left leg, poised to attack, created 2 consecutive feints that drew the opponent's attention to his left side. No one expected that his right leg, which was supposed to be the supporting leg, would actually kick out. Cut. What kind of move is this? Why is it the right leg that kicks out at the end? Weintraub, who had come specifically to see the special move film, was greatly surprised. In the southern Chinese martial art Wing Chun, this is called the shadowless kick, because in this situation, the opponent's attention is focused on their hands and left leg. They couldn't possibly anticipate that their right leg could kick out from there, Ronald explained. Before filming began, Daryl Vital received Ronald's request to meticulously study the technique for the signature move. He searched for numerous martial arts techniques, finally finding a move called shadowless kick in the ancient Wing Chun manual. He then combined this with Ronald's imagined, romanticized Tai Chi move. White crane spreading wings, creating this aesthetically pleasing signature move, the crane kick. Action. The camera continued filming. Daniel, draped in a blanket, stood with his back to the sea alongside Master Miyagi. Bathed in a halo of backlighting, their heads, shoulders, waists, and legs slowly appeared on the horizon, walking towards the camera. Daniel asked Miyagi, "What's the name of that move you just practiced?" "Crane kick, a white crane spreading its wings. Is it a signature move? Is it effective? If used correctly, it's invincible," Miyagi replied. "Can you teach me?" "Learn to stand first, then learn to fly." The two walked towards the car. At that moment, 2 white men, prejudiced against Japanese people, were leaning against Miyagi's car, drinking beer and casually placing the bottles on the hood. When Miyagi politely asked them to take the bottles from the car, The two men uttered racist slurs. "Hey, a little Japanese guy's here. Go ahead and take them yourself if you dare." Miyagi delivered a side-splitting blow, and the bottles snapped in two. The bottles had been pre-cut with diamond by the prop master, and Morita Noriyuki had easily taken them. "How did you do that? You broke all the bottles in one go?" Daniel asked Miyagi in surprise after getting into the car. He felt his teacher often surprised him. "I don't know, it's my first time too." Miyagi maintained his humorous demeanor, not wanting Daniel to be overly ambitious and to focus on preparing for the karate championship. Cut. "Let's take a picture, Daryl." Ronald pulled Daryl Vital along. Both he and Morita Noriyuki were dressed as Miyagi's master. Ralph Macchio, along with Ronald himself and Weintraub, posed for a group photo at sunset. "The scenes here are finished. Remember you were with me during the tournament? Besides playing a cameo role, I need you too," Ronald instructed his good friend Vital before returning to film the remaining scenes. The next scene to be filmed was Daniel secretly practicing his crane kick on a wooden stake and practicing his balance alone on a boat. At first, Ralph Macchio struggled to execute the kick, nearly falling several times. After numerous attempts, he finally managed to execute it with some difficulty. Ronald captured all the footage of Daniel's progress from clumsiness to proficiency, from which he could select suitable shots to use montage to show Daniel's gradual improvement in practicing his signature crane kick. With the tournament fast approaching, Miyagi began special training for Daniel. He donned baseball catcher gear, including a piece of armor made of strong bamboo strips on his chest, and had Daniel punch with all his might. Power. Power. After teaching Daniel how to generate power for his punches and giving him special training on balance and basic blocking, Miyagi finally began teaching him how to actually throw a punch. "Very good, keep going like this." Miyagi drew a bullseye on a bamboo shield so Daniel could aim accurately. He admired Daniel's aptitude. Yeah, butterfly-like footwork, bee-like punches." Daniel began imitating Muhammad Ali's butterfly steps, circling around Miyagi. Since Master Miyagi praised his punches, he felt invincible. This frivolous behavior angered Miyagi. He knocked Daniel down, clamped his right leg around him, and said, "Focus. Focus. Daniel. The tournament is coming soon. If you don't want to get beaten black and blue, concentrate." After finishing his practice, Daniel hoped Miyagi would teach him more moves. Just punching and kicking wasn't enough. Could he teach him some special moves like the crane kick? Quality over quantity. "Mastering these moves along with the basics is enough for the championship," Miyagi said, still with the attitude of "don't try to run before you can walk." The crew then moved to a mansion near Mulholland Park, not far from Synorch, which they had borrowed from Weintraub. It wasn't exactly Beverly Hills, but many up-and-coming filmmakers like to own property there. The neoclassical mansion, with its columns and arches, looked very grand. Ronald arranged for the camera crew to set up their positions. The exceptionally large first-floor living room could host a ball, and opening the two back doors led to the kitchen, which served food to guests all night long. Daniel, dressed in a fine red and white suit, had arranged to pick up Ali for their date. However, upon arriving at Ali's mansion, he found her dancing with Johnny. It turned out that Ali's parents wanted to reconcile her with Johnny. During the forced dance, Johnny tried to kiss Ali, which Daniel witnessed as he walked in. Daniel, overwhelmed by feelings of inferiority, turned and ran, bumping into servants bringing food, spilling baked beans all over his clothes. All the guests burst into laughter. Ali slapped Johnny, who had forcibly kissed her, then turned and saw Daniel running away, but couldn't catch him. Daniel returned dejectedly to Master Miyagi's house, finding Miyagi just as lost, drinking alone. Master Miyagi pointed to a photograph, telling Daniel it was a picture of Mrs. Miyagi in her youth, asking if she was a stunning beauty. She was beautiful. Where is she now? Master Miyagi took a large gulp of his drink, recounting how beautiful his wife was in her youth, how skilled she was at needlework, and how they had a child, the first Miyagi family member to be born in America. Finally, Miyagi uttered some incomprehensible words: complications, regretfully, concentration camps, 442, before going into the bedroom, sitting on the bed, and drinking alone. Daniel noticed a small box on the table, opened it, and discovered a collection Miyagi only secretly looked at on this one anniversary each year. Inside the box was Miyagi's report on his service in the 442nd Infantry Regiment during World War II, along with medals that Daniel couldn't decipher. The medals, fabricated by Ronald using a prop, were the highest honor a U.S. soldier could receive, the Medal of Honor. Its blue ribbon and the inscription containing the word Valor were easily recognizable to experts. Besides this medal, Miyagi had also received a Distinguished Service Cross, a Silver Star, and a Purple Heart. Below the medals was a letter. Daniel picked it up and read it. It was a notification from the concentration camp that his wife and child had tragically died during childbirth due to complications. The cause was the lack of doctors within the camp, and the hospital's obstetrician arriving too late. Daniel was deeply shocked upon learning of Miyagi's tragic past. He went to check on Miyagi in the bedroom. Miyagi sat motionless on the bed, seemingly silent. Fear flashed in Daniel's eyes as he quietly approached, wanting to check Miyagi's breathing, and suddenly discovered that Miyagi was snoring. Daniel breathed a sigh of relief, helped Miyagi to the bed, covered him with a blanket, bowed slightly, and then closed the door and left. Cut. Ronald called a halt to filming, and the props quickly began rearranging. Next, they were going to film the scene of Daniel and Miyagi celebrating their birthdays. The props team brought out a real cake and lit the candles. It was Daniel's birthday, and Miyagi had bought him a cake and candles. The two of them, wearing birthday hats, blew out the candles together. This was the first time Daniel had celebrated his birthday with someone who was like a father to him. He and Miyagi shared a father-son-like bond. Miyagi presented him with a birthday gift, a karate uniform. It bore the emblem of his master's favorite plant, a bonsai tree. "My wife embroidered this for herself, and it's for you. This is too precious, I can't accept it." Daniel knew about Miyagi's past. Sigh, put it on, Miyagi said, treating Daniel like a godson. Giving his godson the karate uniform his wife had sewn was a way of fulfilling a wish. Daniel suddenly remembered he still had to have dinner with his mother. Miyagi, of course, understood. He said he had another gift for him, and that Daniel could choose one from the cars he was washing and waxing in the yard. Daniel, having just gotten his driver's license, couldn't refuse and jumped into the convertible, driving off. Watching Daniel drive out of the yard, the lonely old man felt a sliver of comfort. Driving along, Daniel passed a carnival where he and Ali had spent time together. One of Ali's friends, played by Sarah Jessica Parker, came up to Daniel and told him that Ali had been forced to dance with Johnny and had even slapped him. Daniel realized he hadn't been dumped, and Ali hadn't gotten back together with Johnny, so he went to find Ali to reconcile. Daniel met Ali, who still had feelings for him, and after explaining things, they reconciled. "I'm going to participate in the karate championship, and I don't have a cheerleading squad yet." With his own car, Daniel felt much more confident and wanted to invite Ali to the championship with him. "I can be your cheerleader." Ali just wanted to go on a date with Daniel, she didn't care what they did. "I might lose the first match, then let's go early." Ali, Daniel, the two hugged. The two young people realized that they genuinely liked each other's personalities, not vanity stemming from being karate champions or rich girls. They kissed. Cut. Filming was successfully completed, and everyone had the weekend off. Weintraub came over to confirm the final tournament scene to be filmed next week with Ronald. They had rented the gymnasium at California State University, Northbridge, and hired over 500 extras to act as the audience. The success of the film largely depended on how well this third act's climax was filmed. Chapter 480, The Whole Valley Championship. Inside the gymnasium at California State University, Northbridge, Ronald was checking the set design. A tall, portable advertising stand was set up, displaying a specially made billboard for the All Fernando Valley Karate Championship. "Great, very good, your setup is excellent. This is a real karate championship, even the competitors and most of the spectators can be free," praised Ronald's former boss, Roger Coleman. Ronald had specifically asked his old friend to work as a staff member at the registration desk. Roger Coleman, wearing glasses and a t-shirt with a championship logo, sat politely behind the registration desk, like a friendly neighbor, volunteering as a staff member for the children of the championship. "This is an $8 million investment for me, and the lighting in the stadium will take a lot of time. Roger, I know you're unhappy with this whole thing, that you think movies shouldn't strive for perfection, but these are the demands of the studios and investors, so don't rush to correct them." Ronald knew that Coleman had been on television a few weeks ago, criticizing big studios for spending tens of millions on bad movies, while back in America, many children were starving and unable to receive an education. Weintraub was a little worried when he learned that Ronald wanted Roger Coleman to make a cameo appearance. Of course, I understand. Your money is all going into filming, and we'll see it on the big screen in the end. Coleman wasn't a stickler for tradition. He looked at Weintraub and quickly stated that he was just there as an extra. This is Mr. Morita Noriyuki. He'll play Master Yoda in my movie, and he'll use that as an excuse to correct your pronunciation. Guangzhen Hall, Daniel LaRusso, what's up? Roger Coleman slowly found Daniel's name on the application form and ticked it. What does it have to do with anything? Master Miyagi asked. This is a tournament open to all, and to avoid a large skill gap, only those with a T-belt or higher can participate. Black belt, young man, you're a black belt, Miyagi said. Black belt, Daniel LaRusso. You'd better hurry, it's about to start. Go inside, turn right. Roger Coleman lowered his head and ticked off the registration form. Daniel quickly ran inside, and Ali kissed him and started walking too, but when she passed Master Miyagi, he grabbed her arm. Ali stopped, confused. Miyagi said to the staff member played by Roger Coleman, "Hello sir, this is Miyagi, not Miyagi." Then he reached into the staff member's open bag and secretly took a black belt, handing it to Ali. Ali smiled, hid the black belt in her sweater, and ran into the hall. Cut. Ronald stopped filming at the registration area, and the group tidied themselves up and went into the stadium. Wow, a wave of heat hit him as soon as he entered the stadium. Nearly 1,000 spectators filled the space. Half were extras hired by Weintraub, and the other half were friends and family of the participants in the Real Wall Valley Karate Championship. Director of Photography James Crabb approached. I've set up 6 cameras in the stands. He then pointed out the locations of the hidden cameras to Ronald. In the center of the stadium was a hexagonal platform displaying the trophy from the previous Wall Valley Championship. Last year's champion was Daniel's rival, Johnny, so below the trophy was the emblem of the defending champion's dojo, Cobra Dojo, below the hexagonal platform. Facing a karate arena, several competitors were already warming up. Ronald took the microphone from the assistant director. Hello, I'm Ronald Lee, the director of this Kids of Karate movie. We'll be filming some scenes during your matches. Don't worry about us while we're filming, just focus on your matches. After saying this, Ronald handed the microphone to Pat Johnson, the karate master who had trained the actors. He was making a cameo appearance as the referee for the final battle. Johnson took it and said a few more words, the gist of which was, don't stop to watch what we're filming. You'll win the prize, you'll win the trophy. This is a real karate match, and you can call yourself a karate kid from now on. Let them warm up first. You film some scenes here to build up the atmosphere, Ronald told the cinematographer, Crabb. Then he turned and led Pat Johnson, Ralph Macchio, and Elizabeth Shue into the adjacent dressing room. The lighting technician had already set up the lights in the dressing room. Ronald checked them and then told Daniel to go up and prepare for filming. Where are the boys? Ronald didn't see the trio of celebrity offspring. In the script, they were supposed to be here to provoke Daniel, who was about to go on stage. Chad, Pat Johnson, their training instructor, shouted. Here, Master. Chad McQueen and the other 2 celebrity offspring, their eyes red and necks stiff, appeared at the locker room door. They seemed to have taken some kind of powerful drug, inexplicably excited. Ronald didn't react immediately. He had the actors move into position and then started the camera. Action. Daniel, wearing a white G, was figuring out how to fasten the ties and buttons of his Eastern-style uniform. Look who's here, our little one, Danielle, ha ha ha. What's wrong? Did your mom dress you properly? Ha ha ha. Chad McQueen, playing a student nicknamed Dutch, came over and gave Daniel a hard shove. Daniel nearly fell after being pushed, but regaining his balance, he immediately adopted the starting stance taught by Miyagi, left hand raised, right hand tucked to his waist. The Dutchman followed suit, adopting an attacking posture, his eyes wide as if he had boundless energy to unleash. Hey, save your energy for the match later. Pat Johnson, playing the referee, came over and separated the two. The Dutchman glared at the referee and walked up to Daniel. His powerful presence made him no longer afraid of Coach Pat Johnson, who had made their muscles ache every day during training. He glared at Daniel, gritting his teeth, and said, "You little brat, listen up. I don't care about scoring, you're dead today." The referee came over and told him to leave. I said, "Get out." The Dutchman, his blood boiling, ignored the referee and shoved Daniel again without hesitation. Ronald knew that Chad McQueen wasn't following the script here, but improvising. Fortunately, Ralph Macchio didn't stop and continue the charade with him. "You're already dead, Danielle." Suddenly, Chad McQueen lost control and rushed over to punch Ralph Macchio, who played Danielle. Hey, Ronald knew that Ralph Macchio's frail body couldn't withstand a heavy punch, so he ignored the call to stop and rushed forward to block Chad McQueen. McQueen was grabbed by the collar by Ronald. Then he tripped him, made him fall to the ground, and finally straddled him, locking his neck behind his back. Chad McQueen's face turned red, as if he had immense strength and was trying to break free. Pat Johnson quickly stepped forward to help Ronald hold him down. "Where's the doctor?" "Check him out." Ronald got out and waved for the doctor, who was originally going to treat any sprains that might have occurred during the fight scene, to come over and check on this second-generation star. "Does he have any more scenes later?" Ronald asked the assistant director. "Only one scene where he's cheering from the sidelines. Cancel it, let Ron Thomas go on." Ronald pointed to another second-generation star next to him. Fortunately, the footage was quite good. Chad McQueen, high on drugs, looked incredibly realistic, threatening Daniel. Filming continued. Daniel was somewhat frightened by the threat. He wasn't sure of his karate skills because Master Miyagi had never let him spar with anyone. Action. Outside the locker room, Ollie waited anxiously, holding the black belt she had taken. She didn't know what had happened in the locker room that had delayed them so long. Daniel was about to check in. The camera slowly pulled away from her beautiful chest, revealing Master Miyagi in a suit standing beside her. "Hurry up, Daniel-san, you're about to go on stage." Ollie ran over, helped him put on the black belt, and tied a knot at his waist. "Where did you get this black belt?" Daniel knew he hadn't been ranked and shouldn't be wearing the black belt that represented a master. "Given to me by Buddha at the temple." Master Miyagi urged them to hurry to check in at court number 3. "Wait a minute, each fighter can only be with one teacher at the sidelines. Everyone else must go to the stands." A staff member came over and stopped Ollie. "He doesn't speak English. I won't understand his instructions without a translator." Daniel quickly made up a lie. Miyagi understood and immediately spoke a string of Japanese. "What did he say?" a staff member asked Ollie. He said you look like his uncle in Tokyo." "Huh?" the staff member chuckled. "I think you'll be fine as a translator." Miyagi said a few more words. "What?" He said you were very kind. "Thank you." The three continued walking inside. Daniel asked Miyagi, "What are the rules of this tournament?" "I don't know." How could you not know?" Daniel was shocked. I'm doomed today. How should I know?" "It's your first time, and it's my first time too." "No, didn't you fight a lot of people in Okinawa using karate?" "That was a life or death struggle. This is a scoring system." Master Miyagi didn't care. Ollie couldn't stand it anymore. A hit above the waist, whether it's the hands or the foot, scores points. You can attack the head, chest, abdomen, waist, and back. Understand? I hope I understand. Daniel was a little scared. He'd never been in a ring before. "Come on, you can do it." Ollie patted Daniel's shoulder to help him relax. Cut. "Great, let's film it again from a different camera angle." Chapter 481, The Final Four. Which court am I in? Number 3. Daniel put on a cherry blossom headband and walked into a designated arena. Why is that person kneeling there? Daniel's opponent had arrived, his back to Daniel, kneeling on the ground in a meditative posture. "I don't know. Don't you have anything you know that you can tell me?" Daniel increasingly felt that Master Miyagi was unreliable. Actually, it was the opponent's style's entrance ceremony. "Go on, you can score with your hands or feet." Daniel walked onto the arena with trepidation. Cut. Ronald, on a large crane, and the director of photography, Carib, personally reviewed the shot. "No, let's do it again. Ralph, you need to walk faster. Silently count 1, 2, 1. It was still the same long shot of the three of them entering, this time shot from above. Perhaps Ralph Macchio was a bit tired, as it still didn't meet the requirements after more than 10 takes. However, he was, after all, the highest paid actor in the crew, so Ralph Macchio nodded and began to build up his emotions again. Action. Go ahead, you can score with your hands or your feet. Cut. The shoot was finally over, and the director of photography nodded to Ronald. Ralph Macchio collapsed to the ground, exhausted from the continuous emotional preparation and output. His manager quickly brought him a glass of water and an energy bar. Ronald noticed it wasn't a Coca-Cola product. Ralph Marzio seemed particularly averse to advertising in movies for some reason. Last time, when he was asked to film a scene of himself drinking soda from a Sprite-branded cup, he dawdled for ages. "Take a good rest, the rest of the shots are yours." After instructing Ralph, Ronald went to another location where action assistant Daryl Vital was. Vital, also wearing a karate uniform, was preparing to spar with Ron Thomas. This shot was originally intended for Chad McQueen, but he was still trying to stay alert. Ron Thomas, the son of a star, unleashed all his power, charging at Vital and throwing a punch. Vital ducked to avoid the punch, then executed a spinning back kick that struck his opponent squarely in the chest. Point. The referee raised his hand. Cut. Ronald was particularly pleased with the shot. Vital's form was graceful, clearly the work of a trained fighter. On the other 5 courts, real karate matches were taking place, with a large portion of the audience consisting of friends and family of the actual competitors. This allowed everyone to watch their own fighters compete, avoiding the situation where everyone was glued to the camera. The effect was very realistic, making it seem as if Daniel and the others were participating in a real karate match. Continue. Vital switched opponents again, this time from the Cobra Dojo. He was enormous, like a mountain of flesh. Action. Vital unleashed a spinning flying kick, landing squarely on his opponent. The movement was elegant and fluid, earning applause from the audience. Cut. PFFT, Pat Johnson and several other real karate experts from the dojo couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, Pat knew he shouldn't laugh, but he couldn't help it. Ronald, for the sake of appearances, had disregarded the basic principles of martial arts. Turning around so casually in front of an enemy and using a back kick to score made it easy for the opponent to exploit a weakness. Moreover, Vital deliberately made the back kick slow for the sake of a beautiful pose, making it more exciting for the audience. After filming was finished, Ronald immediately called in William Zabuka. He played Johnny, the reigning champion and top fighter at the Cobra Dojo. Ronald had designed his moves to be crisp, clean, and ruthless. Action. His first opponent was a seemingly decent young man. Johnny remained calm, even his ready stance was casual. His opponent, intimidated by his status as the defending champion, tentatively threw a punch. Johnny ignored the probing, caught the punch with one hand, then hooked his opponent's right arm with his right foot, and with a light flick of his calf, struck his opponent squarely on the head. Thwack, a 3-pointer on the head, eliminating his opponent in one move. The camera panned across the room, revealing Daniel, Ali, and Miyagi, the trio watching the fight, who clearly understood the Cobra Dojo's offensive style. Cut. The filming of Johnny's one-hit kill had secured the 2 semi-finalists. "Ralph, how are you?" Ronald asked Ralph Marzio, wondering if his focus was still sharp enough to continue filming action scenes after over 10 takes. "I need to rest a bit more," Marzio replied honestly, his manager having arranged a special lunch for him. Ronald announced a lunch for the crew, and he lined up for his own, sitting down with Morita Noriyuki and Elizabeth Shue. Coca-Cola. Morita Noriyuki, still in character, spoke in his broken, tourist Japanese English. "Yet, I really like it. I even bought some of their stock." "Morita, you don't earn much, but you still buy some stock." Morita Noriyuki was still being playful. "Is the stock good? I want to buy some too." "The crew's pay isn't much?" Elizabeth Shue asked from the side. "I don't know, I just think their profit sharing is pretty good, 4 times a year, enough for my living expenses." Ronald shrugged. Their salaries were indeed relatively low compared to Ralph Marzio's. Especially Morita Noriyuki, who only received a mere $30,000. "Want some sushi?" Morita opened his lunchbox. Inside was a lovingly prepared lunch by his wife, Morita Yuki. "Oh my, so cute." Elizabeth Shue also came over. The sushi was made into an adorable cartoon pattern, and she picked up a piece and ate it. "Ha ha ha." Ronald also took a piece. To be honest, it tasted very good. Morita Noriyuki was a lucky husband. After lunch and a rest, Ronald saw that Ralph Marzio's focus was gradually returning, and prepared to begin filming his path to the next round. In the first match, Daniel still felt a great deal of fear. On one hand, he had never fought anyone before. On the other hand, Master Miyagi was unreliable and knew nothing about the tournament rules, making him somewhat skeptical of Miyagi's match strategy. "Hey," seeing his timid demeanor, the opponent assumed Daniel was weak and immediately kicked him in the chest. Daniel reacted quickly, subconsciously using a waxing technique to defend against the kick. However, the opponent's explosive power sent him staggering backward, out of bounds. Master Miyagi helped him up and gave him a look, signaling him to go back up. Ali cheered him on from the sidelines. "Be strong, Daniel, go up there and take him down." An operator who had come specifically from the Steadicam company, carrying a camera, turned it 360 degrees around Daniel's head, capturing his uncertainty. "Start." The referee gave a downward chop, signaling for both sides to continue. Then the opponent advanced again, aiming a punch at Daniel's face. These weaklings would cry if they got hit in the face. The opponent was full of contempt for Daniel. Daniel started to retreat again. Master Miyagi went up and supported his back, encouraging him, "Remember, defend first, concentrate all your power before punching, pay attention to your balance, and fight well." Daniel gained confidence from his master and stepped back onto the mat to face his opponent. Cut. The Steadicam operator signaled that the desired shot had been captured. "Continue, get ready for the second fight." Ronald quickly adjusted the camera. This time, the fight scene between the two wouldn't be filmed with a Steadicam, but with a still camera. "Note that if you go out of bounds for the third time, I'll deduct a point," Pat Johnson, playing the referee, told Daniel. This was his forte. Pat was a certified senior referee in karate and tang shao. "Both sides ready, begin." Pat gave the two fighters space to fight. The opponent charged straight at him again, but Daniel was no longer afraid. Relying on his exceptional balance, he swayed to the left, just like when he was practicing on the boat, dodging the opponent's punch. He quickly moved to his opponent's side and kicked him in the chest. Because he used the momentum of the opponent's charge, the kick didn't have much force, but it caused great damage. "Daniel, well done, one more," Ali cheered from below. Her ex-boyfriend Johnny was the defending champion, so Ali knew the rules of karate and could tie Daniel's black belt. According to the rules of this California Valley Championship, a kick to the chest is worth 2 points. Therefore, if Daniel scores again, no matter how many points he gets, he'll have 3 points and win the match. Enraged, his opponent charged forward, but Daniel countered with a swift, elusive move, striking his opponent's arm with a circular motion. Daniel didn't use much force. It didn't hurt, but it knocked his opponent to the ground, eliminating him. Cut. Ronald changed camera angles again. This time, Daniel's opponent was a large, black man. Ronald always paid attention to racial balance in his films. Having met Daniel's Latino friend at the beginning of the movie, Ronald wouldn't forget to give him a black opponent in the final match. "Hey," Daniel's confidence grew. He seized the opening in his opponent's kick and delivered an even faster front leg strike, landing first. "Ah," the black fighter cried out as he fell to the ground. Cut. "That move actually makes some sense," Pat Johnson said to Ronald. Daniel was a skinny boy. Agility and balance were his strengths, not strength. This kind of counter-attacking style, using evasion and agility to concentrate power to break through the opponent's defense, is plausible in the real world. But Daniel's level isn't enough to defeat him. "Haha, we're making a movie, as long as it looks realistic and the experts say it makes sense." Ronald turned the camera around, directing the cameraman to focus on the Cobra Dojo members, including Johnny, the Dutchman, and their master Chris. They had also noticed Daniel's impressive run and began to take the skinny boy seriously. The final match in the semifinals was Daniel against the Dutchman. After calming down for several hours, Chad McQueen's eyes were no longer bloodshot, and he seemed to have sobered up. "Can you do it?" Ronald asked. "I can," Chad McQueen said eagerly, seemingly having forgotten his earlier impulsiveness. Weintraub came over and grabbed Ronald's shoulders from behind. "His father is the late tough guy, Steve McQueen. We need to leverage his father's legacy to promote the film." "Okay, get ready." Ronald understood the purpose of casting these celebrity offspring in supporting roles, to have them all beaten down by Daniel, a trope that teenage audiences love. Action. Chad McQueen was incredibly excited, constantly trying to imitate the moves of his childhood idol, Bruce Lee. He took quick, small steps, alternating between left and right feet. "Uncle, uncle," he mimicked Bruce Lee's signature voice, then thrust his hips forward. Cut. Ronald roared, stepping forward and slapping Chad McQueen on the back of the head. "What the hell are you doing? Wasting everyone's time, wasting film." Chad McQueen was about to retaliate, but seeing it was Ronald, and remembering the humiliation of being subdued by him earlier, he backed down. I couldn't help myself. What's that? Ronald noticed the reason for Chad's bulging hips. The kid had something stuffed into his crotch, making it look bulging. It's a sock. My father said that if you stuff it like that, you'll look incredibly masculine on screen. Okay, go for it. Ronald shook his head. This second-generation star thought he was the main character. Action. Chad McQueen stopped calling him uncle, and in one swift motion, kicked Daniel in the face. Daniel dodged to the left with a pre-prepared move. Chad McQueen, caught up in the action, kicked back to the other side. This wasn't a move rehearsed beforehand, and Ralph Macchio was kicked in the nose. He covered his nose and crouched down. His manager rushed over. Ralph, are you alright? I'm fine, Ralph Macchio said, tears welling in his eyes. He stood up and waved his hand, indicating he was alright. You're bleeding. Ronald noticed the cut on Ralph Macchio's nose. Doctor. Chapter 482 The Final Battle. Ralph Macchio's hands were covered in blood, and a doctor quickly stopped the bleeding. Boo! The spectators in the stands, along with the extras, erupted in a deafening chorus of boos. They were extremely unhappy with Chad McQueen's portrayal of the Dutchman. It was tantamount to deliberately making the protagonist, Daniel, bleed. Seems quite immersive. Ronald perked up, surprised to find that the live audience resonated with Daniel's character. This was fantastic news. If it could move the live audience, it would surely move the moviegoers. After being treated, Ralph Macchio returned to the arena, delivering a powerful kick to the head, sending Chad McQueen's Dutchman to his knees. Another wave of cheers erupted from the stands. Cut. The sound engineer gave Ronald a thumbs up. Such cooperative audience participation was rare even in filmmaking. Finally, Daniel, Dario Vidal, defending champion Johnny Lawrence, and Bobby from the Cobra Gym advanced to the semifinals. It's over there, Daniel frowned. Miyagi picked up a plaster and applied it to Daniel's ribs. He'd been hit repeatedly there during his fight with the Dutchman, and needed the plaster to stabilize the area. I didn't expect to make it to the semifinals, Daniel said, trying to move his arm. The pain in his ribs had lessened. Neither did I, Master Miyagi replied honestly. I hope I can win the championship in the end. I hope you survive. Miyagi began to relieve Daniel's stress. The first match was Johnny Lawrence versus Vidal. Ronald had specifically arranged for Vidal to appear under his real name in the ring. If the movie became a hit, he would be recognized, which would also help his friend realize his dream of opening a martial arts school. The match was moved to the center ring, and Pat Johnson announced the start. Vidal delivered some stylish spinning kicks, all of which Johnny easily dodged. The audience cheered for Vidal again. His movements were elegant and graceful, even more aesthetically pleasing than William Zabuka's portrayal of Johnny. On the other hand, Johnny, also from the Cobra Gym, was also disliked by the audience. Most of the audience didn't know who the good guys and bad guys were in this scene, but William Zabuka's arrogant demeanor made him inherently disliked. Vidar's several spinning kicks failed to score. After retreating, he unleashed a beautiful flying kick, but Johnny saw the opening and countered with his own. Vidar, having used his old technique, couldn't dodge the counterattack and was kicked in the face by Johnny, falling to the ground and losing his chance to advance to the finals. Boo! Now the audience thought Johnny was cheating, attacking, and lacking sportsmanship, and the boos grew louder. The two actors remained friendly. In reality, Zabuka couldn't possibly touch Vidar. He had deliberately lowered his defense, using his face to touch Vidar's foot. Score. Johnny Lawrence wins, the referee announced, declaring Johnny's advancement to the finals. Hush! Another, even louder chorus of boos erupted. It's unfair. Vidal should win. Oh, no, that's not it. My son is a good guy. He's just making a movie. He's a good kid in real life. He would never cheat like that. William Zabuka's mother, who plays Johnny, was also there, watching her son's performance from the stands. Being loudly criticized by the surrounding audience made her uncomfortable, and she quickly stood up to explain. Cut. Ronald stopped filming. He wasn't in a hurry to explain. Most of the audience would realize it was a movie shoot. But the audience's natural reaction delighted him. The camera focused on the Cobra Dojo side. Gym leader Chris looked sinisterly at Master Miyagi and his disciple Daniel. Next match, Daniel LaRusso from Miyagi Dojo versus Bobby from Cobra Dojo. Pat Johnson, playing the referee, sported a small mustache, and his arms, visible beneath his t-shirt, were covered in hair. Such a referee inspired trust immediately, because none of the competitors could beat him. Let's see who will advance to the finals and challenge last year's champion, Johnny Lawrence, the announcer shouted. The audience began to cheer for Daniel. This greatly displeased Chris, the head of the Cobra Dojo. He ordered Bobby, who was about to enter the arena. I want him to be disqualified, but master, I can beat him, said Ron Thomas, who played Bobby and was also a member of the Celebrity Offspring group. He complained directly to his master Chris with a dissatisfied expression, as if he were playing himself. I don't want you to beat him. I want him to be disqualified, Chris said, his face grim, enunciating each word clearly. He couldn't tolerate the fact that a short, clown like Miyagi had trained a disciple who had defeated his own disciple. What if Daniel defeated Johnny in the finals? But if I do that, I'll be disqualified, Bobby replied. He understood that Chris meant to injure Daniel and force him to forfeit the final. Disqualify him, Chris emphasized, staring intently at Bobby. Okay, Bobby was frightened. He felt that if he didn't comply, Chris would break his legs. Ready, go. At the referee's command, both fighters assumed their ready positions. Bobby waited a few seconds, then, urged on by Chris's gaze, suddenly stepped forward, leaped into the air, and delivered a scissor kick to Daniel's thigh. This move caught everyone off guard. The tournament wasn't a life-or-death duel, strikes below the waist didn't score, so the fighters wouldn't dedicate their energy to defending against attacks to the lower body. Daniel fell to the ground with a thud, groaning in pain. Master Miyagi, Ali, and Lucille, who had come to watch her son's match, rushed onto the ring. Ah, my leg hurts so much, Master Miyagi. Daniel writhed on the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Don't be afraid, Daniel-san, Master's here. Miyagi held Daniel's head, gently pulling him against his body. The two, who were acting as a father and son, now shared a genuine father-son bond. Bobby of the Cobra Dojo has been disqualified for intentionally striking Daniel of the Miyagi Dojo. According to Article 41, Section 2 of the competition rules, Daniel LaRusse has 15 minutes to decide whether to continue in the final. If he cannot participate, then the other finalist, Johnny Lawrence, will automatically retain his title. This despicable underhanded tactic not only drew boos from the audience once again, but also caused Chris's disciples, including Johnny and Tommy, to look at him with distrust. For the first time, they began to doubt whether the philosophy of winning by any means necessary that Chris had taught them was correct. Several referees came over and took Daniel to bed in the locker room. The doctor examined Daniel's injuries and gently rolled up his trouser leg. I'll tell the referees that you did very well today. Daniel's injuries were severe, and he could barely stand. He lay on the bed in the locker room, one arm covering his crying eyes. He had only participated in the tournament in the first place hoping to avoid being beaten. But after studying karate with Master Miyagi for over 4 months, defeating all his opponents along the way, and reaching the finals, with the championship within reach, he was unwilling to accept defeat. His mother, Lucille, smoothed Daniel's hair. Honey, don't think about it anymore. You did a fantastic job today. I've never been so proud of you. If they hadn't cheated, you could have easily won and made it to the finals, Ali chimed in, also defending Daniel. I need some peace and quiet, Daniel said, crying. We'll wait for you outside, his mother Lucille and Ali said, leaving the room. Master Miyagi, Daniel called out as Miyagi walked past him. Do you think I have a chance to win the finals? Winning or losing, it doesn't matter, Miyagi said. Daniel had achieved his goal. The kids from the Cobra Dojo wouldn't challenge him anymore. That's not what I wanted to ask, Daniel said, looking at Miyagi. Hey. You have a great chance, you'll win the finals. Miyagi watched every step of Daniel's qualifying match. His fighting style was unique, and Johnny would be unaccustomed to it at first. Daniel had a good chance of winning the championship. Can you heal me like you did last time? Daniel pleaded. Last time, he injured himself while practicing the wall painting style, and his arm was almost immobile. Master Miyagi restored his mobility with a few acupressure points. There's no need to fight anymore, you've already proven yourself. What have I proven? Every time they see me, they think about how they beat me. I'll never have a chance to reconcile with them, and I'll never be able to hold my head high in front of Ali. Daniel sighed deeply. I'll never reconcile with myself either. Miyagi didn't expect Daniel to say such a thing. The competition among young people in America was extremely fierce. The winner takes all, and the loser has nothing, not even the last bit of self-respect. Hey. Close your eyes, Miyagi told Daniel to close his eyes. Miyagi rubbed his hands together to warm them, and then applied acupressure to a point on Daniel's thigh. Ah! Daniel cried out in pain. Cut. Ralph Macchio's manager rushed over, handing him a dry towel to wipe the sweat from his face. The last big scene, huh? Weintraub walked over. The month-and-a-half-long shoot was about to end, and at this moment, it felt almost surreal. 2 more scenes, the final, and the parking lot scene. Ronald was taking his first mid-budget Hollywood production very seriously, adding a false ending to the film. This was something he learned from screenwriter Billy Wilder. Wilder often liked to include a false ending, waiting for the audience's emotions to reach a climax before adding a real ending, leaving a lingering aftertaste. After Daniel won the final and became the champion, Johnny and his classmates could no longer tolerate Chris's underhanded tactics and had a fight with him in the parking lot. Chris came over to beat Johnny up, but Miyagi went over and reprimanded him for not following the teacher's rules and not hitting a student. Chris retaliated by provoking Miyagi, who easily defeated him. All the students at the Cobra Dojo walked away, scoffing at Chris. Ronald's intention was that this victory wasn't just Daniel's, nor just a victory for Miyagi's training of his disciple, but also a comparison of 2 martial arts philosophies. In the end, Miyagi's martial arts philosophy of self-defense triumphed. Filming continued. Just as the host was about to announce Johnny's title defense, Ali ran out and told him about Daniel's comeback. After pressure point treatment, Daniel could walk again, though his left leg was still slightly limping. Johnny launched a fierce attack, throwing punches and kicks, aiming for a decisive blow. Daniel exploited this impatience, dodging Johnny's punch with far superior balance and landing a backhand punch on Johnny's chest. 1-0, the referee announced, scoring the point for Daniel. "You're dead." Johnny, even more enraged, charged forward to end the fight. Being 1 point behind in the final against a disabled player was incredibly embarrassing for him. Boo! The audience, already agitated, started booing William Zabka's character, Johnny, regardless of the movie's plot. "Don't do this. My son is a good person, he's just playing a bad guy." William Zabka's mother in the stands was nearly in despair. Yet, the surrounding audience suddenly erupted in cheers, standing up to support Daniel, who had scored another point. It turned out that Daniel, taking advantage of Johnny's aggressive play, deliberately fell to the ground, using the same move his master, Miyagi, had used on him when he was incessantly practicing Muhammad Ali's boxing style. He used a scissor kick to take Johnny down, then slapped him on the back. 2-0, the referee awarded Daniel the point again. Johnny collapsed to the ground. The slap on his back had caused his nose to make intimate contact with the ground, drawing blood. Ronald, seeing the accident, was about to call a stop. Pat Johnson, playing the referee, said to Johnny, "Go to your master and have him stop the bleeding." Cut. Ronald was delighted with Pat Johnson's impromptu performance. "Well done, Pat, this happens all the time in karate matches. How was it? Did I do a good job? Let me be the lead next time." Ha ha ha. The two laughed. William Zabuka's nose was bruised, which amused the audience, who continued to boo him. His mother in the stands couldn't take it anymore. "Hello, Mrs. Zabuka, the director asked me to come and take you behind the camera to watch the filming." Susan Akins helped his mother down from the stands. This was Ronald's idea. He didn't want a mother with a mournful face in the background of the audience cheering for Daniel. Filming continued. Martin Cove, playing Coach Chris, pried open Johnny's nose with both hands and, with a forceful pull, restored it to its original shape. "Use a sweeping kick," Koff uttered coldly. "Do you have a problem?" "No, master." The camera behind his shoulder was focused on a close-up of William Zabka's face as Johnny. The director of photography watched as a look of terror appeared on Zabka's face. "No prisoners," Coach Chris shouted. "Cut." "Excellent," Ronald praised loudly. He knew, of course, that this expression was not the ability of the inexperienced William Zabka, but rather that he had been drawn in by his opponent Martin Koff's performance. Simply put, Martin Koff had him in character. He seemed genuinely terrified by Koff's cold words, hence the realistic expression. "How did you do that?" Koff's performance exceeded Ronald's expectations. "Actually, I'm an actor, not a fighter," Martin Koff replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. Ronald appreciated his professionalism. In fact, this kind of high-level acting technique was not Ronald's forte. It turned out that during previous rehearsals, Koff had only casually mentioned the sweeping leg command. But during the actual filming, He portrayed for the first time this ruthless, cold-blooded humanity, willing to destroy his opponent to protect the honor of his dojo. Williams Abuka had never seen an adult issue such a cold-blooded command. His expectations for Koff's performance were only for a low-intensity rehearsal. The sudden increase in intensity caused him to elevate his own emotional reaction several levels. Of course, this technique only worked for the first take, otherwise, the other actor would encounter Koff's acting style and lose the authenticity of his reaction. Fortunately, the shot was successful on the first take. Johnny entered the ring and immediately launched a sweeping leg at Daniel. This move wasn't intentionally powerful, so it wasn't a foul, just a point. However, his second kick landed on Daniel's abdomen, scoring a point. The audience loudly condemned Johnny for cheating, lacking sportsmanship, and ambushing. "Daniel, stay strong," Ali cheered for her boyfriend from below. She most wanted Daniel to defeat his ex-boyfriend Johnny. Johnny continued his attack after the match resumed. Daniel's leg injury worsened, and he was clearly struggling to move, losing his once admired balance and dodging skills. Johnny relentlessly attacked Daniel's injured leg, going all in. He kicked Daniel's leg again, and as Daniel struggled to maintain his balance, Johnny punched him in the chest. The score was tied at 2-2. Now it was time for a decisive blow. Whoever scored first would win the championship. Johnny continued to attack Daniel's injured leg. The audience had all stood up to watch the match, their shouts almost shaking the ceiling lights. Daniel, unwilling to accept defeat, launched an attack on Johnny. Johnny was filled with rage, unable to vent his anger. Ali was cheering for the cripple, and the entire audience was cursing him for his shamelessness. But what angered him most was himself. He had actually tied with a skinny guy, and had to resort to unfair tactics by attacking his injured leg to barely equalize. His face contorted with jealousy. He was the defending champion, the chosen one, so why was everyone applauding the other? Daniel took a step forward, using the same trick as before, tripping Johnny and throwing a punch, hoping to score in one blow. Johnny immediately deflected the punch with a kick and then chased after Daniel. Seeing that his punches were ineffective, Daniel's strong desire to win drove him to ignore his pain, raising his injured left leg and attempting a side kick to end the fight. Johnny caught the injured leg and delivered an elbow strike, hitting Daniel in the same spot where he had been injured in the semifinals. "Ah!" Daniel cried out in pain. "Put him in a body bag," shouted Tommy, played by Rob Garrison, one of the Cobra trainees. "Are you sure you're okay? Can you continue?" the referee, played by Pat Johnson, asked Daniel. Daniel nodded. His left leg could no longer bear weight, so he could only shift his weight to his right leg, his left toes lightly touching the ground. "Cut, who taught you to say that?" Ronald asked Garrison, who was also a second-generation star. "Director. Doesn't Chris always say we shouldn't take prisoners? I've seen that line in Vietnam War movies," Rob Garrison replied with a grin. "Good point, I'll give you a close-up." Ronald felt that at this moment, a clown was needed to lighten the mood of the final battle. "Oh yeah, was my improvisation good?" Garrison was delighted. "Of course, this line might stay with you for life." Filming continued. Daniel raised his hands, mimicking Miyagi's signature move practiced at the beach, the crane kick. Now his legs were immobile, so he had to resort to this move. Ronald arranged a close-up of Ralph Macchio, who gently shook his head at the camera, as if seeking Miyagi's approval. Cut, then the camera panned to Morita Noriyuki, also a close-up. Miyagi nodded slightly at the camera, agreeing with Daniel's idea. Unable to move, he had to catch them off guard. Cut, then the director of photography gave Daniel a full-body close-up. With a crane kick, his hands raised high at his shoulders, the opponent's attention would surely be drawn to this strange posture. Daniel's eyes glanced down, his injured left leg twitched slightly. Cut, the director of photography shifted to a close-up of Johnny. Johnny Lawrence was initially insulted by Daniel's wide-open stance, as if he was being mocked for his inability to throw a punch. He suddenly slid forward, closing the distance. Just then, Daniel's gaze drifted to his left foot. So it was a feint. "You think you can fool me with this level of skill?" Johnny suppressed his anger, adopting a defensive stance and lowering his hands to block. After all, legs are always longer than arms. Before Johnny's fist could reach Daniel's chest, Daniel's leg would kick him. Although his injured leg couldn't generate much power, the match was scored, and a kick from the opponent was a point. Cut, after filming the reactions of the two, it was time to shoot the final, spectacular crane kick. After discussing with the director of photography, Ronald lowered the camera. This was a framing technique used in traditional Japanese films, with a camera below the waist, like the perspective of a kneeling Japanese person, making the two contestants appear very tall. A wide shot was used, a distance away from the two, so that Johnny's attack and Daniel's counterattack could be shown in one shot. Everyone returned to their positions, and Ronald nodded to the director of photography. Action. Johnny lunged forward to punch his opponent, but Daniel gave him a look, feigning a counterattack with his left leg. Johnny assumed a defensive stance, lowering his fists from his face to protect his waist. Daniel suddenly withdrew his half-finished feint, catching Johnny off guard. In a flash, Daniel swung his arms down forcefully, his white karate uniform billowing like a crane spreading its wings. Daniel's supporting right leg suddenly moved against all reason. Daniel leaped with his right foot and then kicked high, right in Johnny's head. The two actors had rehearsed this final battle countless times. Daniel's foot likely touched Johnny's face. Johnny swung his head back powerfully, as if struck head-on by the fatal blow, and fell to the ground. Daniel landed back on his right foot, staggering as he regained his balance. Daniel, point, the referee pointed heavily at Daniel. Ollie rushed up from under the ring and hugged Daniel, the hero who had defeated her ex-boyfriend. The audience went wild at the sight of that crane spreading wings like kick. Several of Daniel's neighbors also rushed down from the stands, onto the ring, and lifted Daniel high. Master Miyagi, we did it. We did it. Johnny Lawrence, on the other side, accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. He hadn't expected Daniel to have such a powerful move. He disregarded Coach Chris's instructions and went over to pick up the trophy, handing it to Daniel. This is what you deserve, kid. The audience was shouting desperately, and the sound engineer was extremely satisfied with the sound effect. Ronald looked around. All the shots had been executed as he had envisioned. Everyone's emotions had reached their peak. Even the usually calm Master Miyagi nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Another camera was filming him. Cut. It seems like the parking lot scene doesn't need to be filmed anymore. Weintraub walked up and saw everyone cheering and jumping for joy. His adrenaline surged, and he felt an urge to go up and shout too. Yes, no need to film anymore, Ronald nodded. This was the final shot. He felt a philosophical discussion in the parking lot was unnecessary. All the plot points converged at this moment, all the emotions reached their climax, and the audience was satisfied. In the theater, the audience should stand up, finish their Coke, stuff the last bit of popcorn into their mouths, and happily go home to call their friends and tell them they'd seen a fantastic movie. His own idea of a fake ending versus a real ending didn't connect emotionally. Such a grand climax couldn't be matched by the week after taste of the martial arts philosophy discussion. It seemed Billy Wilder deliberately left a clue and emotional element at the end to create this double ending. Ronald's direct imitation wasn't very successful. The cinematographer gave 2 thumbs up. All 6 cameras had captured the desired footage. Ronald snapped out of his thoughts, nodded, and raised the megaphone. I declare, Dragon Boy's filming is done. Chapter 2 combined today. Chapter 483 The Order of Dividends on the Night of the Comet. Dragon Boys was on December 19th. The filming date was very close to the date in the script, and by the time all the shots were completed, it was almost Christmas 1983. After making a brief appearance at a packing party, Ronald took the film reel to Weintraub's office. I need a 2-week break, Jerry, Ronald told Weintraub about his editing theories. He needed 2 weeks off to completely remove his mind from Dragon Boys and do something entirely different so he could look at the film he had written and directed from an objective perspective. In these 2 weeks, you can have the editor get the audio and video synchronized, and then cut each shot into a separate reel. That way, when I get back from my New Year's break, I can immediately start editing. Don't joke around. Christmas and New Year's holidays are just around the corner. Where am I going to find an editor willing to work overtime during this time? Weintraub put his hands on Ronald's shoulders. You should take a good month off and come back to edit the film at the end of January. I'll have everything you asked for ready. Ronald had also thought about it. In Los Angeles, where film unions are powerful, finding an editor to work overtime during the Christmas and New Year's holidays is tantamount to publicly inviting the film editing union to impose fines. I wonder if no one will be making movies in Los Angeles anymore. Ronald shook his head. Where are you going for Christmas? Want to come to my house? Susan will come too. Jane agreed to let her come over. Weintraub was now enjoying the life of having one wife and one concubine. Surprisingly, Jane Morgan wasn't very hostile towards Susan Atkins. The two women could spend Christmas at home with the children and cook together. I have to go back to New York. I haven't seen my aunt in ages. Ronald was envious of Weintraub's handling of the family conflict so well. But he needed to go back to enjoy family time, and Diane was also filming in New York. Okay, I've got you a first-class ticket. Enjoy yourself. Weintraub handed Ronald a ticket. Who are you planning to compose the film score? Weintraub asked. I'm thinking of Michael Gore. Ronald thought of his old collaborator, Gore, with whom he had shared an Oscar for Best Original Song for Famous. I'll wait for your news. The next day, Ronald received bad news. Michael Gore called him back. After finishing the score and theme song for Paramount's new film Terms of Endearment, he had taken a long vacation to enjoy life and try to break into the pop music scene. This film, starring Deborah Winger and Shirley MacLaine, about the relationship between a mother and daughter, had just been released nationwide. Michael Gore's wordless theme song surprisingly broke into the top 100 singles chart, setting a record for film scores. Industry insiders predicted Gore would win his second Oscar and the newly created Grammy Award for Best Original Song. There was no other option but to continue searching for a composer. Weintraub contacted Bill Conti, who had composed the score for Rocky. I think he's a good choice. Daniel LaRusso's story is similar to Rocky's. Both are tales of underdogs achieving success, Weintraub told Ronald. Don't say that. Rocky is a gangster thug, while Daniel is a fatherless, ambitious young man. They're completely different, Ronald said, disliking Stallone and not wanting anyone to compare his film to Rocky. Okay, you have a point. But I hope we can achieve the same success as Rocky. I hope so. Rocky grossed $110 million in North America in 1976 with a budget of less than $1 million, and Weintraub greatly admired Dragon Boys for achieving the same success. Before returning to New York, Ronald had one more thing to do in Los Angeles, go to Atlantic Films and ask when he could receive his share of the profits after Night of the Comet finished its domestic run. Arriving at the front desk of Atlantic Films, Ronald heard a familiar voice shouting inside, "Where's my money? Where the hell is my money? Every time you say you'll pay me soon, but you always drag it out." The speaker was Yoram, the second in command of Cannonball Studios and Minahan's younger brother. His physique was also rapidly developing like his cousin's, gradually becoming spherical. "Don't do this, I can't help it. Cinema owners always pay right on time, right by the contract's final payment deadline. It's standard practice in the film industry that this deadline is a year after the film's run ends. And they often wait until we file a lawsuit before they pay. This won't do, Tom. In Europe, when we sell film prints, it's always cash on delivery. When can you pay? Right away. As soon as we get the money from the cinemas, we'll pay you immediately." Yoram angrily opened the office door. "You bunch of junk." "Up, Ronald, Tom, Yoram." Ronald was peeking in from outside when he saw Yoram and Atlantic's president, Tom Coleman. "Ronald, you're just in time." Tom Coleman waved for Ronald to come in and discuss the film's box office performance with him. Since its release, Comet Night has grossed $27 million in its first run in North America. During the first run, the producers and theaters usually split the profits 50-50. But in the second run, which has already begun, our share is much smaller, less than 10%. Thus, Atlantic Company received a total of approximately $13.5 million in dividends. After deducting Atlantic Company's marketing costs, $5.5 million was deducted. "So, we're distributing the profits based on $8 million. Ronald was overjoyed. This meant he'd receive $2 million, the first huge sum he'd ever received in his career. He could postpone it until next year. "It's not calculated that way, Ronald. Besides marketing costs, we also have distribution costs. Distribution fees to theaters nationwide aren't low either. The total cost is $1 million. Add to that the hundreds of copies we need to produce and transport them, and that part will also cost $2 million, so, it's 25% of $5 million, Ronald thought. A dividend of over $1 million wasn't bad, plus his director's fee, he'd have $1.45 million. After taxes, he could earn nearly $1 million from a single film. No, Ronald. The box office revenue is distributed based on profits, right? Didn't you calculate it? The profit is $5 million. No, that's the total profit. First, our Atlantic company, as the producers, will take $2 million. The remaining $3 million is the basis for your profit calculation, so I can get 25% of $3 million. Yes, the total profit share is $750,000. Subtracting the director's fee we paid up front, your profit share will be at least $55,000. Ronald was a little annoyed. It was $1,450,000. How did it suddenly drop to less than $1 million? I need to discuss the accounts with my lawyer and accountant, and I hope you can provide them. Of course, Tom Coleman handed over a list of documents. We will send all the accounting information to your accountant and lawyer. I have another suggestion, Tom Coleman added. I know you investors always want to get your share as soon as possible, but the film industry has very long payment cycles, so we can offer an early settlement option. We'll give you your share of the profits before we receive the repayment. Of course, we'll charge a discount fee. That way, you can get a total of about $500,000 right now. As for the share from the second round of screenings, and any disputes we have with the cinemas during settlement, that's none of your business. To show our sincerity, because this film far exceeded our expectations, Atlantic has decided to give you an additional $100,000 bonus, so you can take a $600,000 cash check and leave. All settled. I need to think about it. Ronald had never encountered anything like this before, and he felt like he was being taken advantage of. He needed to go back to New York and have a good talk with lawyer Lindsay Dole and accountant Lawrence Wong. Of course, Ronald walked out of the office and found Yoram still waiting for him at the door. Come on, let's go have a drink and talk. Ronald didn't refuse. Cannonball Pictures investment also meant profit-sharing rights. They could form an alliance. Where do you rank in the profit-sharing order? Yoram found a coffee shop, sat down, and eagerly asked Ronald. Ronald's heart skipped a beat. This profit-sharing order seemed to be kept secret in the contract. Then he realized that those who received their profits first had a larger base for calculating their share. Atlantic was the first to receive, with a profit of $5 million, so by Ronald's turn, he only had $3 million left. So, by the time it came to Yoram and Minahan's canon, they would only get a little over $2 million at most? No, they were in charge of overseas distribution, and Roger Coleman and his friend, Little Douglas, seemed to be ahead of him. So, wouldn't they only get a few $100,000? Hey, you know, I'm just a director. My name is on the profit-sharing list. Ronald began to feign ignorance. Hey, I know. Many artists are exploited by these producers, and when it's their turn in the end, they often only get a nominal share. Yoram sighed. We're only slightly better off than you. It seems like Yoram desperately needs this money. Ronald thought doubtfully. Didn't Cannonball get a large loan in Europe? Why didn't Minahan come with you? He went to New York. There were some problems with the distribution of Sahara, and he went to coordinate it, and also asked Brooke Shields to promote it. Sigh, what happened to the movie? Don't you have a long-term distribution agreement with MGM? Ronald remembered that he was the one who introduced the MGM distribution department to the Minahan brothers. They found a new president, and the distribution agreement with Cannonball is facing a continued review. You know, Ronald, the executives at your American company always like to re-examine the projects of their predecessors after taking office. You guys love playing office politics too much, so they don't want to continue the distribution agreement with your Cannonball anymore. Right, Ronald thought to himself, I wonder if it's because your movie is so bad that they can't stand it. Back home, Ronald called Roger Coleman again. Roger, Atlantic wants to settle my share of the profits early. Is that the right thing to do? Oh, they talked to me too. I suggest you agree. Distribution is a very troublesome thing. You have to communicate with each theater owner, call them to chase payments, and if they try to avoid it, you have to hire lawyers and sue. It's always better to get the money sooner. Frankly, the payment period for a film is usually more than a year. By then, it's questionable whether Atlantic Films will still exist. I understand. Ronald hung up the phone. It seemed better to get the money sooner rather than later. He'd collect after discussing it with lawyers and accountants in New York. Chapter 484 An Encounter in the Air. Not everyone is like Ronald, who dislikes packing parties. For directors, a packing party is just a temporary break before the arduous work of editing and mixing begins again. But for actors, a packing party is a rare occasion for celebration. Especially for actresses like Elizabeth Shue, who still has to continue her studies at Harvard. Dragon Boys was like a wonderful experience, She drank quite a bit of champagne at the party. Elizabeth, do you want to continue your Hollywood career? Just follow me, and I guarantee you leading roles. Chad McQueen, the son of a star, was drunk again at the party and started harassing Elizabeth Shue. This Harvard graduate was a novel challenge for him. Unlike those pretty girls eager to enter Hollywood, she was truly intelligent. Don't touch her, stay away from her. Pat Johnson stepped in and separated him from Shue. This was a martial artist with a sense of justice, who didn't rely on the film industry for money. Okay, Chad McQueen took a step back. This party is lousy, I'm going to a better one, the one hosted by Stallone. Anyone want to come? Come with me. Yeah, Sly. A few of his celebrity offspring called out Stallone's nickname and noisily went to the party hosted by Stallone with him. Hi, Sly. I'm Chad, my dad is Steve McQueen. Chad McQueen arrived at the new party location drunk, but he was still somewhat sane, knowing that he was just the son of a deceased superstar, and couldn't compare to the way Clint Eastwood adored his son, so he first went to greet the party host. Hi, how are you? What have you been up to lately? Stallone turned around and hugged Chad. This kid's father, Steve McQueen, was an action star, who could be said to have paved the way for action actors like himself, which gave Stallone a certain amount of respect. I just finished filming a movie called Dragon Boys, which is similar to your Rocky. Both are inspirational stories of overcoming adversity. Chad quickly struck up a conversation, though he hadn't had much experience talking to Stallone. Really? Hell, Stallone immediately ignored Chad and went to greet others. Hello. Oh. Feeling awkward, Chad focused his attention on the various beautiful women at the party. Go find out about that little boy Ronald's new movie. Stallone knew it was Ronald Lee's new film, which he disliked, and whispered something to his agent. Just finished filming. It was invested in by an inexperienced record company owner, probably scammed by the director. The agent, also from CAA, knew about Ronald's projects and gave Stallone a detailed report. Stallone's face broke into a half smile, half of his cheek muscles and nerves were damaged, preventing him from smiling. As one of Hollywood's hottest action stars in the last 2 years, he increasingly enjoyed his power. Hearing that the little boy who made his brother's crush run away had made a new movie, he figured it would just be another lousy exploitative film. They want to plagiarize the story of my screenwriting breakthrough novel, Rocky? I'll show them what a top male star looks like then. Stallone noticed a stunningly beautiful woman at the party. Who's that? His agent, who was reporting on Dragon Boys, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Wait, that short brown-haired woman? That's Rachel Ward. Australian. Next to her is her boyfriend, Brian Brown, also an actor. The agent's professionalism brought him back to his senses. And he rattled off the actress and the man's names and resumes. Hi, Rachel, welcome to my party. Stallone, having learned the woman's name, went up and gave Ward a warm hug. Hi, Sly, this is my boyfriend, Brian. We just got engaged. Stallone's interest waned. In Hollywood, engagement has many meanings. Some mean marriage, just without a formal wedding ceremony. However, Stallone glanced at Rachel Ward again. This beautiful woman had a very delicate appearance, yet a certain air of heroism in her eyes, giving Stallone a strange feeling. You can come find me when you break up, Stallone said, handing Rachel Ward his agent's business card before turning away. Ha, the beautiful Ward chuckled, putting the card in her small bag. Hi, Ward's fiancé, Brian, a very strong man, snatched the card, tore it to shreds in a few quick movements, and threw it on the ground. Do you still want to date him, you? Rachel Ward, seeing her boyfriend's outburst, was momentarily annoyed. In Hollywood, this level of harassment was quite common. He's a big Hollywood star. I just wanted his contact information. Do you want to be with him? Brian, a bit tipsy, slammed his glass on the floor. The Australian, with his straightforward nature and the temper-prone aspect of his Irish heritage, shook off Rachel Ward and walked away. Rachel, her eyes red with anger, glanced at the shards of a business card on the floor and the stairs around her, put on her sunglasses, and walked away without looking back. The next morning, Ronald arrived at the airport with his luggage. He wore a bespoke suit, boat shoes, a clean-shaven face, and neatly combed hair, looking like a top student from an Ivy League university. Sir, window or aisle seat? Weintraub had given him a first-class ticket, allowing Ronald to enjoy better service. He boarded the plane early, sat down, and started reading a book. Excuse me, may I go in? Rachel Ward appeared on the same flight, wearing large sunglasses that obscured her face, and politely asked Ronald. Of course. Ronald stood up, helped Ward put her luggage up, and then stepped aside to let Rachel Ward sit in the window seat. Not seeing her face behind the sunglasses, Ronald only felt her figure seemed somewhat familiar, and her gait was very elegant. He turned back to his book. As the plane soared into the sky, Rachel Ward rarely saw a man as indifferent to her appearance as Ronald. She turned her head, wanting to see what book Ronald was reading, something more captivating than herself. A Journey to Sunset Boulevard, Billy Wilder's film analysis. Are you a film school student? Is this your assignment? Rachel Ward took off her sunglasses and asked Ronald. No. I dropped out. But that doesn't stop me from reading film books. This one is very interesting. It analyzes Billy Wilder's films and his directing. Ronald was engrossed in his reading when asked, so he glanced to the side. I've never read a book analyzing directors, Ward said, smiling at Ronald. Her smile was beautiful, her eyes curious and innocent. You're not that. Ronald remembered seeing that face somewhere before, no wonder she was wearing sunglasses. You're Maggie from the Thornbirds, Ronald recalled, remembering her as the beautiful woman who starred alongside Barbara Stanwyck in that miniseries, with long hair in the Thornbirds. Rachel Ward? Ward shook hands with Ronald. Oh, I'm Ronald Lee. A film director. Yes, of course. Rachel Ward suddenly lost interest in Ronald. So young, yet claiming to be a film director, even after recognizing him as a film actor. Feeling awkward, Ronald resumed reading Billy Wilder's book. Ronnie. Upon arriving at JFK Airport in New York, Ronald saw his high school friend, Douglas Hanson IIJR, there to pick him up. Doug. The two friends embraced warmly. Click, click, reporters were snapping photos. Ronald looked in the direction they were taking pictures and saw his seatmate, Rachel Ward, leaving with a blonde man. David. Rachel. Have you rekindled your romance? Are you going to collaborate on a movie? No, I'm just picking up a good friend. Please give me some space, the man greeted the gossip reporters. The reporters, surprisingly, put away their cameras. Who is he? Ronald wondered. The reporters seemed to treat him with respect, and the blonde man's young face radiated pride. Douglas Jr. pointed to a sign at the exit. JFK. Ronald saw the sign for JFK International Airport. Yes, it's David, the son of Robert Kennedy, the former attorney general who was assassinated while running for president. Like his cousin John Jr., he was a regular at Manhattan Disco. Douglas Jr. drove Ronald back to his lower Manhattan apartment. Donna, have you decided which university? Douglas Jr. smiled at Donna. Why not come to my Columbia? Don't follow your brother's example and go to NYU, that place without a campus. Ronnie. Donna hugged Ronald first. I prefer Harvard and MIT. Harvard, that's fine too. Douglas Jr.'s family hadn't sent him to a prestigious New England university, only letting him build connections in New York City. Ronald was delighted. Donna was a top student, unmatched by most. So, do you think it's better for us to accept these terms, or should we get a lawyer and accountant to negotiate with them again? Ronald told Douglas Jr. about the Comet Night situation, seeking his opinion as a fellow investor. I don't know. If it were up to me, I'd take the money and leave. Why? It saves trouble. Anyway, I invested in your movie, not to make money. My grandfather would be happy if it were profitable. He said I'm the third generation in the family who's best at finding business opportunities in leisure. That's just flattery, right? Ronald was utterly speechless. I'm part of the family. For us, it's not necessary to know everything. As long as we have professional knowledge and make friends with capable people, that's enough. Little Doug smiled happily. That's what my grandfather said. Actually, what makes me even happier is that your movie has given me fame, so I can meet more female celebrities now. They won't ignore me at parties anymore. Hey. Chapter 485 Millionaire. Ronald resonated with the advice made by Douglas Jr. As a film director and artist himself, he sometimes didn't need to spend too much energy on business. He could simply listen to the opinions of trusted professionals and make his own judgments. In his apartment, Ronald met with his private lawyer and accountant. He hadn't seen Lindsay Dole in a long time. She still looked like a college student, slightly fuller than before. You're a partner now? Ronald asked, looking at the new business card Lindsay had given him. Yes, I bring in about half of the firm's paid business this year, Lindsay said proudly. Congratulations, Lawrence Wang, the private Chinese accountant, congratulated the young lawyer. Getting back to the point, I think you should accept Atlantic Company's offer, buy out the profits, and leave, Lindsay suggested. I disagree. Their marketing expenses are too falsified. This isn't a bill a professional accountant could see. Even a student who's just learned how to write a balance sheet knows there's a big problem, Lawrence protested, finding this falsification an insult to his professional abilities. Look, this $5.5 million marketing expense is simply outrageous. Even if they did a lot of posters and promotional art in every theater, it's impossible for them to spend nearly $10,000 per theater. And the distributors didn't do much advertising on television or in print media, nor did they run trailers before other films. I think they've overstated at least $1 million a year. And then there are distribution costs. A large-scale production of prints couldn't possibly cost that much. Even if the distributors went door-to-door negotiating, it wouldn't cost that much. They've overstated costs by about $1.4 million in total, from which we can get an extra $300,000 or so in commission. Ronald looked at attorney Lindsay. I agree with you. But there are several difficulties if we go to court. First, evidence gathering in the film industry is always the hardest. Marketing materials are discarded after use, and if the cinemas have this expense on their books, it will be difficult for us to convince the judge or jury that Atlantic Company falsified accounts. Second, Atlantic Company actually set up a separate project company to handle all matters related to the production and distribution of this film. So even if we win the case, we will face the possibility of this project company going bankrupt or being dissolved. Seeking recourse from its shareholders will lead to a series of legal troubles. Third, this amount of money isn't that much. To win the case, you need to call multiple cinema owners as witnesses and spend money to hire expert witnesses in the film industry, all of which you need to pay in advance. So, the cost of winning the case might be more than the compensation you receive. Of course, if we win, we can also pursue punitive damages, which would far exceed your costs. But this is all under the premise that you can win the case. And in that case, you'll have no friends in the film industry. You'll have no friends, Ronald chimed in with a wry smile. Actually, you would have had a very difficult time getting this share of the profits. Film companies could easily use various inflated costs to wipe out the entire film's profits. The reason Atlantic didn't do that is because your film's box office far exceeded their expectations, making it impossible for them to falsify accounts and erase all the profits. Also, they might want to work with you, so they offered a $100,000 bonus and the option of early settlement. Attorney Lindsay Dahl drew a line under the figure in the contract with a pencil. So my advice is to accept it. Ronald looked at Lawrence Wang. Attorney Dahl is right. I have no objection. Okay, that's settled then. Have them write the checks. Ronald nodded to Lawrence. Seeing that everything was settled, Attorney Lindsay Dahl got up to leave. Helen recently asked about you. Do you want to meet her? Oh, I'm very busy in New York this time. I might not have time. Ronald thought of Lindsay's roommate, Prosecutor Helen Gable, the allure of her black uniform and the feel of her stockings, and swallowed hard. Okay, Brooke Shields. Hey, Lindsay had also heard the rumor, winked at him, and then went back to the office to work on other cases. Ronald then checked his financial situation with Lawrence Wang. With his $600,000 in income, plus my stock account, am I already a millionaire? Ronald was quite happy. After several years of hard work, he had achieved some success, and he could live a comfortable life as an ordinary person. However, if he wanted to support a movie star like Diane or Brooke, he would have to continue earning money. No, even without this income, you are already a millionaire. Lawrence opened the report and showed Ronald his stock prices. The president's loose economic policies over the past few years have significantly reduced inflation to only 3.2% last year. The economy is beginning to recover, and this year's GDP is expected to grow by more than 4%. Coupled with the implementation of tax cuts and various deregulations of the financial industry, more funds have flowed into the stock market. In short, your stocks have performed very well this year. Since you bought stocks to collect quarterly dividends, I didn't advise you to sell at the peak. IBM performed best, rising nearly 100%, while McDonald's and Coca-Cola both saw their stock prices rise by more than 50% this year. Only Kodak stock performance was disappointing, falling by 10%. So your stock assets have totaled over $850,000. Oh, really? Ronald hadn't expected that his investment, initially intended only to earn dividends and outpace inflation, would have such good growth. But it's still not a million. Have you forgotten your best-selling book royalties? Lawrence pulled out another record. Your word Star for Dummies has sold extremely well. The publisher has reprinted it multiple times, and the royalties have exceeded $150,000. Ah, that much? Ronald suddenly felt that writing and selling books was a promising career path. Yes, that's interesting. The number of copies of your book you've sold has already surpassed the sales of WordStar's software. Oh, Ronald thought for a moment, is it because of piracy? Yes, many people who write using pirated WordStar software want to buy your book because they don't have the manuals for the legitimate software. So, are you planning to invest these two earnings in any stocks? Lawrence Wang, seeing the continuously rising stock prices Ronald had bought, was quite impressed with his foresight. Buy me some Coca-Cola. Ronald thought for a moment. Their competitor, Pepsi, always partners with losers, like Burger King. And they're very rich. They bought Columbia Pictures. I think they'll definitely make a lot of money. You're right. Lawrence looked at Coca-Cola's annual report. The revenue and profits were good. So, aside from keeping your taxes for next year, I'll buy you Coca-Cola stock with the rest. Ronald nodded and signed the necessary documents. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Lawrence Wang hesitated before getting up to leave, then spoke to Ronald. Do you remember the Vincent Chin case? Yes, Ronald remembered the Chinese man in Detroit who was mistaken for a Japanese and beaten to death on the street by two unemployed white auto workers. He had even donated $2,000 to him. The Illinois court has handed down its verdict. The two murder charges were reduced from second-degree murder to manslaughter by that white judge. The prosecutor and the two murderers reached a plea bargain under the judge's arrangement. Because of the minor charges, they were sentenced to not serve time, only pay a $3,000 fine, and be acquitted. The judge also said that the two murderers were good people and shouldn't be imprisoned. Ronald looked at Lawrence's yellow skin and guessed the reason. This isn't fair. Yes, it's not fair. The deceased's mother, Ms. Chen, also said that if a Chinese person had killed a white person, this would never be the final verdict. We Chinese Americans are all very angry about this. Two Chinese American lawyers have also stepped forward to represent the deceased in a federal lawsuit, reopening the case at the federal level on civil rights grounds of racial discrimination. Okay, I'll write another check for $2,000. Please donate it to the deceased for legal expenses. I'll take care of it. Thank you, Ronald. Lawrence seemed to have something else to say. Is there anything else? I know this might be an unreasonable request for you, but our Chinatown Chamber of Commerce plans to take to the streets before Christmas to get the media to uphold justice for us. You're a famous Hollywood director. Could you also participate? That way, we can attract television stations other than Chinese language stations to cover it. It seems you have a misunderstanding about my status in Hollywood. Even if I stood on the streets of New York, or in front of the three major television stations, no reporter would recognize me. No, you're not talking about Brooke Shields, Lawrence asked tentatively. I understand your sympathy for your compatriots, but I can't bring Brooke into trouble for something like this. Ronald was also indignant about the miscarriage of justice in Vincent Chin's case, but that didn't mean he could drag Brooke down with him. Besides, he still had Diane. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made such a request. It's just that our Chinatown's influence is very weak and we can't attract the attention of the mainstream media. Several of my uncles have agreed to join forces with the Japanese in Little Tokyo in Lower Manhattan's East Village to protest. You guys aren't. I remember that China and Japan were sworn enemies during World War II. How can you agree to join them? Ronald asked. Well, this has caused a lot of controversy. My uncles all fought against the Japanese back in China or donated their saved food money. But most of America's rulers are white, and in their eyes, whether it's Chinese, Japanese, or the recently increased Koreans, they're all the same. They're all from completely different ethnic groups. The Japanese have now defeated America's manufacturing industry, and they're under pressure from the president and Congress. This incident happened again because two workers in the auto industry, displaced by the Japanese, mistook us Chinese for Japanese, so they came to us wanting to unite. Why don't they protest themselves? Ronald was a little confused. There are quite a few Japanese Americans in America, and they're very powerful now. They're just a defeated nation, we're a victorious one. Both Chinese and Americans are permanent members of the UN Security Council, with considerable power. And on the streets and in American politics, we have far more influence than those Japanese. They used to just follow us Chinese and take advantage of us. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Aunt's Concession. What's your new movie about? Aunt Karen asked after finishing dinner with Ronald. It's about a boy from a single-parent family who finds a mentor, overcomes his obstacles, defeats the bullies who used to torment him, and wins the heart of a girl. Ronald gave a brief overview of the plot of Dragon Boy. Another fight? Aunt Karen asked, a little dissatisfied. Not a violent kind, but a kind of fear of overcoming oneself. There's nothing inappropriate for minors in the whole film, and we're preparing to apply for a PG rating, Ronald explained. This time, he didn't use nudity or violence to attract teenagers, but instead opted for a traditional narrative and a bit of magical martial arts. After all, a PG-rated film can attract a wider audience. So there's a Vietnam War veteran storyline. Aunt Karen asked a few more questions after hearing that Chris from the Cobra Dojo was a Vietnam War veteran. She wanted to know how Ronald would portray the Vietnam War veteran. Yes, but I've critiqued his philosophy. We shouldn't use violence for the sake of violence. We Americans are so strong, why should we bully those farmers? That's why I made sure my students, in the end, didn't agree with the philosophy of covert violence. They learned martial arts to protect themselves from being bullied. Aunt Karen was unusually silent for a moment. She brought over coffee, adding sugar cubes and milk to Ronald's cup. Ronnie, I'm so glad you finally made a movie I'd enjoy watching. If the president back then had your mindset, he wouldn't have sent Steve to the battlefield. Steve was Aunt Karen's husband, and like Ronald's father, he had served in the Marines. Thank you. Ronald had prepared a whole host of excuses to answer Aunt Karen's old wish for him to go back to college and get a degree, but he hadn't succeeded. Donna chuckled beside him. She had already said a lot of good things about Ronald to Aunt Karen, so she wouldn't press him this time. I'm really happy, Ronnie. The story you told reminded me of the movies I watched when I was a kid. They were really good. Besides making money, a movie also needs to have something touching. I used to always urge you to go back to college, but now that I see you're really making something of yourself in this industry, I'm relieved. I'll go see this movie with Donna when it's released. If I'm satisfied with it, I won't pressure you to go back to college anymore. I was going through a tough time back then, and I didn't even notice your talent. I almost held you back. Aunt Karen became a little emotional again as she recounted the past. Ronald quickly hugged Aunt Karen, and the two sat down to chat over coffee. Your mother left me a message. You absolutely had to graduate from college. Even though you haven't finished your studies, if your movie can move and educate people, I think that will fulfill your mother's wish, and I can rest easy. Aunt Karen recalled her sister and brother-in-law's car accident, and how her sister entrusted her son to her after seeing her. If the movie was as good as Ronald said, she should give Ronnie the things her sister had left behind. Thinking of this, Aunt Karen glanced at Ronald's wrist. Hey, where's your watch? I sent it in for maintenance, Helen. Helen said it's an old pilot's watch, so I took it to the watch shop for some servicing. I can just wear this Casio digital watch when I'm filming movies. Aunt Karen nodded. This is your father's keepsake. Please keep it safe. Donna went back to her room to attend to her own business. Aunt Karen took out a large stack of documents and showed them to Ronald. This is the business situation of the leg warmer factory. The movie you were in, Flashdance, is very popular, and leg warmers have also become popular among teenagers. Not only dance students, but now ordinary girls wear them too, and many people wear them when doing aerobics. No wonder Aunt Karen was confident. It didn't matter if Ronald didn't go to college, even if he didn't make money as a director in the future. His leg warmer factory had seen a surge in sales this year. They had already sold hundreds of thousands of sets. The factory's net profit is over $10,000 US. I haven't expanded production capacity without authorization. I'm continuing to maintain high profits according to the principles you mentioned back then. Ronnie, it's almost the end of the year, and I'm planning to distribute the profits to everyone. That's great. Ronald thought of the small shareholders in the leg warmer business. He no longer cared about the money. Distributing it as a share would allow those around him to share in his success. He was surprised by the movie's sales power. A single blockbuster film had actually boosted leg warmer sales so much. This is what you deserve. A total of $40,000, Aunt Karen pointed to the profit-sharing figure on Ronald's chart. Ronald didn't need the money and wanted Aunt Karen to accept it. His aunt insisted, business is business, the Parker family won't break their promises. Ronald accepted the money after hearing his aunt's offer. He planned to use it for Donna's living expenses at university. Elizabeth Shue had told him that even if Donna got a scholarship at an Ivy League university, she would still need a lot of social expenses to maintain friendships. Vacations would involve going to Vermont ski resorts, everyone else would go, and if she didn't, she'd be seen as an outsider. Summer trips to Europe were also planned. If she couldn't afford the plane tickets and hotels, she'd be out of the loop. Girls' clothing expenses were also high, and he certainly couldn't let Donna be looked down upon. His aunt went to clear the dishes, and Donna secretly ran out to ask Ronald, "Ronnie, why haven't you gone to visit Diane on set yet? She's about to be snatched away by the male lead." "What did you say?" Ronald was surprised. "Of course I'm going to see her." "What's this male lead you're talking about?" "It's Richard Gere, the male lead in the Cotton Club. They play a couple in the movie, and your good friend Nick Cage is also in it. When I went to visit the set, he asked about you." "I'm asking what snatched away means." "Haha, I scared you. Looks like you still care about Diane. She knows you're back, aren't you going to see her?" Ronald looked at Donna to make sure she was joking. "I'll go tomorrow. I'll call director Capella later." The next day, Ronald arrived at Kaufman Astoria Studios in Queens. The Cotton Club was filmed entirely in New York, and the studio perfectly recreated the Harlem area rife with gangsters in the 1920s. The Cotton Club was actually a nightclub in the predominantly black neighborhood of Harlem. It sold bootleggings from the Prohibition era and featured many black musicians and dancers playing soft, melodious jazz. Diane played a dancer at the Cotton Club, a plaything of a mob boss, who eventually eloped with her beloved trumpeter. Wearing a visitor's badge, Ronald quietly watched the filming from behind. Richard Gere, playing the trumpeter, seemed genuinely capable of playing the trumpet, constantly playing jazz during warm-ups on set. Toot toot, toot toot, he played with great enthusiasm and immersion. However, Ronald thought his skill was only so-so. "Hey, what do you think of my playing? Could I get into Woody Allen's band?" Richard Gere was chatting with his manager. "Where's Diane?" Ronald looked around but didn't see her. "Hey, Ronnie, what brings you here?" A muffled voice, like someone having a rhinitis attack, came from Nicolas Cage. "What's wrong with your nose?" Ronald thought he had an allergic reaction to his pronunciation. "Don't you think it's cool? I'm imitating the acting techniques of German expressionist films. This kind of vocalization, isn't it charming?" Ronald felt something was off about the crew. Everyone was focused on their own performances, and no one was managing the overall situation. What was Coppola doing there? "Are you here to see my uncle?" Cage greeted his uncle, Francis Coppola, enthusiastically. "Ronald, good, it's good you're here." Coppola stood to the side, biting his fingernails, his gaze somewhat vacant. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed to be staring blankly at the set, not giving any orders. "What's wrong? Aren't you shooting today?" "We're still waiting for the band. Their Concord will be here soon," Cage chimed in from the side. "Concord?" Ronald was puzzled. "It's about playing members of the jazz band in the Cotton Club. They're one of the best jazz bands in New York. They're currently performing in Switzerland, and they always travel across the Atlantic on the Concord. It's quick, only 2 hours." Ronald was stunned by the enormous waste of the production team, even though Coppola was directing. He frowned but didn't say anything, only asking, "Where's Diane?" "I haven't seen her." "Isn't she right there?" Cage pointed to a woman in a black dress walking towards the dressing room. "Wow," Ronald gasped. It had only been a little over a month, and Diane had changed so much. Diane was wearing a V-neck evening gown, carrying a small bag studded with diamonds and pearls, and sporting an inexplicable 1920s-style heavy makeup. Her lipstick was frighteningly bright. Her eyeshadow was extremely dark, making her look like panda eyes, and her originally very distinctive eyebrows were now shaped into thin, curved brows like those in old Hollywood. The most outrageous thing was the hat Diane was wearing, which tightly wrapped her hair, with wisps of hair secured below the hat, resembling the hairstyle of an Eastern Buddha statue. "Ronnie," Diane ran over excitedly, grabbing Ronald's arm and shaking it. "You're here?" As Diane pulled him, Ronald's strange feeling about the bizarre makeup lessened slightly. Diane was still that cute little sister. "Donna said you were still filming, so I came to visit the set." Diane rushed up and hugged Ronald tightly. She had missed him a bit too. Donna had called her yesterday to let her know Ronald's schedule, and she hadn't expected him to suddenly appear on set today, giving her a surprise. Ronald, held tightly in her arms, felt the still hot figure beneath Diane's unflattering old-fashioned dress. He wrapped his arms around Diane, picked her up, and spun her around halfway. How come she's gained so much weight? Ronald thought to himself. Diane was much heavier than when they were filming Ghetto Justice, and there seemed to be a large decorative piece on the abdomen of that old-fashioned dress, making it uncomfortable between their stomachs. Ronald gently put her down, touching the abdomen area of her dress, thinking, what's this decoration? It's so soft. Ronald felt a warmth in his hand. It was Diane's belly. He was shocked, as if struck by lightning. You're pregnant. What, pregnant? I'm not pregnant. Diane followed Ronald's gaze and looked at her stomach. Because of Coppola's demands, she had voluntarily gained a lot of weight. To recreate the aesthetics of the 1920s, she not only gained 20 pounds but also plucked a lot of her eyebrows, making a huge sacrifice. Diane choked on her words. Are you upset that I'm fat? I'm so angry, she started punching and kicking Ronald. Chapter 487 Appearances in the 1980s. Ronald, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't dare dodge and let Diane vent her anger by hitting him dozens of times. Then Diane ignored Ronald, sat down on the folding chair next to her with her name on it, and started sulking. Ronald walked over with a smile and sat down next to her. Diane, you already have your own chair on set. HMPH. Diane ripped off her black dress, crossed her legs, and turned her head away, ignoring him. Diane, look at those black dancers. Ronald pointed to a black man performing tap dancing in the Cotton Club. Do you know why they dance so well? Why? Diane was a little curious and turned to ask him. Because God messed up their hair, so he gave them a sense of rhythm as compensation. PFFT. Diane couldn't help but laugh. Don't be like that. That's Gregory Hines, the second male lead in the film. Ronald said and then pulled Diane into his arms. Black people's hair always tends to be unruly, and if not styled, their hair can become an explosion. Gregory Hines's hairstylist was applying a lot of hair oil to his hair, styling it into a neat, sleek look. His character even has a romance with his second female lead, Lila, in the movie. Diane whispered to Ronald. This was strange. In 1920s America, how could a black gigolo openly live with a white dancer? There were laws against interracial marriage back then. Ronald couldn't figure out Coppola's thinking. If the movie was fictionalized, then the costumes and physiques were incredibly accurate. Why are you dressed so, retro? I mean your lipstick, your hairstyle, and your dress, Ronald asked Diane, one arm around her shoulder. Diane Lane was puzzled. That's how it was in the 1920s. Waterproof cosmetics didn't exist then, so lipstick was very bright. Hats like that, slightly plump figures, and exaggerated clothing styles were all fashionable back then, but that's not popular now. Even if you accurately recreate the look of that time, your audience might not appreciate it, right? They still prefer the look and style of the 1980s. Sigh, what's wrong now? Halfway through her sentence, Diane started hitting Ronald's arm again. The look of the 1980s, the look of the 1980s. Ronald saw Diane's angry eyes. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? The look of the 1980s, Don't think I haven't read Vogue magazine. Diane pinched Ronald's waist hard. Ouch. Ronald realized that Brooke Shields was on the cover of Vogue magazine, with a headline A Look of the 1980s. That photo was taken before you, and besides, she said it was a misunderstanding. I happened to be there taking pictures. Ronald pinched the flesh on Diane's shoulder to comfort her. Wow, he really has gained a lot of weight, Ronald muttered to himself, the feel of his hand confirming the truth. HMPH. Diane stopped arguing, draping one leg over Ronald's thigh and rubbing it back and forth. I think this is my seat, a magnetic voice rang out, and Ronald turned to see Richard Gere, the lead actor. Sorry, Ronald stood up. The chairs on the set, with names written on the backs, represented a hierarchy of power. Ronald had indeed infringed on Richard Gere's sovereignty. Diane also stood up, giving Richard Gere a sidelong glance. She took Ronald's arm, and the two walked to the side. Ignore him, he's the most difficult person on set, Diane whispered to Ronald. Hi, Ronnie. Francis Capella saw him and greeted him. Francis. The two embraced warmly. The trick you taught me last time really worked. That casting producer actually cast him the way I suggested. Ha ha ha, Coppola laughed. When will you finish filming the whole movie? All the costumes and sets look so exquisite. Ronald pointed to the surrounding set, many of which looked like real 1920s furniture. Of course, a lot of these were borrowed from United Artists' warehouse. Coppola showed him around the set. We're still waiting, we're running low on funds and can only last until Christmas. After the Christmas and New Year holidays, I need Orion Pictures to invest an additional $16 million. There's about a third of the film left to shoot. Oh, Ronald exclaimed in admiration. This movie has already cost nearly $30 million, and they still need to add more? Does Diane have any scenes to film today? Ronald asked, wanting to ask Diane for leave to go out and have some fun since the Swiss band hadn't arrived yet. No way, she has to film an important scene with Richard. Diane plays Vera Cicero, who has to part ways with Richard's character, Dickie. They're preparing to leave each other in case Vera's boyfriend, a mob boss, discovers their relationship. Ronald really wanted to tear out those pages of the script so Diane could leave with him. Roger Corman had also repeatedly said that if the budget didn't cover all the scenes, then the less important ones should be cut. You can go on vacation after these few days of filming are done. Coppola's directing style never favored actors taking leave mid-production. Ronald had no choice but to say goodbye to Diane. I'll come visit you after I finish filming, Diane said, kissing him on the cheek. Oops, lipstick. She'd forgotten that old-fashioned lipstick smudged, and quickly wiped it off on Ronald's cheek. Okay, that won't stop you from acting opposite Richard. Ugh, he's so difficult. He always has to improvise. It's so annoying, Diane complained to Ronald. Richard Gere and Diane Lane didn't follow the script at all. They just kept improvising on set. Coppola didn't stop Richard Gere from wasting film and time. As long as filming continued, there was plenty of money to be subcontracted to his connections, and his bank account was still in a bad state. Ronald understood. These expensive costumes, furniture, and musical instruments, striving for a perfect recreation of the 1920s, were actually a way to increase the overall budget under the guise of art. He looked around. After all, Coppola still had a lot of debt to pay. The band's ear, an assistant from the crew opened the door, and finally, a pair of jazz musicians filed in. Ronald saw them go into the dressing room and guessed that filming was about to begin. Diane also had to go over for touch-ups and positioning. Bye, Ronald gave Diane a kiss. Bye, Diane smiled and returned the kiss. Back home, Ronald saw the red light flashing on the phone recording. He pressed play. Ronald, this is Minahan. Can you come out and talk? I heard from Yoram that you're also in New York. I'm staying at the Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. It was Minahan's hoarse voice, sounding very tired. Ronald found Minahan in his room, wearing pajamas, his hair disheveled. It was the first time Ronald had seen this Israeli madman. So is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a state of being listless, or I'm desperate, you have to help me. Ronald, huh? Ronald quickly learned that Minahan's epic masterpiece, Sahara, intended for an Oscar nomination, had been rejected by MGM. This not only prevented him from achieving his goal of releasing the film in America this year and being nominated for next year's Oscars, but Brooke Shields also used this as a reason to refuse to participate in the marketing campaign for Sahara. Why is that? Did you have a distribution agreement with Columbia Pictures? Ronald thought that the new president of MGM wouldn't be so xenophobic. They said the quality of the film was too bad and rejected the distribution of 3 films, including Sahara. Really? Ronald thought that although Minahan's directing talent was limited, it shouldn't be this bad. Ronald remembered the time at the Montreal Film Festival in Canada when he was pelted with trash by the audience. Maybe. But I can't really help. No, you can help me. Minahan quickly perked up. You and Brooke Shields have a history. Could you persuade her to attend the movie's marketing event? That way, MGM will definitely resume distribution. Her charm is irresistible, and she has that 80s look. No way. How can I persuade her? Ronald flatly refused. No, you don't need to persuade her. Just say a few words to her, and I'll handle the rest. Her mother says Brooke is going to Princeton, so she can't participate in the marketing of a movie without a distributor, but it's a chicken and egg problem. Minahan, afraid Ronald would leave, immediately jumped up and called Brooke's home in New Jersey. Hello, Terry? This is Minahan. Don't hang up, Ronald is here. Can he say a few words to your daughter? Reluctantly, Terry took the phone from the persistent Minahan. Hello, Terry? This is Ronald. No, I know nothing about this movie. I have no opinion on it. I just came to chat with Minahan, and he happens to be here. Do you think his movie will actually be released? Will Brooke participating in the marketing? Terry breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Ronald's words. Conversely, she felt that Ronald was both professional and neutral, and wanted to hear his opinion. I have no opinion, you can do whatever you want. Box office? Sorry, Terry, I haven't seen the whole film, so I can't give any judgment. Who is it? Ronald. Brooke had just finished showering, wrapped a towel around her head, and rushed over. Ronnie, have you finished filming? I haven't heard from you for so long. Have you gone back to New York? Ronald thought to himself that something was off about her tone. Wasn't she the kind of man who liked to give him a romantic feeling? I just finished. Minahan wants you to do marketing for her new film. Give the phone to Terry. Oh, Brooke handed the phone back to her mother. She felt something was off. Why was Ronald so cold on the phone? Was it because he was unhappy about publicly denying the rumors? But she was a Catholic and a popular idol. Her mother, Terry, had already publicly stated in an interview that she should save her innocence for her wedding night. Did Ronald have a fear of marriage? Then they could secretly move it up earlier. Brooke hugged her knees and sat on the sofa, thinking. She remembered that she had just finished showering like this, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Okay, Ronald, I'll wait and see. Minahan's been really good to Brooke, and I don't want his movie to not be released in America. Could you take a look at the movie and tell me your thoughts? Terry asked Ronald for his opinion on whether Brooke should participate in the movie's marketing and promotion. Please. I know you're into movies. Brooke snatched the phone away. Ronald, do me a favor. I'm really busy with my studies at Princeton right now, and I hope you can give me some advice. I'll come to New York to meet with you after Christmas. That's all. Bye. Thanks. You really know how to get Ronald to help you, Terry said happily, hanging up the phone. I'll go with you. Ronald also hung up. After all, Brooke had helped him a lot. Even if they couldn't be lovers, they could still be friends. He saw Minahan staring at him expectantly. Okay, find a place and play Sahara for me, Minahan chuckled. Thanks, Ronald, I won't forget any of that. Oh, and show me your other movie that MGM rejected too. Chapter 488 A Bizarre Ability to Comprehend. Minahan, being Jewish, didn't celebrate Christmas and was about to be dragged to see it. Ronald, however, wanted to spend the holiday with Aunt Karen and Donna, and put on airs, saying they'd talk about it after Christmas. On Christmas Eve, several shareholders of the leg warmer company, neighbors Teresa and David, and Aunt's friends from the Veterans Club, including Mrs. Davidson, Bud's mother, all came to their house to offer their congratulations. Teresa's child was a 2-year-old boy. Mrs. Davidson's son, Bud, would be returning home next year after completing his overseas service. Ronald promised to find him a job, for which Mrs. Davidson was deeply grateful. Aunt Karen, as the de facto manager of the leg warmer factory, distributed dividend checks to the shareholders. Everyone happily celebrated Christmas. Suddenly, Ronald felt that the sense of accomplishment from giving money to shareholders and business was no less than the satisfaction of a successful movie release and audience acclaim. Early the next morning, Minahan was waiting in his car at Ronald's door. When Ronald went out to get the newspaper and take a walk, Minahan suddenly jumped out and tried to pull Ronald into the car. Let me tell my family, Ronald chuckled at Minahan's pitiful, aggrieved look. He went home, told Aunt Karen, and took 2 bags of cookies she baked to Minahan, who was smoking in the car. Try these, they're from my aunt. The other bag is for your kids. Minahan started the car, opened a bag, and ate a cookie. Oh, these are the best cookies I've had since I came to America. Yay, my aunt's family recipe. Ronald was delighted to hear Minahan's praise. Of course, the so-called recipe was probably just adding more butter and honey. The two went to a small, second-hand movie theater. Minahan paid to have the whole place booked, gave the projectionist a few bills as a tip, and they started showing Sahara, which he actually directed and starred Brooke Shields. Ah, ha. Brooke's bright face appeared on the screen. She was driving a race car, speeding around a test track. So beautiful, the look of the 80s. Ronald saw a close-up of Brooke's face on the big screen. Her face had a masculine air, yet retained a childlike innocence. Ronald suddenly noticed the editing change, the scene shifting to the second floor of the mansion. Brooke's face was upside down, looking down the spiral staircase, her expression changing. A middle-aged man walked in, reporting that Dale Gordon's father, the owner of the race car factory, had suddenly passed away. Ronald couldn't help but cover his face. Was this Minahan a classic movie scene thief? He stole a composition from a Hitchcock classic film, a racing scene from Indiana Jones, classic clips from different genres, eras, and styles, arbitrarily paying homage, plagiarizing, and then ignoring these overall differences, editing them together. After the rally started, Dale, played by Brooke, was with a prince of an Arab tribe, fighting back against the evil tribal soldiers who had received German aid. The soldiers of both tribes were engaged in a machine gun battle in the desert, with camels and horses nearby. Ronald, the Lawrence of Arabia, added another classic to his list. Then Brooke, wearing a white one-piece swimsuit, bathed under the waterfall. The righteous tribal prince, dressed in an Arabian robe, stood gentlemanly beside him, his back turned. "Isn't this a copy of Blue Lagoon?" Ronald turned to look at Minahan, who was grinning foolishly, probably thinking he'd done a great job. "At least make this waterfall bigger. This thin stream looks like a sewer," Ronald complained again. The Germans, driving makeshift tanks welded from thin sheet metal, attacked the righteous tribe with machine guns. Brooke bravely charged into the machine gun fire, placing an explosive in the sand. Clearly, Brooke's calculations were accurate. The makeshift tank was disabled just as it passed a landmine. This John Ford stagecoach from 1939 is more exciting and plausible than his fight scenes. Suppressing the urge to burst out laughing, Ronald watched until the end. Brooke, playing a female race car driver, kissed the Arab prince at the end, and the two rode a horse slowly into the sunset. The final frame was a silhouette of the two and their horse in the desert sunset. "Giggle, giggle," Minahan exclaimed excitedly. "How was the ending? Doesn't it deserve an Oscar for Best Cinematography?" "Hey," Ronald patted him on the shoulder, "let's show another one." "Hey, you're more interested in the other one." Minahan went to the back of the theater to negotiate, and the projectionist started showing the second film. Ninja III, The Domination. Ronald looked at the title on the screen. "Is this the movie you asked Chuck Norris to star in?" "Yes and no," Minahan said. Chuck refused to appear wearing a ninja mask. He insisted on showing his face in the movie, so we prepared another script for him. He only has a cameo at the beginning. Ronald continued watching. Chuck Norris played a storyteller, and his terrible delivery of lines gave the story a strange feel. Legend has it that Japanese ninjas possessed a secret technique that allowed their souls to possess others after death, enabling them to continue walking the world. The possessed person would inherit all of the ninja's fighting skills. A man dressed as a Japanese ninja was killed by his enemies. His soul arrived on the street, where a female worker in jeans and a hard hat climbed a wooden telephone pole to repair the telephone lines. A gust of wind blew by, and the worker was possessed by the ninja. Her behavior became increasingly strange, and she transformed into a martial arts expert, finally seeking revenge on the ninja's former enemies. In the end, the ninja achieved his revenge, and the worker regained her sense of self. The same ridiculous plot, the same scenes plagiarized from classic films. This movie copied a lot of Bruce Lee's fight scenes. But for this kind of low-budget exploitative film, it just felt right. "Why don't you release this movie?" Ronald asked Minahan. "You could make a lot of money with a low-budget film like this, even without MGM. But how can I get an Oscar nomination without MGM distribution?" Minahan said painfully. "Well, Minahan doesn't usually hang out with people in the industry, so he often takes other people's jokes and ridicule seriously." Ronald shook his head. "Minahan, we're friends. I might have to say something that other Hollywood people wouldn't tell you." Go on, Minahan pretended to listen attentively. "Wake up, your exploitation films are great. Why not continue this promising career? The Oscars are waiting for you to make a lot of money, then you can find famous directors to direct them, and you, as a producer, can also win Best Picture." "Are you saying my directing skills are bad?" Minahan was anxious. "Why doesn't MGM like my films?" "What am I lacking?" "You're lacking in every way." Ronald really wanted to say that. But he tactfully added, "I'm not saying your directing is bad, but you don't understand the American audience. You like classic Hollywood movies, so you often select classic scenes from them and repeat them in your movies." Minahan nodded happily. Ronald had hit the nail on the head. After all, he was different from MGM and could see his efforts. But repeating like that won't work. These movies include westerns, epics, teen movies, and romances. If you cut them all together, won't it just be a mess? Minahan looked at him, puzzled. Putting classics together like that would make it a classic? When audiences come to the cinema and pay for a ticket, it's like signing a contract with the director. For example, if they watch John Ford, they know there will be cowboy fights. If they watch David Lean, they know there will be epic scenery and heroic narratives. If they see Brooke Shields, Ronald paused, they know it's a movie showcasing youthful beauty. If you put them all together, the audience will see everything, but they won't see anything. Minahan blinked twice, seemingly understanding, yet not quite. Ronald chuckled. I think the audience for Ninja 3 knows exactly what they'll see. Ninja fighting, lots of weird Eastern legends, and the typical cliches of exploitation films. They're just here for entertainment, you might as well just release this one. Sahara is really not suitable for the North American market, not suitable for the North American market, Minahan realized. You mean, it might be suitable for the European and British markets? Ronald thought to himself, maybe. I don't know, no, you know. You're right. I'm going to premiere this movie in Britain, Minahan jumped up excitedly. Ronald, you're a genius. The British love to see their American cousin fail, their beautiful women taken away by Arab princes, and their African ventures thwarted by the British Empire, and last year, Margaret Thatcher's son went missing for 2 weeks while participating in the Paris-Dakar rally, and they even sent troops to look for him. British audiences are interested in desert rallies. Ronald was amused and exasperated by Minahan's comprehension. Well, whatever. But this ninja movie is pretty good, and the actress is quite talented. You mean Lucinda Dickey, Minahan said, mentioning the lead actress's name. Ronald, you've got a good eye. You should bring her back and sign her to a long-term contract. I thought she had no talent and sent her back to Arizona to be a nanny. Chapter 489 Exploitation Film spoken in Chinese. In the afternoon, Ronald finally waited at home for Diane, who had slept in late. The two went for a drive together. The Honda Accord, after all, wasn't a genuine BMW, nor a stylish Italian convertible, rendering Diane's carefully prepared white silk headscarf useless. Seeing Diane's slight disappointment, Ronald turned on to Fifth Avenue. You're taking me shopping. Diane happily got out of the car, standing in front of the Tiffany's boutique, watching the pedestrians on the street. This was the place where Audrey Hepburn filmed the opening scene of Breakfast at Tiffany's. No, let's go that way. Ronald took Diane's hand, crossed the street, and walked along Fifth Avenue for a while. Ahead was a very old building, its gray stone giving it an elegant look, with dark red awnings on the windows facing the street. Cartier. Diane was even more excited, pulling Ronald inside to see her beloved jewelry. Mr. Ronald Lee, a waiter in a suit, greeted Ronald and led him and Diane to a counter. This is what you ordered yesterday. Ronald smiled and nodded. Everything his agent, Eddie, had arranged yesterday was indeed excellent. Diane had never experienced such personalized service before, and she remained reserved. Thank you. A royal blue velvet box opened, revealing an 18K gold bracelet inside. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a bracelet-shaped watch, a Panther de Cartier. Diane gently picked it up and placed it on her wrist. The slender strap wrapped around her wrist 3 times, looking perfectly suited to her evening gown. It suits you very well, Miss Lane. The waiter recognized the former child star and Hollywood actress. Thank you. Diane reluctantly placed the bracelet and watch back into the box, then kissed Ronald on the cheek. The two then went to a Japanese restaurant in Midtown East Village and had sushi. Diane let out more a burp. Hey, it's okay, are you done? The Japanese will take it as a compliment to their food. Okay. Diane still covered her mouth. She felt that burping after eating was never pleasant. You've been sleeping so late? Did you stay up all night? I slept quite late. Sleep is good for your skin. Diane took a sip of hot barley tea and tried to calm herself down. I'd rather go to bed earlier. All right, Ronnie. Diane slapped Ronald's hand again. Ronnie's nagging was almost like her father's. I was shopping on Fifth Avenue today, and no fans recognized me. Diane was a little unhappy. She was afraid her fame was declining. The movie she starred in with Matt Dillon, Fighting Fish, which was released at the end of October, hadn't made much of a splash. Now she was just waiting for Ghetto Justice to be released next year, and now Coppola's Cotton Club, Orion Pictures. They invested another $15 million in Coppola. Their founders were the executive team that had left United Artists years ago. United Artists was known for its lenient approach to artist directors and its lack of interference in filming processes, and Coppola's success story made them willing to bet on him. Maybe you look a little different now, so the fans didn't recognize you. HMPH. You just think I've gained weight. Diane turned her head away unhappily. I didn't think so. I just think Cotton Club shouldn't be all retro. Even period dramas should consider modern aesthetics. Ronald brushed Diane's bangs aside with his hand. Your eyebrows will go back to normal in the future, right? Yes. They will, it just takes a while to grow. Don't worry, Ronnie. The two then went to see a movie, a mother-daughter film starring Deborah Wenger and Shirley MacLaine. What did you think of Deborah Wenger's acting? Diane asked Ronald, who was hanging up clothes, as they entered the Hilton hotel room that Minahan had booked for them. Not bad acting. I think he and Maxine have the chance to be nominated for an Oscar. What, you like her kind of vibe? I like you the way you are. Ronald picked up Diane and carried her towards the bedroom. Then why do you always complain about my look in the movies? Diane wrapped her legs tightly around Ronald's waist, her hands flailing against his shoulders. I'm smitten with your look in Ghetto Justice. Ronald began to slowly kiss Diane. Okay, Ronnie, I knew you liked flamboyant characters. Hearing Diane whisper this in his ear while resting on his shoulder, Ronald suddenly felt a surge of passion. He carried her inside, taking off his clothes as he went. In the dark bedroom, Ronald pressed Diane against the wall, his other hand fumbling for the light switch. Hold me tight, with your hands. Diane, lost in the kisses, pulled Ronald's hand over and pressed it against her hip. Diane let out a soft moan. Ronald felt his fingers sink in. He really is a bit chubby. After a passionate encounter, Ronald, panting, finally found the lamp switch. Diane lay on the bed, her face flushed, exhausted and about to fall asleep. Ronald pulled the covers up for her. Diane hugged Ronald tightly. Brother Ronald, I was so loud. Now the guests next door all know how vigorous you are. Then she wrapped her arms around Ronald's neck and drifted off to sleep. Soon, soft breathing filled the air. Ronald stroked Diane's ivory-like skin, feeling a bit sleepy himself, so he pulled the covers over himself, and the two slept together, embracing. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. He'd clearly exerted himself quite a bit that day, holding the heavy Diane for a long time. Holding her, Diane's body heat quickly lulled Ronald to sleep as well. He hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. Kelly, this is it. Come quick, you'll regret missing it, a man's voice called out. Ronald vaguely heard a few sounds. Was he dreaming again? Ronald tried to open his sleepy eyes. What he had just heard wasn't English, but a long-lost sentence in Chinese. Is this it? Should I put on my coat? A female voice chimed in. A burst of rhythmic music started playing, which Ronald thought sounded a bit like breakdancing music popular with Black and Latino people. Hey, Cyclone Bro, the first male voice called out loudly. Hearing the word bro, Ronald finally opened his eyes and saw a very large screen showing a movie. The screening room was old-fashioned, with seats divided into two sections, and a wide stage in front of the screen. How is it going? Pretty cool, huh? I finally managed to get an insider ticket from the old man. Ronald turned his head and saw a teenager sitting next to him talking to him. Yeah, Ronald replied casually. I heard this movie is very popular in America. Let's see the glitz and glamour of capitalism and how capitalists exploit workers. The young man next to him continued talking. SHH, the guy in front turned around and gestured. Don't make a sound, it's an internal screening. Everyone quiet down. Ronald turned his attention back to the big screen, where two men were breakdancing. Ethan, what are you doing here, kid? The man called Whirlwind was talking to the man from the beginning. Let me introduce you, this is Kelly. Ethan introduced Kelly, who had come with him, to Whirlwind and Madman, and then joined in the dance. Ronald looked at the dance floor and it seemed familiar. Wasn't this Venice Beach in Los Angeles? The character named Kelly also looked very familiar. Wasn't she Lucinda Dickey, the female lead in the ninja movie Minahan, whom he had just seen yesterday? Wait, why are all these Americans speaking Chinese? Ronald exclaimed. He suddenly realized that Lucinda on the screen was actually speaking fluent Chinese. It's dubbed by the dubbing studio. Kelly is voiced by Ding Jianhua, and Tuang Ziren is in the background too, said the young man who had come with him. Ronald hesitated, unsure if this was a dream or reality. A blurry scene followed, the camera shifting to a buffet. A young black man nicknamed Madman picked up a piece of food and asked the waiter, "What's this? Pig's head cheese? Ugh, disgusting," Madman said with a disgusted expression, putting the cheese down. "Come on in, have fun, don't be shy, blonde," curly-haired guy greeted the two breakdancers. "Have fun here, don't be shy, how about it?" Tong Ziren's voice is so sweet, isn't it? "Let me tell you, he has chronic rhinitis, that's why he speaks so uniquely." Ronald turned to look at the person who spoke. Had he gotten some insider tickets to share? Was he a friend from a past life? Ronald carefully discerned the man's features in the darkness. The outline seemed vaguely familiar. Another blur, the camera shifting to a simply furnished large room. A person in the back was turning a record, making a squeaking sound, and then began to speak, adding lyrics on the spot. It was Madrid and Whirlwind. Ronald recognized the two actors. They were clashing with two other Latino and black dancers. A dance battle ensued, the two sides dancing and taunting each other to the rhythm of the spinning record. However, the opposing team had a female dancer assisting them, allowing the three to create some unique rhythms and movements. Madrid and Whirlwind, on the other hand, were struggling without a female partner. "Let go, they're my friends, I'm going to dance with them." It was Carrie, played by Lucinda Dickey, who pushed aside the blonde man's obstruction and joined them on stage. "Don't forget I'm your manager, I'll support you," the blonde man in a suit said to Carrie. Or rather, it was the voice actor, Tong Ziren, who spoke. After leaving the stage, Carrie suddenly changed her dance style. It was clear that Carrie was dancing in a jazz style, but by incorporating some breakdancing moves, she made it impossible for the opposing girls to imitate her. Oh yeah, Madrid, Whirlwind, and Carrie finally won. Fast forward again, and Ronald dreamt that he and his friend were walking out of the movie theater. Looking back, he saw the words Grand Cinema in large letters. "Let's go play the latest arcade game, it's you," Ronald exclaimed. He finally remembered, wasn't this the little kid who was with him when he dreamt of playing Final Fight? He'd grown so much. "Why are you dressed like this?" In the sunlight outside the theater, Ronald noticed the kid was wearing a t-shirt with the words China-US Cultural Exchange Year, American Film Festival written on it. "You're just disgusted by my look." Diane was woken by Ronald's exclamation and heard him complaining about his sleep talking. "You're even talking in your sleep, huh?" Diane kicked Ronald hard. Ouch! Ronald felt himself lose his balance and fall in his dream, so he quickly rolled over. Huh? Am I dreaming? How did I end up under the bed? Chapter 490. I want to make this movie. Why is this dream different? Ronald lay on the floor, lost in thought. Not only were the Americans speaking Chinese, but he also dreamt of his childhood friends from a past life. Concentrating on his thoughts, he didn't hear Diane speaking to him. "Ronnie, are you alright?" Diane hadn't expected her kid to have such force, sending Ronald off the bed. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Diane jumped out of bed, still wrapped in the blanket, to check on Ronald. I'm fine, I just had a dream." "You should go to sleep." Ronald put on his clothes, took a hot shower, and thoroughly woke himself up. He glanced at his Casio watch, it was already past 4 in the morning. Ronald decided not to sleep anymore. He found some stationery and a pen in his hotel room and began writing down several scenes from his dream in Chinese. Having not written Chinese for a long time, he was a bit forgetful of characters, so he mixed in some English words. For example, he couldn't remember how to write pilawa, meaning breakdancing, so he used the English break and dance instead. After writing several scenes, Ronald tried to string the plot together. Lucinda Dickey plays a dancer from the lower rungs of society, a jazz dancer who initially studies at a jazz dance studio but is harassed by her owner, Franco, who tries to seduce her into submitting to him by offering her a dance competition. Unable to bear the humiliation, Kelly, through her friend Eaton, meets two street dancers, a black man named Mata and a Latino man named Cyclone, and begins learning breakdancing under their influence. Eventually, Kelly is spotted by her agent, the blonde man in the suit, who, after watching Mata and Cyclone's dance battle, recommends they enter the competition together. Franco interferes, preventing them from participating, but after a passionate explanation of American freedom, the three are allowed to compete. The judges are moved by their brilliant dance, swaying to their rhythm, and ultimately, despite Franco's objections, award them first place, putting them in a Broadway musical and starring in a new dance drama. This plot seems familiar. Ronald, engrossed in writing, suddenly remembered that this was the ending of Flashdance, a film he had participated in. Should he change the ending? Although the three performed brilliantly, it wasn't suited to the rigid style of jazz dance. In the end, they denounced it as a restrictive dance, returned to the streets, and danced freely with the young dancers. After writing 2 versions of the ending, Ronald made himself another cup of instant coffee and continued revising. He felt a long-lost creative urge towards this film. It must have been very important to him in his past life. Perhaps it was the dubbing by actors from the film studio that allowed him to understand the American story, or perhaps it was the opportunity that led him to learn breakdancing? And that childhood friend from his past life, like young Douglas in this life, seemed to be a very close friend. Ronald felt that perhaps by following the clues, he could find out who he was in his past life. Moreover, with Michael Jackson's moonwalk sparking a breakdancing craze in America, perhaps a breakdancing movie, following in the footsteps of Flashdance, would significantly boost sales of his leg warmers. The original film was incredibly rough, yet it was distributed across the Pacific and dubbed in Chinese. This movie was sure to be a box office hit. Ronald felt a surge of excitement. This was a great opportunity. He had to negotiate a larger share of the profits with a distributor. He finished the hotel's complimentary instant coffee without realizing it and began tidying the papers on his desk. Squeak! The curtains were drawn back, letting sunlight stream through the inner lace curtains onto Ronald's desk. The desk lamp suddenly dimmed. Compared to the sunlight, the artificial light seemed as faint as candlelight in the night. Diane, who had been awake for a while, saw Ronald diligently writing, completely unaware of her. She jumped out of bed and helped draw back the curtains. "Ronnie," Diane called sweetly, this night even more memorable than the last. Ronald was completely absorbed in writing and didn't hear her. "Brother Ronnie," Diane moved closer. Ronald was looking at the letters, making marks on them. "Ronnie," Diane was furious. He always ignored her. Had she become so unattractive? Diane slapped Ronald on the shoulder. "Ouch, Ronald was suddenly slapped on the shoulder and instinctively grabbed her hand, applying a little force. As soon as he touched her, he realized something was wrong. That chubby wrist belonged to Diane. Ronald quickly let go of Diane's hand and started massaging it for her. "Sorry, I was thinking. You know I've trained in wrestling, it was instinctive. Don't attack me from behind again, you," Diane pouted, feeling wronged. Why had Ronald completely ignored her all night? "How come you're so strong?" Diane slapped Ronald twice with her other hand. "Do you really think my look in the Cotton Club is bad?" Diane casually sat on Ronald's lap. She was still very concerned about her acting career, and she never held back when facing her best friend's brother, asking directly. "I think it's a bit too realistic. A movie isn't just about the story and atmosphere, the individual's image is also very important. Watching a movie is very different from reading a novel." Ronald thought for a moment, then spoke directly to Diane. Diane was a child star, having performed off-Broadway while still losing her baby teeth, and traveling the world. She should understand that Ronald was analyzing from a professional perspective. "You mean my image is more important than the overall movie?" Diane touched her fingers, shifted closer to Ronald, and twisted her waist a couple of times. "That's not what I meant, but you have your own acting career, so of course I'm speaking from your perspective." Ronald wrapped his arms around Diane, feeling the warmth from her legs. Diane touched her chin with one hand, while the other began to trace patterns on Ronald's chest. "So you think my movie Ghetto Justice will be a big hit?" Ronald thought for a moment. The movie seemed to have slipped from one side of the scale to the other. Although the actors' images were very striking, Diane was especially beautiful, but the story was illogical. Would audiences really go back to the theater to watch a pure 90-minute music video? "I think this movie seems to lack a good story. Didn't you say my image is more important?" Diane pressed her hand against Ronald's chest harder and harder. "It's a balance. Your image is good in Ghetto Justice, but the story will make the audience lose interest. It's not good for attracting audiences. The story of the Cotton Club is good, but if it's filmed like this, I'm afraid it won't appeal to mainstream audiences." The more Diane listened to Ronald's analysis, the more impatient she became. She stopped what she was doing. "Anyway, you just don't like my movies." Ronald was startled. Diane seemed to be under a lot of pressure. "What's wrong? Are you under some kind of pressure?" Ronald hugged her and gently stroked her back. "Do you know what strikeout means?" Diane calmed down a little. Strikeout is a baseball term. If an offensive batter misses 3 consecutive strikes, they are ejected from the game. The term is also used in Hollywood. Most producers don't know the secret to blockbuster movies. Most of them use the simplest method: look at past performance. If a director, actor, or star fails to achieve the expected box office results for 3 consecutive films, then, For at least a few years, they won't be getting script offers from major studios. Ronald continued to soothe Diane's emotions. He knew the source of her recent anxiety. Starting with Coppola's The Outcasts, her box office performance had been lackluster. With a production cost of over $10 million, it only grossed $25 million in North America, barely breaking even, and received little praise from critics. Her next film, Rumblefish, also had a $10 million production cost, but it was a black and white art film, with only 2 goldfish in color. Regardless of the mixed reviews, it only grossed $2.5 million, a terrible result. Now, Diane's hopes are pinned on the recently completed, nearly $20 million film Ghetto Justice, and Coppola's The Cotton Club, whose budget has been pushed close to $50 million with various budget increases. If they were in each other's shoes, Ronald himself would probably be filled with anxiety. How about you direct my next movie? A story about a jazz dancer who gets drawn to breakdancing on the street and dances his way to a remarkable life, Ronald thought. Diane had practiced some dance skills at the Cotton Club, so wouldn't it be perfect for her to direct the breakdancing movie he just dreamed about? Making a movie with his girlfriend might even strengthen their relationship. Your new film? Diane looked at Ronald. What's the budget? What's the plot? Ronald repeated the plot. As for the investment, it's a typical low-budget exploitation film. If I were to direct it, I could keep it under $1 million, HMPH, Diane protested. I've never made a film with such a low budget. I think this film will be a success. I have a feeling it will create a trend. Even if your next 2 films don't do well at the box office, you can turn things around with this one. Hollywood is a place where dreams come true. Ronald was full of confidence. It could even be distributed across the Pacific Ocean. It must be a very famous film. Brother Ronald. I'm an adult now. I know how to manage my career. Don't give me this motivational talk. Diane stood up angrily, put on yesterday's clothes, and stormed off. Diane! Ronald saw that Diane was angry and quickly chased after her, trying to coax her for a while without success. Seeing that she was determined to leave, he had no choice but to hand her yesterday's gift. Don't forget your bracelet watch, HMPH. Diane took the velvet gift box, calmed down a little, and still left. Perhaps it was the lingering hormones of puberty. Or perhaps it was the recent bad news from the Ghetto Justice production team. Director Walter Hill had been editing for 5 months and still hadn't finished the initial cut. That increased her pressure. In any case, she was like a volcano ready to ignite. With her father, Bert, not around, Diane's nameless anger was directed at her older brother, Ronnie. Chapter 491 Returning to the 54 Club. Diane's temper flared up and subsided quickly, and the two were inseparable again the next day. However, Ronald and she avoided discussing their film careers, focusing instead on their youthful romance. Diane's fiery personality made every meeting between Ronald and her feel like dry tinder, meeting a raging fire, exciting and fun. Ronald found her straightforward personality endearing and thought it prevented misunderstandings. However, they didn't share many interests besides film, so their interactions lacked the feel of a romantic relationship, more like friends with a business relationship. On the 26th, Coppola finally received the additional investment check, and Diane returned to filming. They agreed to meet again after she finished filming. 2 days later, Ronald received a call from Minahan Golan at home, intending to ask him to help resolve the distribution issues of Sahara. Soon after, Brooke's mother, Terry, also called. She and Brooke Shields had arrived in New York and invited Ronald to their hotel to negotiate with Minahan. Ronald agreed to go immediately. Negotiations where both sides needed his help and a good outcome was practically guaranteed weren't difficult. In her hotel room, Brooke nervously combed her hair with a boar bristle comb in the bathroom, muttering to herself, "It's been so long since I've seen Ronald. Today's a good opportunity." After the negotiations, they'd celebrate together, and then her mother, Terry, wouldn't be so watchful. "Brooke, are you really not going to the 54 Club tonight?" Terry asked from the other room. "I'm a little tired. I don't really want to go." "Okay, you've been there many times anyway. But there will be a lot of celebrities at the New Year's party tonight, a tradition of the 54 Club every year." Ding dong, the doorbell rang. "I'll go see," Brooke said, putting down her comb and going to open the door. Ronald and Minahan had met in the elevator and came up together. Minahan rang Brooke's doorbell. "Ronnie," Brooke said hopefully, opening the door to find Minahan's chubby face beaming with a smile. "Berkey, Ronald and I came together. Come in." Berkey said, leading them into the living room without a word. Terry was just coming out of the inner room. A small glass of whiskey in the morning had invigorated her. It was the dosage her daughter had agreed to keep her mind clear during negotiations. Ms. Shields, Minahan gave a perfunctory hand kiss. Regarding the marketing plan for the Sahara film, Terry raised her hand to stop Minahan's flattery. Minahan, the film was heavily criticized by critics during its test screenings, and Berkey doesn't want to attend the premiere or the marketing tour. Her main focus is now on her studies at Princeton, and I don't want this terrible film she made before starting school to have anything to do with her. How can you call it a terrible film? Minahan awkwardly rubbed her hands. Ronald, you tell me, my Sahara must have some merit, right? Ronald looked over, and Terry also raised her eyes to see what he would say. Berkey's eyes were also on them, waiting intently for Ronald to give his thoughts. Terry, Brooke, I don't think this movie will be what we envisioned when we started filming, a Lawrence of Arabia plus the Blue Lagoon, but, Minahan was getting impatient. Ronald patted him on the shoulder, stopping Minahan from continuing. But there is one thing this movie does do for Brooke's image. Terry's eyes immediately lit up, his suspicion turning into seriousness. When Minahan first started the project, he had one consideration. Last year at the Paris-Dakar rally, British Prime Minister Margaret's son, Mark Thatcher, went missing for a week midway through the race. This movie will interest British audiences. After saying that, Ronald nudged Minahan. Yes, we've already contacted the British distributor, Starlight Cinemas. They're very interested in the desert off-road rally scene in the movie, and it'll attract a large audience. It'll expose the scandal of Mark's comfortable week-long drinking spree in the desert, which led to the deployment of the Imperial Army to search for him. And the workers there are very dissatisfied with the Prime Minister. Brokey, Ronald, seeing Minahan still talking about the movie, had to take over. Brokey is known for her 1980s look, but she's not yet widely recognized in the British fashion world. This is a good opportunity. The American sweetheart is visiting Britain. Yes, Minahan reacted and began to explain in detail his plans for Brokey's trip to Britain. We'll make a movie famous in Britain now, and then, taking advantage of the media coverage, we'll release it back in America. That's a good idea. Brokey has just been invited by several magazines to Britain for cover shoots, and also, Brokey, if I'm to attend a London premiere, I need to ensure there are big-name stars there, and I also need a distribution guarantee from MGM. Ronald relaxed as the negotiations progressed smoothly, looking around. Brooke's gaze fell upon him, and Ronald smiled at her. Terry, it's settled then. I'll arrange your first-class flights and 5-star hotel suites in London. He shook hands with Terry, finalizing the agreement. Brooke would take advantage of the spring break to travel to London to promote the premiere of Sahara and also to shoot some photos for the British edition of Vogue magazine, where readers were interested in her journey from model to actress to Princeton graduate. Great, we've finally reached an agreement, Ronald said, getting up to leave. Minahan also packed the new agreement and picked up his briefcase. Ronald, thank you, Terry said, giving him a special hug. Thanks to you for finding a point that satisfies everyone. It's nothing. Brooke has helped me a lot. It was just a small favor. Ronald waved to Brooke. Then I'll be going now, Ronnie. Brooke was anxious. She had been hoping for another romantic date with Ronald today, maybe even something more, but Ronnie seemed uninterested. Ronald, Minahan, and Terry all turned to look at Brooke, waiting for her to continue. I want to go to Club 54 with Ronald. He promised me last time. Brooke's voice trailed off. You finally agreed to go? That's great, Brooke. Let's go tonight. John is there too, and there are lots of celebrities going to the New Year's party at Club 54 tonight. By the way, Ronald, you're not their VIP yet, are you? I'll put you on the guest list. Okay. Seeing Brooke's anxious gaze, as if she had something to say to him, Ronald agreed first. I'll see you out, Brooke said, abandoning her reserve, and took the initiative to see Ronald and Minahan out. After they left, Brooke quickly whispered in Ronald's ear, avoiding her mother's gaze, "Why didn't you call me after you went on vacation?" Ronald was taken aback, turning to look at Brooke's beautiful eyes so close to his. "I thought you liked romantic male companions, didn't he already make that clear in the last interview?" Brooke's eyebrows furrowed at Ronald's words, almost in tears. That was a prepared answer for the show's effect. Did I say it later? Ronald was confused. Was there more to say? Brooke understood from Ronald's reaction. Go find the videotape and watch it. I'll wait for you tonight." That evening, Ronald took a taxi to Club 54 again. This time, the doorman saw him and took the initiative to approach him. "Mr. Ronald Lee, please come in from here." The blonde, blue-eyed doorman opened a door next to the queue and let Ronald in. "Thank you. Do you remember my name?" "Of course. Your friend is upstairs." After Ronald went in, the doorman made a phone call to the waiter inside. Ronald walked across the lively dance floor, up to the second floor, across the suspended corridor, and onto the balcony. Brooke was waiting for him there. She wore light makeup, slightly softening her striking eyebrows, and her blonde hair was styled in large waves. She wore a black off-the-shoulder dress, a necklace inlaid with diamonds, diamond earrings, and a bracelet on her right wrist. Brooke, her large glasses fixed on Ronald, slowly approached. Ronald took her hand, placing his other hand on top. "I found the interview footage from that day." "Hey," Brooke laughed, revealing a dimple. "I'll go to London during spring break. Will you come?" "I'll try. I still have some film editing to work on." Ronald calculated the time. He might just make it, but if something unexpected happened, he might not be able to go. "It's all right. I'm very happy you came today." Brooke gently withdrew her hand, then took Ronald's arm, and the two walked into the largest private room. "Where's your mother?" Ronald looked around, not seeing Terry. "She's inside talking to John F. Kennedy Jr. and his brother." Brooke accompanied Ronald into the room. The lights inside were dim, and everyone was chatting in the slightly dark room. Ronald wasn't used to it at first. He blinked, and his ears heard two men arguing. In 1983, which is almost over, what do you think was the most important thing? Ronald's eyes adjusted to the darkness, and the speaker was a handsome man he had seen on television, John F. Kennedy Jr., the son of the former president, a darling of New York's social circles. "I think it was the president's invasion of Grenada that prevented the leaders there from leaning too much towards the Soviet Union." John answered his own question, then looked at another handsome blonde man. "In my opinion, isn't the most important thing that the Australians beat us and won our 132nd consecutive America's Cup?" The blonde man replied, casually taking the hand of a beautiful woman next to him and laughing heartily, as if the joke was hilarious. Ronald recognized them both. They were John's cousin, David Kennedy, and next to him was Rachel Ward, the Australian beauty he had met on the plane. Rachel Ward was very troubled. She had come to New York to see her ex, David, to escape a fight with her boyfriend, hoping to get away from her troubles. Unexpectedly, David Kennedy had become even more unrestrained and wild after several years, and her old troubles hadn't faded at all. Instead, new ones had arisen. "What do you think, Rachel?" John glanced at the beautiful woman beside his cousin. Rachel wasn't interested in this kind of playboy's grandstanding. Her eyes fell on Ronald standing there with Brooke Shields beside him. Strange, could this boy really be a director? He came with Brooke Shields. "I don't have an answer. I'm Australian, and I hope for world peace." "Why don't you ask Ronald? He's a Hollywood film director." Ronald hadn't expected Rachel to drag him into this nonsense. "Ronald, Brooke, come, let me introduce you." Terry stood up from the sofa and introduced them. Rachel Ward finally believed that Ronald was indeed a Hollywood director, and that he knew the socialite Brooke Shields, so he must have some fame. John F. Kennedy smiled slightly at Ronald and gestured for him to speak. "I think it's because the president implemented new economic policies. Inflation has finally come down this year, and we can all finally breathe a sigh of relief." "Ha ha ha, that voodoo economics." David Kennedy burst into laughter, and John Jr. shook his head. This guy knew absolutely nothing about political economy. Many film artists were like that. They were complete idiots when it came to economics and international politics. They ignored Ronald and continued their long-winded discussion. Ronald grew a little annoyed and listened for a while. It seemed the two brothers were discussing whether the president's radical policies would provoke retaliation from the Soviet Union, start a war, or even a nuclear war. He was tired of this idea of using the lives of millions of people as a topic of conversation, so he got up and quietly left. Brooke saw him and followed him out. "What, aren't you used to this salon-style conversation?" Brooke asked. "I just don't quite understand what they're discussing. It's too far removed from my own experience." Ronald made a condescending gesture. "I know you have your own thoughts," laughing at their naivety. Brooke, as a socialite, was adept at reading people. "You could say that. I'm a filmmaker. I'm closer to the joys and sorrows of ordinary people." Ronald doesn't deny it. "Then I'll stay here with you for a while," Brooke said, standing beside Ronald. They were silent, finding it comforting to simply look at each other. They drew closer. Ronald's lips approached Brooke's, and he could hear her breath, her warm breath carrying the scent of perfume. They lingered in this half-kiss, half-closed state, before Brooke couldn't resist the temptation and pressed her lips to his. Ronald and Brooke were startled and quickly separated. "Brooke, are you here?" Their brief moment of sweetness was interrupted by a soft voice. A young black man led a group of people up to the second floor. "Oh, Ronald, I didn't expect to see you here." The two turned around and saw Michael Jackson, adorned with sparkling diamonds. He was followed by several assistants and bodyguards. "Broggy," Jackson greeted her warmly, embracing her and kissing her on the cheek. They had known each other since the Oscars ceremony. The three quickly struck up a conversation on the balcony. "Your single Billie King is a huge hit right now," Ronald remarked, recalling MJ's performance at the Motown Memorial Concert. Since the television station broadcast a recording of that live performance a few months later, Jackson's albums had become incredibly popular. His songs were always playing on the radio and television. "Yet, my first record in Colombia sold very well. By the way, Crazy Legs, whom I introduced last time, is now making a movie. I need a breakdance choreographer. Do you have any recommendations?" "I only know them." Ronald shook his head, having only met them by chance while filming Flashdance. "Oh, and I also know a dancer in Los Angeles, but he's disabled. He can only do hand gestures and floor dancing." Ronald thought of the handyman who danced with a cane on the streets of Los Angeles. "His name is Eddie Rodriguez. You can find him even on Venice Beach. He must be amazing, but the dancer I'm looking for is to improve the moonwalk." "Oh," Ronald said understandingly. "What, you want to improve it? I see American girls are going crazy for it. I think it lacks a bit of power. By the way, I'm about to shoot a Pepsi commercial. I know you're also a commercial and music video director. Do you have any advice for me?" MJ rarely had the opportunity to work with film directors, so he asked. "A commercial? Then you need to rest. Shooting commercials can be quite intense. It has to be completed in a day or two. You know, many musicians are making movies these days. Is there a chance I could make a movie based on one of my songs?" MJ continued. "A movie based on a song? I've made quite a few. For these kinds of commission movies, Columbia Records, with its old parent company Columbia Pictures, can find people to make them. Which single do you want to make?" "It's that Billie Jean song." Ronald and Michael Jackson chatted incessantly, and Brooke reminded him, "Let's go inside." The three entered the room, and MJ's arrival immediately caused the girls to scream. They surrounded him, asking for autographs. Ronald looked at these girls, who are usually considered socialites, and saw them all turn into ordinary fangirls when they saw MJ. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. After not seeing him for a few months, MJ's influence seemed to have broken through the ceiling of black stars. However, in the eyes of the two Kennedys, MJ was still just that black musician who played music for himself and women dancing in places like the Cotton Club. Michael Jackson didn't fit in with them, and they couldn't talk to each other. After signing autographs and taking photos with a few more fans, he chatted with them about which comic book hero was the strongest. Ronald checked his watch. It was already late, so he said goodbye. Brooke said she was going to find her mother, Terry, to go with her. Brooke went inside and the Kennedy brothers lingered for a long time, and Ronald was getting impatient. After a while, Brooke finally emerged with her mother, Terry, accompanied by Michael Jackson. He clearly noticed the attitude of the white elites towards him, knowing that Ronald and Brooke were the only ones without any hidden prejudice. Terry was a little drunk again, supported by one of MJ's bodyguards. Brooke felt a little awkward in front of Ronald. "I have to deal with them for a bit, and then Terry gets too drunk to walk, so I'll ask MJ's bodyguard for help." "It's okay, I'll call a taxi," Ronald said. Seeing no taxis at the door, Ronald went outside, put his fingers in his mouth, and whistled loudly. But yellow taxis passed by one after another without stopping. Ronald pulled out another $20 and waved it in his hand. It was peak business time, and Ronald couldn't hail a cab right away. "Why don't you take my car home first?" Michael Jackson smiled. "It's late, I'm worried about your mother." "Ronald can take a taxi." Brooke looked at the situation and helped her mother into the limousine driven by MJ's driver. She went over to say goodbye to Ronald. "My mother's a little. I'll take MJ's car first. I'll call you when I get to the hotel. I have to go back to New Jersey soon to shoot a new magazine photoshoot. We'll see each other in London next time." Brooke leaned against Ronald. Ronald regretted not driving his own car, but Terry stumbled and almost fell to the ground when getting into the car. He knew the most important thing now was to get her home. "Okay, you know my number." The two kissed again and quickly separated. Ronald stood by the roadside, watching Brooke wave to him from the limousine. He raised his hand and waved back, then continued to hail a cab. "I definitely need to get a driver next time," Terry murmured, sleeping soundly in the back seat of the limousine. Michael Jackson sat in the middle, with Brooke Shields beside him. He watched Brooke wave, and after the car had driven a short distance, he suddenly said, "Sometimes I think only someone like you, who achieved fame at a young age, can understand me. We have so much in common." Brooke smiled and agreed. MJ, like her, had to face the scrutiny of adults at a young age. She still looked out the window in Ronald's direction. "I was thinking, if we married and had 2 kids, we could hire lots of nannies to take care of them, and when we weren't busy, we could stay home together and look after the children, huh?" Brooke turned to look at MJ, this bespectacled black boy who seemed unsure how to talk to girls, suddenly discussing married life with her. Brooke carefully chose her words. "You'll have me for the rest of your life? You don't need to marry me, MJ. I want to continue having my own marriage and my own children, that's my private life, and you'll always have my friendship." Hell, Michael Jackson relaxed. He really wasn't good at discussing these things with girls. He was the lead singer of the family band Jackson 5 from a young age, and quickly rose to fame after going solo. Now, the girls who approach him all have various motives. Brooke's words made him feel relaxed. He didn't feel much pressure being with such a beautiful woman who was also famous throughout America. "Who do you think is more powerful, Superwoman or Wonder Woman?" "I think Wonder Woman is more powerful. Superwoman seems to be a weaker version of Superman. Something came up today, so this is a combined chapter." Chapter 492 Times Square Countdown. The New Year's countdown is almost here. Look at that ball. For the first time this year, it's decorated in the shape of an apple, a red apple with a green stem. Look, it's falling. The Fox News broadcast van was right next to Ronald and the others, broadcasting live the traditional New Year's Eve celebration in Times Square in 1984, the Big Apple. In previous years, it was a 6-foot diameter white metal ball, but this year, for the first time, it was decorated to resemble New York City's nickname, the Big Apple. At 11:59 p.m., under the watchful eyes of the crowds watching the spectacle live, it slowly descended from the flagpole in Times Square. The female host was very excited and began shouting, 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year. With a bang, the countdown ended, and the Big Apple reached the bottom, displaying the number 1984 on the screen below. Confetti rained down from the 8 surrounding high-rises, and fireworks lit up the tops of the surrounding buildings. "Happy New Year, Donna," wearing a red and white patterned beanie, hugged Ronald. She was quite unhappy about missing the 54 Club last time, so this time she finally managed to pester Ronald to come see the countdown live in Times Square. "Happy New Year." Ronald hadn't expected New York to be so cold tonight. Wearing only a leather jacket and no hat, he was a little slurring his words from the cold. The Fox News broadcast in the square switched to the stage in the center, where veteran singer Andy Williams and some young people were singing Auld Lang Syne. "How can we forget old friends? How can we not cherish them in our hearts? How can we forget old friends?" Auld Lang Syne. The backdrop for the central stage had been bought by Disney, and the set was designed to resemble a Disney castle. Fireworks began to set off below the castle, like a waterfall spraying backwards, transforming into a galaxy of light. Donna watched from afar, very happy, picking up a toy and blowing on it with a whoosh sound, instantly straightening the curled-up toy. "Ha ha ha!" Donna jumped and danced with great joy. Ronald watched from the side, feeling a little sad. This was his cousin's first time attending such a grand event. He'd take her out more often if she liked it. "Come on, let's take a picture together," Ronald said, pulling out his Polaroid camera and snapping a photo of himself and Donna from a distance. A moment later, their headshots appeared on the screen, the Milky Way and Disney Castle in the background. Look over there, Donna exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the cruise ships on the Hudson River in the distance, their fireworks spelling out Happy New Year, America, appearing from the straight 45th Street. A louder cheer erupted from Times Square. "Are you happy?" Ronald shouted in Donna's ear. "Yes. It's a pity Diane isn't here, she's gone back to her father." Donna looked around. "Let's go, it's going to be a huge traffic jam later," The two squeezed through the crowd and headed east along 45th Street. The street was a mess, littered with all sorts of trash. Some people were even relieving themselves indiscriminately. Ronald smiled. Behind the glittering center of capitalism lay the scene. When he and Donna arrived that evening, the square had already been cordoned off. They parked their car far away and walked the rest of the way. Having learned his lesson, Ronald drove Donna himself. They walked until they finally reached the parking spot. Ronald's Honda Accord parked beneath an empty building. "I'm going to the restroom," Donna said, entering the lobby, leaving Ronald alone. "Things have changed," Ronald murmured, pacing back and forth by the entrance. This was the New York Academy for Performing Arts, the very place they hadn't been allowed to use when filming Fame. Across the street was their original filming location, now abandoned and redeveloped. Fame had been cancelled due to poor ratings. However, in early 1983, producer De Silva put it on the national television syndicate. What was initially ignored in New York unexpectedly became a national phenomenon, earning a second season this year. It was rumored to be sold to Britain and Europe as well. The Academy for Performing Arts, the inspiration for Fame, was incredibly popular, with enrollment soaring year after year, attracting substantial donations, and construction on a new campus was scheduled to begin this year. Ronald looked at the dilapidated campus, a sense of melancholy washing over him. The innocent days of youth were gone, and he had become increasingly driven by self-interest rather than passion and impulse. "Let's go," Ronald said, picking up Donna and starting the car to drive home. Not far away, unseen by Ronald, at the other end of Times Square, two overweight men were weeping uncontrollably. Why is it so hard to make movies in America? Sigh, why, we Israelis are discriminated against here. Hollywood is full of Jews, but most don't want to interact with Israeli Jews." Minahan and Yoram had suffered a major blow that afternoon. Their film, Sahara, although it had secured a distribution contract with Starlight Cinemas in the UK, had been rejected by MGM once again. Brooke Shields wouldn't participate in the marketing in America, so they wouldn't arrange distribution. A bad film, without the exposure of a popular leading lady, meant a large-scale release would be a loss. The two men, deeply hurt, wandered the streets, eventually ending up in Times Square with the crowds. "AWW. Why?" Minahan cried harder and harder, as if he was about to cry out all the grievances he had accumulated over the past 2 years in North America. Yoram pulled Minahan. "What do we do? Should we go back to Tel Aviv?" "No, I will never give up. I must make a name for myself in Hollywood." Minahan wiped away his tears, his fighting spirit returning to his heart. "I swear, Yoram, today, January 1st, 1984, our cannons will conquer Hollywood. Our films will be recognized by American audiences. We must make blockbuster movies so that we can sell them continuously to Europe and the world," Yoram added. "Yes, if MGM won't let us, we'll build our own distribution department. We've done very well in film distribution in Europe and Israel. There's no reason we can't do it here. We must make a film that grosses over $100 million, yes, and we'll win an Oscar. We must earn the respect of everyone in Hollywood." The two fat men wiped away their tears, hugged each other, and shouted slogans again. The people nearby, thinking they'd encountered someone with mental problems, quickly moved away from them despite the crowd. Ignoring the stares of passers-by, the two returned to their hotel and continued their discussion. "We absolutely must find a big-name director to make a film and turn things around," Minahan reflected. Blaming his own directing skills for wasting Brooke Shields, whom he'd gone to great lengths to hire. "Yes, we must find a world-renowned director. That way, we'll have something to talk about, and the quality is guaranteed." After much deliberation, they listed all the big-name directors they knew and discussed the possibility of inviting them one by one. "Polanski? He's wanted by the authorities and can't come to America to make a film. Kurosawa? He can't make English-language films. David Lean? He's currently filming his new movie, India Journey." "Goddard? This new wave hero is unwilling to make films for capitalists." "Kubrick? He has stable investors." "Tarkovsky? He mainly relies on foreign funding for his films." After calculating everything, the two slumped dejectedly onto the sofa. Big-name directors aren't easy to hire. They either have their own ideas or established collaborators, so a hasty invitation won't work. After much deliberation, the two decided they could only approach lesser-known directors with a potential to make blockbuster films. A single box office success would gain industry recognition, allowing them to continue hiring big names for potential Oscar-nominated movies. How about Ronald? A thought suddenly popped into their heads. This young director, who had helped them several times, had several strong box office results. After all, hiring him wasn't about instant Oscar success, but about using box office appeal to attract big-name directors. He told me that breakdancing might be the next genre audiences will love, Minahan said, deciding to hire Ronald and starting to think of potential themes. Breakdancing? But I heard Orion has already greenlit a breakdancing movie. What? Minahan turned around. What did you say? Orion has already greenlit a movie on the same subject. Yeah, should we talk to Ronald and find another subject? Are you crazy? Since a studio like Orion, which exists specifically to make Oscar-winning films, is also interested in breakdancing, we should hurry up and finish filming it before them. On New Year's Day morning, the two of them started making phone calls everywhere, inquiring about the status of Orion's movie. Through some low-level Jewish people working at Orion Pictures, they learned the latest information about the movie. The movie that Orion had greenlit was called Beat Street, about a Manhattan street dance group Beat Street competing against a Bronx Rollers and ultimately winning the right to perform at the Times Square New Year's Eve event. The movie had already started filming in New York, and they even went to Times Square to shoot scenes yesterday. Filming was expected to finish at the end of January, followed by 2 months of editing, and then Orion would market it to theaters as a small-budget production at the distribution conference. This, Yoram felt a bit tricky. Filming had already begun, so it was almost impossible for them to release a film before Orion and seize the market. No, this is precisely the opportunity. Minahan ignored all that. They started filming in early December, and it'll take another month to finish. Believe me or not, I can get Ronald to finish filming before them, even finish editing. How are you going to film that? Finish filming in a month, plus editing? How can you guarantee the quality of the film? You don't know Ronald, Minahan said to his cousin. Ronald is a fast-paced, quality-assured director. All we need to do is get him interested in this project. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 I Want to Share. Minahan and Yorn contacted their colleagues in Los Angeles overnight and scoured the constantly circulating script libraries of Hollywood studios, finally finding a script about breakdancing. This was a follow-up to the huge success of Flashdance, mainly depicting a female dancer who wanted to perform in a Broadway musical but had been unsuccessful. She met a group of Black and Latino breakdancers on the streets of New York, absorbing various elements of the new dance style and incorporating them into her own performances. At a subsequent audition for a classic Broadway musical, she won over the conservative director and producers with her trendy and visually appealing dance, securing the lead role. The two immediately contacted Ronald, but no one, including Ronald's agent, knew where he was. Ronald had returned to his hometown on Staten Island. He went to visit his childhood friend, Douglas Hanson. You want to renovate your aunt's old house, Douglas, having found an excuse to leave a large family gathering, dragged Ronald to a Filipino restaurant on the south side of the island. Yes, this is my mother's hometown after all. I want to build a house here so that my aunt can have a place to live in the future. She hasn't said anything, but I can tell she still likes the neighbors in the community here. Well, the problem is there isn't one. I can help you arrange it. However, that area was originally built as lower-end housing for laborers. The neighbors in those shotgun houses are very close together. If your aunt buys someone else's house and renovates it, there might be some unpleasant gossip. Besides, she's quite wealthy now and can move to a better community. My family has a piece of land not far from your old house. If you need it, I can arrange to transfer it to you, then it's settled. Hanson was the largest landowner at the southern end of the island. He nodded, and his new home plan was finalized. Actually, Staten Island has always been a base for the film industry, but it gradually declined after the late 1970s, Little Douglas sighed after finishing the business. If Staten Island also frequently hosted film crews, he could socialize with the actresses as a producer. I didn't know that. Hey, you weren't in school here back then. I even went to watch the filming of The Godfather when I was a kid. The Godfather was filmed here, Ronald said, indicating he had never heard of it before. Yet, The house where the Godfather's daughter got married at the beginning is in the middle of Staten Island. And on the north side of the island, facing the Statue of Liberty, several big stars used to live there. Paul Newman, Ronald had heard his aunt mention him. Yes, and Martin Sheen also bought a house there. He hadn't expected that Emilio Estevez and his brother Charlie Sheen were also born on Staten Island. But they moved away after they became famous. After finishing their meal, the two decided to take the train to the north end of the island to look for Paul Newman's former home near the pier. Whoosh, a whistle sounded, and the yellow ferry that Staten Island commuters used every day began to dock again. The two stopped and watched the ferry. They used to come here often in high school to enjoy the view and wait for the ferry to take them to Manhattan Island to compete with other high schools in wrestling matches. "Hey, isn't that Ronald, Yoram, on the ship?" suddenly patted Minahan on the shoulder. "Ronald. Ronald." The two fat men started waving their hands and shouting Ronald's name. They had finally managed to get Ronald's apartment phone number through connections, asked Aunt Karen for directions to visit friends on Staten Island, and immediately boarded the only mode of transportation directly connecting Staten Island to Manhattan. "What are you doing here?" Ronald looked at the two Israeli brothers, who were sweating profusely and had run quickly off the ship in the winter. "We came to see you. We want you to make a movie." "Making a movie is great. I can invest," Douglas Jr. chimed in from the side. "What do you think? You've got your eye on this subject matter too. Will this script be a big hit?" Minahan stared wide-eyed at Ronald. In Douglas Jr.'s mansion, Ronald silently flipped through the script. He was thinking that several scenes from his dream were quite different from this script. Apart from the fact that the protagonist was a female jazz dancer working with two breakdancing masters, the story had nothing in common. After a long wait, Ronald finally finished reading the script and closed the cover. Minahan and Yoram tensed, awaiting Ronald's verdict. Can I ask you a question first? Why weren't you interested in the breakdancing theme I recommended to you before, but you're so proactive in contacting me this time?" This was also Ronald's biggest question. "Oh, it's my daughter." Minahan started making up a story. "My daughter called me and said there are people doing this kind of dance all over the streets of Los Angeles, so I thought of you." "Oh? Is there any other reason?" Ronald didn't believe such nonsense. He didn't want to film this breakdancing movie for Minahan. Little Douglas was right beside him, along with his agent Eddie in New York, and CAA was paying more and more attention to him. As long as Dragon Boys was released, he could revise the script and quickly secure investment and distributors, taking a large share of the investment. Wouldn't he be happy? Well, there's another reason. Minahan, rarely able to hide it from Ronald, a seasoned industry professional, had to tell the truth. Orion Pictures has also invested in a film of a similar theme. "I'm asking you to finish it before them and release it before they do." "Orion is making one too." Ronald was surprised. "You got the synopsis. Could it be that the film he dreamed about was invested in by Orion?" But that didn't make sense. Orion was known for investing in art films. How could they make a low-budget exploitative film in the Roger Corman style of his dream? "Hey. I asked around through a friend." Minahan told Ronald the synopsis of Hot Street Kid that he had found out. "That's more like it. Ethnicity, liberation, Black and Latino people trapped in the streets, acceptance from mainstream white society, that's the kind of thing Orion likes. I actually have some ideas for a breakdancing movie. I could rewrite your script. How would you like to collaborate?" Ronald felt that if he wanted to make the film himself and then use it as an opportunity to track down the trail across the Pacific in China, he had to collaborate with Minahan. Since the project was already approved, starting from scratch with distribution channels would be too late. It was better to collaborate with Minahan's Cannonball. They had excellent European distribution capabilities, and they could see if MGM was willing to distribute in North America. "We need to act quickly and find experienced distributors. That's why we came to you first. We'll consider others if you're not willing." Ronald waved his hand. He didn't like this clumsy flattery. "Well, here's what we're thinking. I'll give you $200,000 in director's fees. Then I'll give you 5% of the profits." Minahan offered his terms. "Of course, if your friend Mr. Hansen is interested, we can open up some of your investment quota," Yoram quickly added, looking at Douglas beside him. "I can direct it, but I want 20% of the profits, and then my friend will take 20% of the investment, 7%. We can't offer any more. With a budget of around $1 million, if you're willing to convert the director's fee into a profit-sharing arrangement, that's the most we can offer." The two brothers, Yoram and Douglas, were better business negotiators. How about you give me? Ronald began calculating their estimated total North American box office. $20 million? My friend Ronald doesn't compete for lower box office results. And this is his forte. He should get 15%. Douglas, from a business family, took over the negotiation. 8%, at least 12%, 10%. Okay, the two agreed on the profit-sharing ratio and looked at Ronald. I can forego the director's fee, but I want a portion of the profits from overseas sales. Ronald proposed the new condition. 1%. Minahan reluctantly agreed. Deal. Ronald was delighted. Overseas distribution had always been the exclusive domain of studios, and his offer of a share of the profits was a way of getting a feel for this lucrative business. If I have time, I'd like to go with you to the European and British film markets. No problem. I was hoping you'd come along to see films from other countries and help me pick some out. Minahan was very reluctant to let outsiders get involved in overseas distribution, but he didn't care to get Ronald's approval. After all, he was a director, and artists generally didn't want to get involved in these kinds of commercial matters. Okay, we can sign the contract after the lawyer reviews it, then call quickly, Minahan said to Ronald. It's New Year's Day, isn't it a bit of a rush? Ronald didn't want Ms. Dole to express her dissatisfaction. We only have 3 weeks. What? Ronald was taken aback. How much time do you mean? 3 weeks. 2 weeks for shooting, plus 1 week for editing. We need to get the rough cut to market to North American theaters. No, only 2 weeks for shooting, and the script isn't even finished? You should probably find someone else. Ronald thought to himself, are you kidding me? Don't do that, Ronald. I can add another $200,000 to your director's fee, and keep everything else the same. It's not impossible for you. I know your filming efficiency. If it were in the Negev desert in Israel, I would have decided to hire you to direct, and MGM wouldn't be refusing to release my Sahara now. In his anxiety, Minahan revealed his biggest problem. Is that so? Ronald thought for a moment, and the scales began to tip in the other direction again. His aunt needed money to buy land and build a new house, and besides, he really wanted to make a breakdancing film and go to China to see what it was like. Then I'll make a few calls and see if I can find suitable people and a location, and then we'll see. Chapter 494 Roger Coleman's Ultimate Move. Breakdance is the tight schedule. Every day wasted assembling the filming team and casting actors means a day of even more pressure on filming time. If casting is delayed, it basically means the film can't be finished before Orion's Hot Street Kids. How can a suitable technical team be assembled and suitable actors found in just 1 or 2 days to immediately begin filming? This task needs to be divided. Minahan decided to fly back to Los Angeles immediately to borrow technical staff from other Cannonball productions, or even bring in people from Israel if necessary. Ronald was responsible for casting and selecting suitable filming locations. Ronald's first call was to Weintraub. This matter required the approval of the Hot Street Kids producer. Can you finish filming? Weintraub didn't stop Ronald, but he was worried that Ronald wouldn't be able to finish filming within his 3-week vacation, affecting his own film's schedule. Haha, I graduated from Roger Coleman University. We can finish filming in 2 weeks, with a week left for editing. If filming is delayed, I'll hand over the editing to Minahan, and we'll get on time with the editing of Dragon Boys. Okay, finish that over there as soon as possible. Weintraub had heard of Roger Coleman's reputation and understood that Ronald wanted to make a quick buck. Anyway, a small-scale release of an exploitative film wouldn't affect his Columbia Pictures distribution. Then he spoke to the 2 CAA agents, telling them about his salary and profit sharing, hoping for their help with technical staff and casting. Hearing that he'd get a share even without doing any work, the 2 agents quickly offered urgent assistance in Los Angeles, providing all the talent, actors, and locations Ronald needed, addressing his most pressing needs. Although Ronald couldn't sign with any producers without agents' involvement, their profit sharing was a windfall. He could always choose another agent if they couldn't provide services commensurate with their profit sharing when the contract was renewed. After those 2 crucial phone calls, Ronald began searching for the main actors and filming locations. Ronald's confidence stemmed from his ability to quickly secure actors and locations that would normally take a month for a production. This was because, during his time working for Roger Coleman, he witnessed and learned many of Coleman's rapid shooting techniques. Coleman once filmed Little Shop of Horrors in just 2 days. The key to this kind of fast-paced, exploitative filmmaking is to avoid clinging to preconceived notions and to be flexible in every situation. For example, Prioritize outdoor shooting to minimize lighting time. For interior scenes, make do with what you have. If there's no suitable set, revise the script. If someone else has used a set, borrow it. If there aren't suitable actors, find familiar collaborators. If a role requires strong acting skills, choose actors whose personalities are similar to the character, allowing them to play themselves. This makes the performances smooth and avoids repeated rehearsals and reshoots. If there aren't actors whose personalities match the characters, revise the script to make the character more like the actor's personality. This isn't an art film vying for an Oscar. As long as the characters are logically plausible, their personalities don't matter, it's good enough. The key is speed. There's no time for slow editing. So we shoot sample footage every day and immediately synchronize the audio and video. Once all the scenes are filmed, we can immediately move on to the editing and assembly phase. Then there's the casting. For the female lead, we'll use the actress from our dreams, Lucinda Dickey, whom Minahan signed with Cannonball. Anyway, you can tell she has a dance background, and her acting is decent. For the male lead, we don't know where to find the original character, so Ronald calls Crazy Legs, this breakdance master, who refuses to shave but shaved his legs to dance for the female lead in Flashdance, is in a dance company in New York. I won't act in this kind of movie. It vulgarizes the meaning of street dance. This kind of dancing is simply a desecration of the dance that originated in the Bronx, New York. What's the difference between your story and those West Coast traders who surrendered to Hollywood? This is different from Flashdance. I'm inviting you to play the lead role, Ronald emphasized. Crazy Legs wouldn't pass up such an opportunity to become famous overnight, would he? You can't bribe me. This is our ideal. Ronald knew that Crazy Legs was a bit idealistic, but he didn't expect him to be so persistent, or? The stunt double I used for Flashdance, Crazy Legs, has he taken on some work recently? Ronald called his agent, Richard, to find out. Crazy Legs, is that the Manhattan Dance Crew? Richard quickly found the truth on the CAA's blackboard, looking at all the filming schedules. He was making a movie about street dance culture, funded by Orion, and he was playing himself in it. But I invited the lead actor. He might not be short of money, but for Latino and Black street dancers, being able to leave their real name in a movie about street dance makes them, in a way, a veteran in the industry, Richard explained. Damn it, Ronald regretted approaching Crazy Legs so hastily. Okay, you continue to contact his agent on my behalf, don't stop. Since they couldn't poach him, they would continue to mislead their competitors, keeping them unaware that they were secretly filming. By the way, Ronald, we've arranged a Coppola-style mobile editing van for you. Nisida took the phone. You can get it when you come to Los Angeles. This was a method invented by Francis Coppola, where all the film and sound editing equipment were crammed into a van. The van would go out for location shooting and park outside for interior scenes. Every day, the film reels, after being developed and printed into working copies, were immediately sent to the set for editing in the car. This allowed Ronald to supervise the editing during breaks or in the evenings, greatly improving efficiency. What about the locations I asked you to find? What did Princess Leia's mother say? Ronald continued to finalize the locations for interior scenes. Ms. Debbie Reynolds is very willing to lend you her dance studio again. It's just been renovated and doesn't have any students yet. One of Roger Coleman's tricks was to use a set built with other people's investment to shoot another film. Ronald planned to copy this. What about the apartment? The apartment in Venice. The parking lot where that karate master used to live hasn't been demolished yet. You can use it to film the three main characters practicing dance. What about the location for the buffet? How about Lee's mansion? The owner has a large lawn, perfect for filming the scenes you want. I'll find a party company for you. Ronald, Nisida, and Richard discussed several filming locations. They had already scouted locations for Dragon Boys, so familiarity was crucial for saving time. Did you find the handyman I asked you to find? Ronald started asking about the extras again. Yes, Eddie Rodriguez is a very interesting guy. He agreed to gather all the students to contribute to your film. Just give them some pocket money and lunch. If you have extra, give them more for dinner. Breakdancers are usually poor, mainly Latino or Black. Ronald readily agreed. Among so many breakdancers, there was no one more suitable. The female lead and the main supporting cast were all cast, but Ronald's list still had two male leads undecided. Ronald, do you want me to recommend some people to you? Nisida asked on the phone. Do you know any actors who can break dance? No, I only know some dancers. Do you know a show called Soul Train? Soul Train? Ronald remembered watching that show before. It featured mainly black and Latino actors, and the entire show consisted of black dances. They air on the National Syndicate Network and have a good relationship with RCAA. I can ask them for people to audition. Great. I'll take a red-eye flight tonight. You'd better schedule it for tomorrow. No problem. It's like a windfall for them. I'll get everyone from Soul Train for you. Having arranged everything, Ronald started packing and told his aunt that he was going to Los Angeles to film a low-budget movie, ending his vacation. What kind of film are you making this time? You've got a new job so soon. His aunt was a little surprised and started helping Ronald pack. Ronald thought for a moment, wondering how to explain the breakdancing theme to Aunt Karen. Actually, it's about your friend Mrs. Davis and her son, and their story, a story of poor black people, ambitious kids who find their way through dance. Ronnie, I'm so glad. You should make more movies like this. The general public watches movies just to relax and have a bit of a dream. You listened to my advice and made movies for them. You're a good director. Aunt Karen was delighted and hugged Ronald. These are some freshly baked cookies. You can take them with you and eat some if you get hungry while filming. Chapter 495 Bugalo Shrimp and Samba. Ronald yawned, put on sunglasses to hide his red eyes from revising the script under the reading light on the plane for so long. He stepped off the plane. Ronald, over here. Richard had come to pick him up at the gate early in the morning. Minahan has gone to Debbie Reynolds' dance studio to prepare for the audition and meet the filming crew. It's all happening there. Here's some coffee for you. Okay, Ronald replied wearily, taking the double espresso Richard offered and downing it in one gulp. The two got into Nisita's BMW, and Richard drove Ronald to the dance studio. We're here, Ronald, Richard called to Ronald, who was dozing in the passenger seat. Ronald, refreshed after his nap, entered the dance studio to find Minahan already waiting for him, with many other Soul Train dancers waiting for their auditions outside. Hey, you're here, Ronald. This is Hananya Bell, the cinematographer I found for you. He's a veteran, and also one of my fellow Israelis. Hello, Ronald. Hananya Bell was a seasoned cinematographer born in Israel. He had previously worked on the after-school special TV movie series for ABC. Hello, Hananya, Ronald said. He'd worked with cinematographers with a background in TV movies before, knowing their technical proficiency and expertise in fast-paced shooting, as TV movie production was faster. His understanding of cinematography was somewhat lacking, but since he was shooting exploitation films, the impact was insignificant. Speed was paramount. Besides, he was a fellow Israeli recruited by Minahan, so he seemed reliable. This is Ivo Christian, the art director I found. Hello, Ronald. I haven't seen the complete script yet. What are some important scenes you have, and what color style do you plan to use? Ivo Christian, aware of the time constraints, skipped the pleasantries and went straight to the important questions he, as art director, needed to address. Here are some revisions I made on the plane, Ronald said, handing over the portion of the script he had just finished. I only have one request. While I'm filming, you must supervise the set design for the next few scenes. To save time, we have to shoot in rotation. No problem, let me take a look. Ivo Christian saw several scenes that needed designing: an open-air banquet, an apartment for practicing dance, a basement for a dance battle, and a solo dance in front of a convenience store. Ronald and he quickly agreed on the style of the scenes. Ivo Christian drew up a table, outlining the order of shooting, so he could basically modify the sets 1 or 2 days before Ronald's scheduled shoot. This is Pamela Bask, Minahan introduced a woman last, our casting director. Hello, Ronald. I know time is very tight. What are your casting principles? We'd like to compress 2 auditions into one. Is Lucinda Dickey here? Ronald didn't answer the question but turned to Minahan, the first major role cast for the film, the female lead. Yes, Lucinda, Minahan called out to Lucinda Dickey. Lucinda was a beautiful woman with a great figure and well-defined muscles, clearly a trained jazz dancer with both strength and skill. You'll be joining us for casting, and, where's the hairstylist? Go get her a new hairstyle. I want something youthful and energetic. Oh, right, Pamela, sorry, my casting principles, Ronald instructed the hairstylist, then turned to discuss with casting director Pamela. Pamela smiled. She had initially been hesitant about filming an exploitation film in 2 weeks. But seeing the young director's domineering attitude, as if everyone had to obey her commands, she relaxed. Directors are monarchs on set. Those who insist on democracy are often bad directors. There's only one principle: better to dance well than act well. This was a painful lesson Ronald learned during the filming of Flashdance. If breakdance had been like that, requiring 4 or 5 stunt doubles for each scene, it definitely wouldn't have been filmed in 2 weeks. Also, try to find actors with strong personalities. Actors with strong personalities are more likely to perform well in fast-paced shooting. Even if they differ from the script, I can rewrite the story conflicts and character traits on the spot. I understand. You want them to play themselves. A distinct personality is better than good acting skills. Casting director Pamela was even more confident. This was not only a qualified director, but also a highly sought-after director for exploitation films. Watching Ronald calmly assign roles, Minahan felt a little relieved. He still secretly asked casting director Pamela, "What do you think of Ronald? You need to shoot an exploitation film in a hurry." There's no one more reliable than a director who knows how to adapt to changing circumstances. Pamela smiled and began to go out to sort the actors waiting for auditions. 2 rounds of auditions were condensed into one. She and Ronald discussed that they would audition 3 actors at once, and then select the good ones to audition with Lucinda Dickey to see their chemistry. "Please introduce yourselves." Pamela began to put the dancers into the soul train one by one. 3 at a time, and soon she and Ronald had seen over a dozen actors. Ronald and Pamela were quite satisfied with 2 of them. One was Bruno Falcon, a Latina, whom Ronald recognized as the villain who competed with the protagonist during the dance battle in the dream. The other was Timothy Solomon, a black man, who would play Bruno's partner, making a perfect pair. "Please take a break, there's another round of auditions later," Pamela called in the next group. All the dancers came to audition in their own clothes, costumes filled with the bright colors typical of black and Latino performers, and the men wore many earrings and jewelry. Ronald could tell from the faded colors of their clothes that they weren't very wealthy. Aside from selecting a few of the best for the main roles, the others who wanted to participate were extras, earning minimum wage. "Please introduce yourselves." "My name is Jeff Parker." "My name is Boogaloo Shrimp." "My name is Shabadoo." "Please perform your best dance moves." As soon as the 3 started dancing, Ronald immediately recognized them. The 2 guys with strange names were the 2 male leads from his dream, Whirlwind and Motor. "These 2 are good," casting director Pamela whispered to Ronald. "Sabadoo's robot dance is powerful, and his eyes are full of anger, just the kind of personality you're looking for. That big shrimp Bugalo dances like Mikhail Baryshnikov from breakdancing. People like that definitely incorporate their own personality into their dance." Ronald looked at Pamela, surprised by her high praise for Big Shrimp. Baryshnikov was a defected ballet star, once the idol of his ex-girlfriend Antonia. This placed Big Shrimp at the level of a top-tier dancer. "Ahem." Ronald said to the 2 who had stopped dancing, "What are your real names?" "My real name is Sabato, and my friend is Big Shrimp Bugalo, a name we earned ourselves in street dance." Ronald nodded inwardly. These 2 had earned their nicknames in the industry, much like the Crazy Legs from New York. However, these 2 were such troublemakers, they needed to be shown who really held power on set. "Boogaloo, and Sabato? Then I'll write that on your paychecks too." The 2 were excited. This declaration meant they were selected, but the bank wouldn't accept nicknames. "My name is Adolf Quinnen." Sabato, the Latino leader, knew when to back down and quickly gave his real name, then nudged Boogaloo. "My name is Michael Chambers." Boogaloo flashed his characteristic white teeth. Younger and more immature, he quickly echoed Sabato's words. "Boogaloo, Sabato, you and Lucinda do some breakdancing together, see how the chemistry goes," Ronald said to them. Lucinda Dickey finished getting her hair done, returned to the audition room, changed into her practice clothes, and danced with the 2 breakdancing masters. Shrimp and Sabato noticed that Lucinda wasn't very good at this kind of street dance, and they began to look at her with disdain, especially Sabato, who seemed angry that Lucinda couldn't keep up with their rhythm. "You 2 demonstrate for Lucinda, find a slower combination of moves," Ronald said. He also felt that Lucinda was a bit out of place with them. Their coordination seemed much better in the dream. The 2 looked hesitant, but for the sake of the role, they still came up with a slower rhythm. Lucinda Dickey had just come from Arizona. She was very skilled at jazz dance, but she hadn't practiced breakdancing, and she was having trouble keeping up with the slower pace. Ronald saw the problem. Jazz and breakdancing have different ways of generating power. For the same jump and landing, jazz dance emphasizes softness, with power generated from the whole body, and the sense of power is expressed in the overall movement of the body. Breakdancing, on the other hand, emphasizes hardness in the jump and landing, requiring high local muscle activation. When the rest of the body is relaxed, powerful force can be generated from the arms or legs involved in the dance move. Lucinda, why don't you dance a jazz dance you're good at? Ronald, seeing the shrimp's disdainful look, quickly urged Lucinda Dickey to show off her skills. The shrimp and Sabato's critical eyes finally softened. However, they still didn't like this formal jazz dance. They highly praised their free-spirited breakdancing, believing it to be the true embodiment of freedom. This was indeed a problem. Breakdancing was something poor kids on the street who couldn't even afford clothes did. Jazz dance practice usually cost money, so dancers couldn't be considered destitute. Ronald thought for a moment and suggested that Fawkin, who was preparing to dance the villainous role, and Solomon join Lucinda Dickey for a try. These three seem more harmonious, Minahan whispered. Strange, Ronald thought, seeing no chemistry among the three despite their apparent harmony. It was like a breakdancing teacher instructing students. Unable to figure it out, Ronald decided to put the casting aside for now. He wasn't sure if it should follow the pairing from the dream or try something different. Fawkin and Solomon were more photogenic, more appealing to female audiences than the skinny Sabato and Big Shrimp. Ronald, your friend Handyman is here, the assistant said, opening the door to reveal Handyman, Eddie Rodriguez, walking in on crutches. Hi, Eddie, Ronald greeted him, rising to embrace him. Are all your students here? Ready to appear in the movie? Yes, I had them all waiting outside. Handyman remained shy, speaking softly to Ronald. Sabato and Big Shrimp began to complain again, their tone implying that this disabled man on crutches was being given a role in a movie. What kind of nonsense was that? Ronald heard Sabato's muttering, Handman, show them what you've got. They're all professionals. Handman smiled shyly, tossed aside his crutches, and began performing a Thomas Flare, then a backspin, and finally a headspin on the floor. His legs were weak, but the speed of his spins was incredibly fast. Soon, he was moving his legs with momentum, just like a normal person. Oh, SHXT, the four breakdancing masters were astonished. They grabbed Handman and bombarded him with questions. These moves required a high level of skill, and they couldn't do them either. The masters began to exchange ideas, demonstrating their moves as they talked. Breakdancers are always open and respectful when they encounter skilled dancers, exchanging ideas with them. Watching them warmly welcome Handman, Ronald was pleased. He wanted to give this disabled dancer a chance. His enthusiasm and selflessness were touching. After watching for a while, Ronald frowned again. He seemed to have figured out the problem with Sabato and Lucinda Dickey's coordination. Jazz dance represents the mainstream middle-class white kids, while breakdancing represents the impoverished Latino or black kids on the streets. No wonder Sabato seemed to want to devour Lucinda whole. He wanted to show off in front of her, and belittling her was the best way. It's like in school, some bad boys always like to pull pretty girls' hair, using bullying to get their attention. But Bugallo, like Ralph Macchio in Dragon Boys, hadn't developed yet. He didn't have that deliberate provocation towards Lucinda, it was purely out of disdain for her lack of skill. Which pair should be chosen to pair with Lucinda? Don't you think there's a strong sense of antagonism between Sabato and Lucinda, like they were about to clash? Ronald quietly asked casting director Pamela. That's sexual antagonism. Only when there's this kind of antagonism and attraction between men and women will they go to bed. The Big Shrimp Bugallo hasn't developed yet, so you can't see it. As for Fawkin and Solomon, they're afraid of Lucinda, who's already been chosen. They don't have the bad boy spirit of challenge and conquest that Sabato has. Ronald looked at the casting director in amazement. This insight was very profound and he benefited greatly from it. Pamela smiled. This is what screenwriter Neil Israel told me when we were casting for the movie Police Academy. He strongly advocated that a girl would be more suitable and convinced the director. I remember that theory very well. Who is that girl? And did the male actor she was paired with also bully her like that? Not exactly. The actress's name is Kim Carterall. She's a bit like Marilyn Monroe, the kind of glamorous actress who exudes endless beauty and attracts men to her side like a peacock. At the time, we all felt that she was a bit different. But only Neil explained it most clearly, that kind of sexual confrontation, which immediately draws the audience in. Okay, then let's choose Sabato and Shrimp, and team them up with Lucinda Dickey. Ronald made his decision. Chapter 496, Scene 1. Ronald, are you there? Ronald was on his way to the film set the next morning to give the lead actors some time to rehearse before filming began. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name outside his apartment. I'm here, Ronald said, opening the door. Hi, it's you, Tom. Hello, Rebecca. Paula. Standing in the doorway was Tom Cruise, holding hands with a blonde woman wearing sunglasses. It was Rebecca DeMoni, the woman he had fallen for while co-starring in Good Boys 2, and they had come to see Ronald together. Behind them was his agent, Paula Wagner. I brought you some cake, Tom said, pulling out a bag. You weren't in Los Angeles for New Year's, so I was thinking of bringing you some. Oh, thank you. Ronald took the cake, ate one, and said, it's delicious. I'll take it to the set. Your new movie? What's it about? Breakdancing. Have you ever seen anyone else do it? Ronald put the cake in the car. Want to make a cameo appearance, huh? Is that okay? Tom Cruise's baby fat was gradually fading, and his facial features were becoming more defined. He still really wanted to work with Ronald, his benefactor. Tom, Paula Wagner quickly stopped him. I'm sorry, Ronald, Tom's current acting career is focused on dramas directed by famous directors. It's not convenient for him to appear in a low-budget production. It's alright, it was just a suggestion, Ronald said, looking at Paula like a mother hen protecting her chicks, finding it quite interesting. Tom Cruise's Good Boys 2 stayed in theaters for a full 15 weeks, raking in a whopping $63 million at the box office. He and his girlfriend, Rebecca DeMoni, rose to fame rapidly and began to feel dissatisfied with making commercial films, wanting to collaborate with renowned directors and aim for the Oscars. His other new film, Step by Step, co-starring Lee Thompson, had just finished its run in theaters with a lukewarm reception, although a nude scene between him and Thompson attracted many female fans to repeatedly watch the 2-second clip. The two chatted for a while, then Tom and his girlfriend had to deliver cakes to other important people to maintain relationships. This was a method Paula Wagner had devised for him to expand his network, distributing cakes to friends every Christmas and New Year to remind them of him. Hey, seriously, are you really dating Brooke Shields? Before parting, Tom Cruise couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Ronald. No comment, Ronald laughed, got into his Saab 900, and headed to the rehearsal. Should we really get a celebrity to make a cameo? That would be good for marketing this kind of exploitative film, Ronald thought, stroking his beard. What are your real names? A few hours later, during a break from rehearsals, Lucinda Dickey asked the young black man, Big Shrimp Ugallo, who has a name like Big Shrimp. It's the kind of name only a select few can have. Big Shrimp Ugallo made a disgusted face. He was very dissatisfied with Lucinda's dancing ability. She could never quite grasp the basics of breakdancing, and her movements had a distinctly jazz and gymnastics feel to them. Lucinda was a little embarrassed by this retort. She felt like she was on the receiving end of a challenge with the two male leads. Big Shrimp Ugallo might simply be dissatisfied with her dancing skills, while Sabato's comments were more provocative. His name is Michael Chambers. Big Shrimp Ugallo is his street dance name. Everyone in the breakdancing circle has a nickname. You can come up with one too, like Smiling Lucinda or something. Ronald helped her out. Lucinda's newly cut hair was very short, with her bangs and the top of her hair styled high with mousse, giving her an independent woman's look. However, her personality was rather gentle, so Ronald often left her to face the two breakdancing masters alone to toughen her up. Yay, then I'll be called Smiling Lucinda. Lucinda Dickey came from a lower-class background, earning money by babysitting for wealthy people to learn dance, which ignited her competitive spirit. Gradually, she became less afraid of being bullied by Big Shrimp and Sabato. Sabato and Big Shrimp continued their dance, while Smiling Lucinda continued her clumsy learning. Ronald didn't have much time. He couldn't give the three too much rehearsal time. Seeing that they were almost done, he told them to come later, and Ronald went to Venice Beach to check on the setup for the first scene of the film. A palm-lined avenue led directly to the beach. The weather was very warm today, and in the distance, people were surfing in bikinis. Ronald got off the Saab 900 and saw Minahan dancing on the terrazzo surface by the beach, the filming location for the scene, and quickly went over. You useless piece of trash, you can't even handle the Screen Actors Guild. Minahan, wearing a t-shirt and large sunglasses, was berating an assistant. What's going on? Where are the extras? I'm supposed to start shooting my first scene this afternoon, Ronald demanded. It turned out that the breakdance crew, in order to be released in North America, had to register their script and shooting plans with various guilds. After the Screen Actors Guild found out, they sent a special envoy to inspect this low-budget production. Upon learning that none of the extras had signed the standard guild contract, they immediately banned guild members from appearing on set, citing the fact that less than 65% of the actors were registered with a guild. Those extras who were guild members, or those who wanted to take this opportunity to join a guild, obediently listened to the guild envoy and left the crew. In other low-budget productions, they could usually bribe the envoy and reschedule for a couple of days. But this film, where every second counted, couldn't wait. Minahan was also in a state of panic. He wanted to save money, his assistant hadn't communicated and coordinated with the union beforehand, and now even if he went to apologize, he'd be left hanging for a while, letting the union remember him. If only we weren't filming in Los Angeles, we should have filmed in Israel, Minahan said, stamping his foot in frustration. It's no use talking about this now, Ronald said, taking off his sunglasses and looking around. The union people are gone. They're not coming back today. What do you want? All the extras agencies are their members. We can't find a single agency willing to temporarily recruit people for us. Minahan reminded Ronald that the union's control was very deep in Los Angeles. Who said I was going to look for them? Hey guys, Ronald cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted to the men and women surfing on the beach, anyone want to make a movie? Make a movie. The men and women shouldered their surfboards and headed towards the film crew. Who in Los Angeles didn't want to make movies? 1, 2, 3, 4, Ronald counted. 17 in total, all wearing bikinis or shorts. The surfers all had great physiques, with particularly impressive buttocks and chests. Not enough. Who else do you have? Ronald asked Minahan. The crew was relatively small, with few crew members to fill in as audience members. Only 2 extras stayed, but they came back. I heard they were from Germany, don't understand the intricacies of unions, they just want to appear in Hollywood movies. Germans, okay, Ronald told them to get ready to join in. Still not enough. Ronald thought if only we were in New York, he could just call Eddie and get people from the fraternities at various universities. He had no connections in Los Angeles. Try to find more people first, and if that doesn't work, bring over your Canon crew. Ronald pulled out the director's viewfinder and looked towards the beach and palm trees. The secret to fast shooting was to avoid too much camera movement. The more the camera moved, the longer the shot, the more complex the actor's movements, and the higher the chance of mistakes and retakes. Ronald's principle was to keep the camera as still as possible, stand there, and then let the actors start jumping. Huh? Ronald noticed a group of people under the building next to the palm trees. Who are they? Ronald asked Minahan. Homeless people, they're the kind who usually wander around here. I just asked them to leave for a bit for a filming, just a few dollars each. Ronald looked through the viewfinder again. Let them come back. Standing on the terrazzo floor, looking at the dozen or so homeless people, Ronald knew who they were. He had encountered homeless people while filming Comet Night, some because of misfortune, others because they couldn't pay alimony or mortgage payments after divorce. He kept those who didn't seem to be abusing drugs, then turned to the costume designer. Costumes, get 15 hoodies, have these homeless people take a shower, change into the hoodies, and stand at the back of the crowd as spectators. Don't give them any money, just 2 meals and 2 cans of Coke each, then they can wear the clothes themselves and go buy some food stamps. Ronald instructed his assistant to handle it. Don't be so stingy in the future, Minahan, or it'll cause a lot of trouble, Ronald said, turning around. Soon, Lucinda Dickey, Sabato, and Shrimp's RV arrived. Ronald had them change into costumes and get their makeup done, preparing for the first beach dance scene. This was the first time breakdancing, a highly rhythmic and novel dance, was shown to the audience just minutes into the film. Ronald was ready to primarily showcase Sabato, Shrimp, and their dance-off rivals, Falcon and Solomon. Shrimp, Bugallo, excelled at the moonwalk and breakdancing, while the best robot dancer wasn't Sabato, but his opponent, Falcon. He arranged for both of them to have a solo dance, and then Falcon would provoke Sabato with a solo dance in front of Kelly, played by Lucinda Dickey. The homeless men, dressed, still loosely lined up in a circle around the terrazzo floor. The surfers, wearing bikinis, were positioned in the inner circle by Ronald, with 2 very attractive girls getting a chance to show off. Does everyone understand? Ronald asked all the extras. Understood. I'll say it again, no one is allowed to look at the camera. Anyone who looks at the camera will be cut from the film, and all food and clothes will be taken away. Do you understand? Understood. Okay, we'll start filming right away. The actors stood still as the camera crew took light readings and set the focus. Once everything was ready, Ronald called action. Recording, ready, camera, full speed, breakdancing, scene 1, take 1, snap. The script supervisor slammed the clapperboard. Action. Sabato and Bugallo began to dance energetically in front of the camera. A bikini-clad woman came up from behind, the camera showing her buttocks for a second before she walked away, returning the view to the two dancers. The camera used a zoom lens, slowly focusing on Sabato and Bugallo's powerful dance moves, while a dual cassette recorder on the ground nearby blared up energetic music. This was an arrangement Ronald had made after discussing with the director of photography. Fixed focus lenses are too rigid, and sliding camera movements require repeated rehearsals, so a zoom lens is a better choice. If the positioning isn't right, just zoom in to center the actor. The surrounding audience is carefully selected, the surfers are all musically gifted and begin to move to the rhythm. Then there are the two German actors who defied the union's orders to stay and participate. One of them is wearing a one-piece spandex bodysuit and has a very good physique. Their builds are relatively larger than the surfers, so Ronald placed them behind the bikini-clad surfers, creating a jumbled human backdrop. Good, keep going, Ronald thought to himself with satisfaction. This method of filming, with the camera stationary and the actors free to improvise, is quick. Ronald frowned. The German actor squeezed left and right, moving from between two extras to the front. Then, to the music, he started jumping dramatically. Fucksk. Cut. 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 Ronald rushed up to him. Who the hell do you think you are? Who gave you permission to steal the spotlight? The Chinese man scratched his head sheepishly and said in heavily accented English, My name is Jean-Claude, this is my friend Miguel. We mean no harm, we just want to show ourselves, I'll give everyone a chance to shine. Don't be so unilateral, okay? Chapter 497, Article 128, The Belgian Martial Artist. Action. Ronald called for action again. The camera panned back to the two male leads, Cyclone and Motor, as the audience, captivated by the spectacular dance, swayed to the rhythm. Slowly zooming in, the blonde man in the black spandex bodysuit didn't try to steal the spotlight again, but instead moved in sync with the dance, leaning forward with his shoulders and performing comical steps. It's really bad, but it's okay, Ronald nodded in satisfaction. The actor seemed encouraged, excitedly performing a backflip and landing gracefully. He's clever enough, this kind of screen stealing isn't a foul, and the audience likes it, Ronald said, pretending not to notice. Cut. Ronald called for a halt to filming. The director of photography, Hananya, yelled, Next, close up, shoulder mounted. Bob, you come here, your arms are strong. The hastily assembled crew hadn't had time to arrange for a Steadicam camera stabilizer to be rented. So they opted for shoulder-mounted filming. Everyone take a break, next take in 20 minutes, the assistant director shouted through a megaphone. Ronald put on his sunglasses, returned to the chair labeled with his name, poured himself a cup of black tea from his thermos, and slowly sipped it. Director, someone called him. Ronald looked up and saw it was Jean-Claude, the French actor. What is it? I wanted to ask if you think I can become a leading actor in Hollywood. I haven't been in your country long, and I'm looking for a career as an actor in Hollywood. Where are you from? France. Ronald was happy to chat with this quick-witted actor eager to prove himself. To succeed in Hollywood, a tenacious will and an unwavering ambition to rise above the rest were essential. Actually, I'm Belgian. I've practiced karate and judo, and I even won the European Karate Championship. I fought in full-contact karate, and my record is 18 wins and 1 loss. In Hollywood, being a good fighter doesn't guarantee you a lead role. Ronald interrupted his self-introduction, taking another sip of tea. You also have to fight well. Being a good fighter only gets you a stunt double. Fighting well gets you a lead role. I can fight well. Watch this move. Jean-Claude, hearing that Ronald was willing to talk to him, revealed his prepared special move. Don't move, director. Jean-Claude suddenly kicked, his toe brushing past Ronald's nose, his upper body remaining still throughout, landing steadily. Fucksk. You used a stealth kick? A sneak attack? Ronald was startled. He put down the spilled, scalding tea and shook his hand. You fucking, never, ever, ever use that move on me again. Sorry, director, Jean-Claude quickly apologized. Do you think my skills are enough to make a living in Hollywood? Your skills are fine, but you need to brush up on your acting. With your skills, you can work at a karate dojo and take acting classes at the same time. Okay, thank you, director. My full name is Jean-Claude Van Damme. Don't forget me if you get a role. Mikhail, the director has shown us how to get into Hollywood. Ronald shook his head. Hollywood is incredibly competitive. Does having acting skills and fighting ability guarantee fame? It's not that simple. But this Jean-Claude is quite good. If he had been in Dragon Boys, he could definitely have played a top 4 fighter or something, and his fighting would have been entertaining. The second close-up, shoulder-mounted shot was quickly completed. The camera operator, Bob, was very burly, and the camera didn't shake much while he carried it on his shoulder, which pleased Ronald. Let's continue. Ronald led everyone in a few rounds of applause, then picked up a megaphone and shouted, "We don't have time to waste. Move. Move. Faster. Faster." The third scene featured Carrie, played by Lucinda Dickey, being introduced to Whirlwind, played by Shabba-Doo, by her friend Eden. Whirlwind took a liking to Carrie and pulled her off the stage to breakdance with him. This aroused the jealousy of the dancers played by Joaquin and Solomon. They were unhappy that Whirlwind had monopolized the most beautiful dancer, Carrie, so the Latino Joaquin challenged Whirlwind to a duel. Joaquin's strongest move was popping. His rhythm and cadence were incredibly harmonious, possessing a greater fluidity than other popping routines, with his entire body moving with the rhythm. This was the kind of master that casting director Pamela described as having elevated a dance to an art form. This master, simply because breakdancing wasn't highly regarded in American society, was cheaply hired by Ronald to play a supporting role. Joaquin's dance battle was quite interesting. From the very beginning, without uttering a single word, he insulted Cyclone with only body language and provocative glances. Cyclone's robotic dance was actually no match for him, but to avoid embarrassing himself in front of Kelly, he feigned disdain and scoffed before leaving with Mata and Kelly. This left Mata, who had been urging him to accept the challenge, utterly disappointed. Cut. After Ronald finished filming, he led the applause and called his assistant, "Go and ask Minahan to come over." What is it? The chubby Minahan had been keeping a close eye on the set. He desperately wanted this movie to turn his career around. So he personally oversaw all the supplies and personnel. Given his personality, he was quite capable of supervising things effectively, making him a very competent production manager. That last scene was world-class, Ronald said softly to Minahan. You and the guys shooting the next scene should all get a working copy printed as soon as possible. We'll edit a trailer as we shoot, or we can send it to some cable TV stations for free broadcast. That's great marketing, that good. Minahan was a little skeptical when he heard world-class. He stayed to see it for himself. Quick, let's move to the beach location. Ronald started mobilizing the crew's technicians to move all the equipment to another terrazzo area suitable for street dance. This place was closer to the beach than the roadside location. This scene was a jump shot. Exploitation films don't have the luxury of shooting in the script order. Ronald had his assistants try to group scenes shot in one location together. Soon, under Minahan's urging and supervision, and with the crew's concerted efforts, the new scene was set up. Action. The camera focused on a concrete path leading from the beach. Shabba-Doo, playing Whirlwind, pulled Kelly along with one hand as they walked into the location. This scene occurs 2/3 of the way through the film. Kelly, played by Lucinda, is harassed by her former jazz dance instructor, who tries to force her into a relationship with him, threatening to withhold her participation in the dance competition otherwise. Cyclone and Mata, unsurprisingly, are also pressured by the same white instructor and excluded from the competition. Cyclone, seeing Kelly distraught, drags her to the dance performance out of his initial motivation. There, a young man with polio, despite being disabled in both legs, still performs breakdancing and is the top performer in this street dance scene. Cut. Ronald's slightly upturned lips betray his feelings after calling for a stop. Sabato, while verbally abusing Lucinda, secretly hopes the beautiful white woman will show him some respect. Lucinda, however, dislikes Sabato because he frequently criticizes and mocks her. She only feigns admiration because Sabato is the chosen male lead. This is very similar to the ambiguous relationship between Cyclone and Kelly in the film's plot. The dissatisfaction between the two, shown on film, is actually quite similar to the sexual rivalry between young men and women. Some so-called bickering lovers torment each other like this, yet also fall in love with each other. Cut. The camera was moved back to the set, and Eddie Rodriguez, playing handyman, walked in on crutches. "Eddie, show them what's what." Ronald patted him on the shoulder. Handyman Eddie wasn't nervous about filming. Dancing was his favorite thing. Because of his disability, he was good at breakdancing. Action. Handyman pulled up the hood of his off-road jacket and zipped it up. He used his crutches for support, performing a Thomas Flare, followed by a series of gymnastic pommel horse moves, including a vault. Finally, he did a handstand and began spinning as if on stilts. Carrie, played by Lucinda Dickey, watched with excitement as he let loose, confident and unaffected by his disability. She began to gradually let go of her worries about not being able to participate in the dance competition. Cut. Ronald called for a halt. Lucinda Dickey's performance was very nuanced, which was partly due to her gymnastics training. Seeing the handman's movements, she knew how difficult it would be to perform those actions with both hands. Therefore, she had great admiration for the handman. Then the camera moved closer, and Ronald looked through the viewfinder, which now covered the Arazzo dance floor. He walked to the handman's side. "Now it's your turn. This is your performance time. Action." The handman, Eddie Rodriguez, nodded and walked to the center of the stage, a happy smile on his face. He suddenly released his hands, and the two canes fell to the ground. He fell to the ground, assumed a ready position, and with a burst of power, began to spin, starting slowly and gradually increasing the speed. First, it was centered on his hands, then his back, then his shoulders, then his head, until he was upside down, his legs spinning like helicopter propellers. "Look at him, look at how he dances," Shabadao, playing the whirlwind, pretended to give Kelly a lesson. "Do you see this kid? He's still dancing, Kelly. Dancing is for your own enjoyment and the audience's enjoyment." Kelly's expression was somber, as if she was very dissatisfied with her own hesitation, but then she was gradually infected by the boy's dance and began to smile. The camera slowly zoomed out to the distance, where a curly-haired girl in a silver bikini and sunglasses was dancing to the rhythm, taking up a large part of the frame. Cut. Ronald still remembered Roger Coleman's teachings: when the plot was a bit didactic, you had to give the audience a treat. Soon, the reaction shots of the others and the dialogue between Kelly and the whirlwind were also filmed. Ronald watched as the director of photography directed the film to be taken down. "That's all for today. Everyone come here to get tomorrow's shooting schedule." The assistant director began distributing individual schedules in the sunset. "Minahan, expedite the printing. I can get a clip ready in the editing van tomorrow." "Really? I'll personally escort it to the printing plant. I can get it tomorrow morning." Minahan was now very impressed with Ronald's filming skills. He didn't exert much effort, he just casually filmed and got great results. It was as if he just put the camera there and told the actors, "Just jump." Chapter 498 East and West Coast Dance Battle. Filming continued, and Minahan was in high spirits. His main task was to lead everyone in clapping and chanting slogans during breaks on set. Defeat the street kids. Early release. Cannons forward, forward. Ronald kept seeing Minahan and how much he resembled Master Miyagi, the veteran Japanese soldier from Dragon Boys, and he was completely mesmerized. However, considering that he could boost morale and speed up the action, he didn't mind. The crew arrived at the basement where they were preparing to film the dance battle. The art director and the set and props team had been working there all day, putting everything in place. It was a very simple basement, but they had decorated it to look like a street dance studio. A wooden fake wall was covered with all sorts of graffiti. Various oddly shaped letters were filled with bright colors. This method of using fake walls instead of real ones made dismantling the set very quick. Ronald saw many extras, mostly from the Soul Train show and the Handsmen's group. They were all street dancers. During the dance battles, some were chosen to fill in, some to be background dancers, and some to perform their own emotional routines. At one end of the basement, there was a table with an old-fashioned record player connected to two large speakers. A man wearing a baseball cap and with a fierce appearance was repeatedly strumming the record, producing a squeaking sound. This was an underground DJ that Minahan had found through the Soul Train program. His nickname was Ice-T. His records only had instrumentals, no melodies. The lyrics were improvised. "You've all come to watch, to feel the power of rock and roll. So, on this special night, you've let me come, this special party, for all the breakdancers." Ronald was amazed by his improvisational skills and chatted with him for a bit. It turned out that this light-skinned DJ was actually black. In America, no matter how many mixed-race ancestors there were, if even one person was black, they were considered black. When he was in elementary school, he was mistaken for a light-skinned Latino by white classmates. He experienced firsthand the malice white people harbor towards people of color, as his classmates openly insulted black people in front of him. Ice-T later lost his parents and drifted aimlessly. Only recently was he discovered by a record company and given a special album. The songs on this album have no melody, only rhythm and lyrics, and every line must rhyme. The record company named this musical style rapping. Starting in 1981, this music gradually entered the mainstream and first charted in the Billboard Hot 100. Ice-T's current album hasn't been released yet, so it's unknown whether it will be a hit. However, his abilities are still insufficient for this kind of dance battle. Breakdancers particularly like to use rap music as accompaniment because its rhythm is very distinct and without the interference of melody, making it perfect for improvisation. Hey, what's your style, buddy? Ice-T, being a natural at making friends, quickly became buddies with Ronald. What do you mean? I mean, are you from the East Coast or the West Coast? I don't know, what's the difference? Ronald asked curiously. Hey, you white people love to steal our black dance styles. Since you don't know which side you belong to, you're from the West Coast, Ronald quickly asked for clarification. It turned out that breakdancing and other street dance styles were created by black people in the early 1970s. They quickly became popular and had a great influence, even giving rise to television programs like Soul Train dedicated to breakdancing. However, by the late 1970s, this dance style had rapidly lost popularity among black people, and Soul Train was almost cancelled by the television station. But then, unexpectedly, this dance style gradually became popular among Latinos. Kids from Puerto Rico quickly picked it up and injected new vitality and creativity into it. Today, street dance has clearly split into two major schools. On the East Coast, predominantly black, it maintains the relationship between this dance and the black liberation and civil rights movement. On the West Coast, it was developed by Latinos and focuses more on the expression of the dance itself and technical innovation. Needless to say, the crazy legs that Ronald knew belonged to the die-hard East Coast school. Meanwhile, people like Bugalo the Shrimp and Sabato were more typical West Coast figures. The two sides were always arguing about originality and authenticity, a major reason why this dance hadn't become popular in other parts of the country. Of course, the overall trend was shifting in favor of the West Coast school. In the last 5 years, West Coast Latinos had gradually taken over the mantle from black dancers, becoming the main source of new breakdancing dancers and new fans. Director, you're here, come check out our location, the cinematographer called Ronald over to attend to his work. Oh, SHXT. This white boy is the director. Ice-T was a little regretful for not showing off more in front of him. She'd have to come up with some good lines later. Ronald, however, was thinking about something else. His breakdancing mainly featured West Coast street dance elites, while Orion's Hot Street Kids used an all-East Coast dance troupe. It seemed these two films might very well determine which of the East and West Coast schools would dominate street dance in the future. It all depends on whether Cannonball or Orion can be released first and achieve better box office results. Action, Ice-T roused himself and gave it his all. His hands spun the record non-stop, making a squeaking sound. Yo, so, the feeling of love is indulging, the body craves freedom, the repetitive rhythm of thump 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 felt very conducive to the breakdancing performance. Mata and Cyclone stood on the side, striking a pose like breakdancing masters, arms crossed, letting some underlings show off first. One person started to dance the floor dance, alternating between one hand on the ground for support. Another danced an alternative robot dance, his hands seemingly wiping glass, clinging to non-existent glass, walking step by step. PFFT, Ronald spat it out. Cut. The director of photography looked over in surprise. Ronald, what's wrong? Nothing, nothing, it's my problem. Ronald saw the glass wiping dance and the stair climbing dance again, but the dancer's movements were completely powerless, looking like a beginner. Ronald walked onto the stage. This dance move, you have to do it like this. Then he gestured for Ice-T to continue playing the background rhythm. Oh, so the director isn't satisfied with you, kid, and has come down to instruct you personally. Let's see this white guy. Can't you teach him a few moves? Ronald prepared his move and said to the extra, watch closely, I'll only demonstrate once, He raised both hands, gripping the imaginary glass, then used his hands to pull himself up, and finally, with a powerful leg drive, he slid across. Got it? The key is the leg drive. Hey, man. You're amazing. How did you come up with that? Big Shrimp Bugle rushed over. He was obsessed with innovative moves and greatly admired Ronald's improved technique. The other two actors playing rivals, Fawkes and Solomon, were also surprised. No one had tried this dance style before. I talked about it with MJ. Ronald smiled slightly and returned behind the camera. Let's continue. Everyone looked at Ronald in astonishment. They hadn't expected the director to be a breakdancing expert as well. Minahan was speechless with surprise. Lucky. I actually found a director who is a breakdancing master himself. It would be an injustice if we didn't defeat Orion's Hot Street Kid. Defeat Hot Street Kid. Defeat Orion. Forward. Minahan started urging everyone to chant slogans again. SHH, Ronald gestured for him to shut up. Action. The camera focused on the motor and the whirlwind, then slowly panned halfway around, capturing the two dancers in the battle. Both sides, 4 people in total, got into position and faced off for a while. Just when the atmosphere was about to explode, one side suddenly moved. First was the Latino Fawkes, whose body seemed boneless, performing a combination of robot dance and noodle dance. Ronald could tell he was a master. If he didn't show off his best skills, wouldn't everyone look down on him? Then Solomon, the black dancer, joined in. The two moved in perfect unison, their bodies shaking like an automated machine sifting through a cornfield in the south-central region after harvest. Throughout the dance, they stared fiercely at Whirlwind, pacing back and forth around him, their demeanor unmistakably provocative. Whirlwind, forced to distance himself, lit a cigarette, feigning seniority. Deep down, however, he wasn't entirely confident. Fawkes' shaking grew increasingly arrogant, his entire body trembling as if channeling energy from his feet to his hands. He approached Whirlwind, slapping his hand and raising his chin, a silent challenge to everyone. Can you do it? Cut. The dancers who had stopped filming were still immersed in their roles. Ronald's dance had seemed to have given all the actors a shot of adrenaline. Fawkes and Solomon hadn't followed the choreography, instead adding their own twists. This made Sabato very nervous. He wasn't particularly adept at executing the movements perfectly. In Soul Train, he leaned more towards the role of a fusionist. He invented and borrowed many moves from other dances, innovatively incorporating them into breakdancing, but to say he danced well, he really wasn't as good as the other two. Sabato's hand trembled slightly with nervousness as he smoked. He was in for a fight. A surge of adrenaline made him feel unusually excited. He hadn't felt this eager for a battle in a long time. Sabato and Bugallo exchanged a glance, then Sabato ripped off his leather jacket, tossed it on the ground, and, wearing a leather vest he'd bought from a second-hand flea market, prepared to go on stage. Director, I'm ready. Alright, all departments, prepare for action. Ronald also noticed Sabato's unusual behavior. This was a golden opportunity. The lead actor was really into it. With the camera fixed, Ronald whispered to the director of photography, just keep the camera still and let them dance. The director of photography, experienced as he was, had never seen such a dramatic confrontation where acting had become so real. He agreed and explained to the camera crew that zooming might not be able to keep up with a dancer's improvisations. They suggested a wide-angle main shot to capture the entire spectacular dance. Action! Sabato and Bugallo, eyes wide, yelled and rushed towards Fawkes and Solomon. They pressed themselves against their opponents, beginning the provocation. Their hands trembled as if they'd touched an electrical outlet. Ronald watched this scene unfold, his heart pounding with excitement. When the two rushed forward, Ronald saw Sabato's back. He quickly covered his mouth, almost bursting into laughter again. Saba's second-hand shirt, which seemed to have come from nowhere, had 3 red Chinese characters written on the back. Those at the scene who didn't understand Chinese found it quite amusing, but Ronald, who did, almost burst out laughing. Those 3 characters were the Cantonese spelling of Hollywood, Lee, living. Chapter 499 Broom Dance. The 4-person one-on-one dance battle was almost becoming real. Whirlwind and Mata, especially the actor playing the young black man Mata, displayed a dance style that was unmatched, visibly surpassing everyone else in the audience. They won, even managing to rip off their opponent's jacket. However, their opponents were unfazed. They gave a sly smile, parted in the middle, and pulled a short female dancer out from behind. The dancer, holding their hands, swung out like a pendulum, standing opposite Whirlwind and Mata, beginning to taunt them. It turned out they had a female partner. The three of them teamed up and challenged Whirlwind and Mata again. Dance battles between Black and Latina dancers are, in essence, a way to attract the opposite sex. Whoever dances well wins the favor of a beautiful woman. If that woman can also break dance, that's incredibly impressive. The female dancer returned to her side, and the three of them began dancing together. The moves were simple, yet they left Whirlwind and Mata looking utterly dejected. Now that their opponents already had female dance partners, no matter how well Whirlwind and Mata danced, they had already lost the match. DJ Ice-T added fuel to the fire. At this point, the outcome is no longer in doubt. Don't be discouraged, Whirlwind, even you'll suffer. Cut. After this dance battle, the story continues. Kelly begins learning breakdancing to help Whirlwind and Mata get their revenge. After their training, Kelly incorporates breakdancing elements into her dance, catching the eye of an agent who wants to launch her career. However, Kelly insists that without Whirlwind and Mata, she doesn't want to sign a contract alone. She wants all three of them to be signed as a team. The agent is persuaded and agrees to let her watch Whirlwind and Mata's dance battle. So Kelly and the agent once again arrive at a basement where the dance battles are held year-round. That's how exploitation films are made. All the scenes in one location are filmed within a single time frame. And unlike big productions that emphasize lighting, speed is prioritized over quality. Therefore, the filming speed depends solely on the actor's performance. Ronald waved for the costume and makeup team to come in and change all the main actors into different outfits. Since the important characters were all poor, they just swapped out the few clothes the actors brought themselves. This time, it was Mata's turn. There were Chinese characters on her clothes, the vertical characters for famous, which made Ronald chuckle. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I'm wearing? Bugallo was a little confused by the laughter. No, the Chinese characters on this are very auspicious. It means to become famous. Maybe you'll become famous after your act in this movie. Oh yeah, Bugallo, being a simple-minded guy in real life, was delighted to hear the director say that. Lucinda Dickey wore a black and red outfit, cheap black Nike shoes, a black tulle skirt over a red long-sleeved t-shirt, and light makeup. At first glance, Ronald thought she was very eye-catching, much sexier and prettier than the female dancers on her dance battle counterparts. Most importantly, she was wearing a pair of leg warmers on her ankles, the original products from Ronald's factory. Although, according to the script's background, Kelly, a poor girl working at a burger joint, might not be able to afford them. It's an exploitation film. So it's okay to promote her own products. Action. Wow, is this the breakdancing battle you were talking about? The blunt agent was played by a handsome actor named Christopher McDonald, who often played supporting roles in TV dramas, so this kind of role was a piece of cake for him. I need to get someone to film these dance moves. Agent James couldn't help but start dancing along to Ice-T's rap. This kind of music was really addictive. This time it was Cyclone and Motor's turn to show off. They also parted to the sides, revealing Kelly behind them. Lucinda Dickey had trained in gymnastics since childhood before switching to jazz dance. She landed a front flip and then started to taunt the other girl with breakdancing mixed with gymnastic moves. Oh my, what will this girl bring tonight? Let's wait and see. Ice-T started improvising again. The opposing trio were dumbfounded. The female dancer even tried to imitate her, then gave up sheepishly. To be fair, Lucinda Dickey's dancing skills were in no way inferior to Sabato's, except that she had a jazz dance background while Sabato had a breakdancing background. Neither of them could dance the other's dance well. Look at this one, look at that one, which one can you do? Ice-T didn't care about the opposing trio's face anymore. A white girl could even incorporate refined jazz dance moves into breakdancing, so he quickly improvised some lyrics and praised her. The opponents conceded defeat, and Mata, Cyclone, and Kelly celebrated happily. Cut. Let's do it again. Ronald's filming went smoothly today, and all the dance battle scenes were finished on time at 6 o'clock in the evening. After the actors and crew left, only Ronald and Minahan were left. They got into a van together and began to direct the editing. In the editing van, the editors had already completed the audio-visual synchronization from the previous day. To ensure timely completion, Minahan had the two editors work in shifts. That guy with the hands still dances the best. Minahan squatted down next to Ronald, watching the clip playing on the monitor. If I didn't know he had a disability, I wouldn't be able to tell just by watching his dance. His skill level is top-notch. Boogaloo was also excellent today, both of them surpassed the others. And Fuckin's fusion robot dance and noodle dance moves were also very good. Minahan listened to Ronald's comments. Boogaloo, Fuckin, he repeated the name several times, reinforcing their meaning. Boogaloo, Boogaloo, that name sounds quite catchy. Boogaloo is actually the name of a black music style, the editor interjected. Anyway, their names are all weird. After a few edits, Ronald started yawning. I'm tired. You keep doing the rough cut. I need to go to sleep. And so, the first week of filming gradually passed. By Saturday, everyone else in the crew had gone home to rest, leaving only Ronald and the 4 male lead dancers. That night, they sneaked into their trailer and arrived at a corner of Melrose Street. We've already told the shop owner not to make any noise, and to leave as soon as we're done filming. Minahan directed the lighting crew to set up the lights in front of a convenience store on the corner. The camera crew went inside and began setting up the cameras. Boogaloo, playing Mata, started muttering to himself while holding a broom in front of a security mirror. Cyclone laughed at him. Who do you think you are? Fred Astaire, who? Mata didn't recognize the legendary white musical star. Never mind, you should just go sweep the floor. Cyclone and Mata were so close because they worked as cashiers at the same convenience store. The two shared similar interests and worked together, developing many innovative dance moves together. Mata, a man of pure interest, even carried a double cassette recorder with a large speaker while sweeping, playing music. After a couple of quick sweeps, he started dancing with a broom. Everyone, get ready. Ronald pointed the camera at the convenience store entrance. Just pan the camera and follow Bugalo's dance steps, nothing else. Okay, the director of photography went to give instructions. You can dance however you want later. Ronald pulled Bugalo aside and instructed. AWW, AWW, A series of heavy breathing sounds came from the recorder's speaker. Mata began his impromptu performance. He started with a series of moonwalks, very tight, his feet seemingly gliding on ice, the graceful feeling even better than MJ's live performance at the Motown concert that day. Ronald stroked his chin, thinking of a move. The motor moved repeatedly across the ground, his shoulders seemingly spring-loaded, trembling like a spring-loaded puppet to the tight drum beats. Then he planted the broom on the ground and began to dance around it. The rhythmic dance was a sight to behold for Ronald. The motor circled the broom a few times with his hand, then gently pushed it over. He stepped forward, raising his hand as if summoning the broom back. Gradually, the broom seemed to hear his call, leaping on the ground and then slowly standing up. Cut, how was that? Ronald quickly asked the director of photography. Didn't it give you away? No problem. The director of photography gave an okay sign. Okay, get ready for the next scene. It turned out this was a magic trick that Bugalo knew. While his hand was circling the broom, he had tied a thin fishing line around it, wedging it into a pre-prepared loop. Then, with a gentle pull, the broom slowly returned to its original position. Action. The next move was the motor performing another magic trick around the broom. With a flick of his wrist, the broom, as if under a spell, rose into the air, seemingly drawn to his palm by an invisible magnet. Then, Buxiarity, controlling the broom in mid-air, performed a moonwalk. His dance was light and graceful, the broom seemingly floating in space as it moved forward and backward with the motor. Cut. How was that? No problem. Even zooming in for a close-up didn't reveal anything. The director of photography said it was fine. This is truly a masterpiece. The next afternoon, in the editing van, Minahan saw this motorized broom dance and exclaimed in amazement. You know what? He reminded me of Fred Astaire, in those old movies, jumping up the wall and finally landing on the ceiling. A kind of magical power. I was just a kid then, seeing that scene in my father's projection room. I thought to myself, when I grow up, I'm going to make a musical like that. Ronald's mind wasn't on Minahan's wild imaginations, but on his own question. The ending of breakdance is that Mata, Cyclone, and Kelly team up to participate in a Broadway dance competition. The judges initially disliked their breakdancing and, through the machinations of their dance coach Franco, who had failed to harass Kelly, tried to eliminate them from the competition. However, the judges were eventually persuaded by Cyclone's speech about freedom and allowed them to breakdance. The trio ultimately succeeded, winning the dance competition and securing the lead roles in a new Broadway musical. This ending is too much like Flashdance. If we film it like this, The critics will criticize it again, Ronald thought. And in Dragon Boys, I wanted to imitate Billy Wilder's fake ending climax and aftertaste. This might be a good place to try. Chapter 500, Find a big star to make a cameo. The next morning, Ronald, having received the working samples, began repeatedly watching the dance clips in the editing van. So far, the three most exciting segments were, the first was Falcon's dance rival, whose robot dance combined with noodle dancing, a completely new form of breakdancing, which Falcon told Ronald was called pop-locking. The second was Bugallo's Mata, whose broom dance was seamless and natural, without a single lapse. His moonwalk technique was also highly skilled, greatly benefiting the ending he wanted to film. The last segment was the handman's breakdancing. Without prior knowledge that he had polio, many people wouldn't be able to tell. After editing the three dances together, Ronald had Minahan send them to be converted to videotape. Urgent today, I need it tonight. Okay, I'll have it delivered to your house. Ronald returned to his apartment, first calling CAA's agent, then taking a shower, shaving, and having a good night's sleep. Full of energy, he got up just in time to receive 2 videotapes from Minahan's assistant. Thank you, Ronald said, looking at the tapes in his hand, one in Sony Beta format and the other in VHS format, and putting them into his briefcase. Donning his bespoke suit, Ronald drove off directly to the CAA office. You're here, Nisida, dressed in a suit, was already waiting for him. MJ signed a nationwide promotional tour with Pepsi, becoming their product spokesperson. He arrived in Los Angeles yesterday and is staying at the Beverly Hilton tonight. But he's very busy, his albums have broken many records. He's no longer just a top-tier singer, but a superstar. I can only arrange a few minutes for you to talk, no problem, I have something he's interested in. Ronald waved his briefcase. Alright, let's go. Nisida drove himself, and the two headed to the Beverly Hilton. Michael Jackson's entourage was indeed getting bigger and bigger, even his bedroom had bodyguards guarding the door. After confirming with those inside, Ronald entered the room. Hi, Ronald, it's nice to see you. I heard you wanted to see me. MJ spoke softly, like a teenager, but his demeanor was quite different from the last time he'd seen him. It seemed that Pepsi's record-breaking $5 million celebrity endorsement fee had truly made this pop star realize his worth. Sorry to bother you, I remember you saying you wanted to find a moonwalk dance instructor. Ronald took out 2 videotapes and handed them to MJ's assistant. On the TV was footage of Bichero performing the Motors broom dance. What's his name? MJ immediately stood up upon seeing the light, rhythmic moonwalk. I need to know his name. His name is Bichero. His real name is Michael Chambers, Ronald told his assistant. There's another clip you can watch later. On the TV was Falcon's pop robot dance from the dance battle. Unlike ordinary robot dances, his version was fluid and graceful, not entirely the stiffness of a robot. Seeing MJ turn around again, Ronald quickly said, "This is Bruno Falcon. He named this dance style himself, pop-locking. Have my agent call them," MJ instructed his assistant. Hey, they're filming a new movie on my set right now, Ronald interrupted. It's a movie about breakdancing. Those are scenes from the movie. A movie. MJ became interested. He had made a black version of The Wizard of Oz 7 or 8 years ago, but it didn't do well at the box office or with critics. Seeing that Ronald was making a dance film, he was intrigued. Would you like to go see it? You could have a cameo role, Ronald said with a grin, revealing his real purpose. I'm afraid that won't work. My schedule is arranged by my agent now. Michael Jackson was the darling of all American girls, and he knew he couldn't just accept a cameo invitation. It's not about playing a role, you're just playing yourself. Besides, you're going to hire them as choreographers, so you can come to my place, chat with them, and consider it an audition. Oh, is that so? Is my schedule free? Michael Jackson was indeed eager to learn Falcon and Bugallo's moonwalk, and he was also very interested in his partner. It would be great to meet them if he had the chance. The assistant flipped through the schedule. We have to go to Los Angeles tomorrow and won't be back until next Wednesday. That's no problem. I'll have the CAA arrange it. You only need to make an appearance. The filming will only take 5 minutes, and you can have a good chat with them. Then it's settled, Ronald, MJ said, turning to his assistant. His schedule is very tight, so, the assistant ejected the videotape and returned it to Ronald. Then I won't bother you any longer, Ronald said tactfully. Yay. After getting downstairs and into Nisida's car, Ronald couldn't contain himself and clenched his fist in a shout. Ha ha ha, it looks like your share will increase significantly, Nisida laughed as he drove off. Yes, your share will increase significantly too. Ronald immediately informed Minahan of the good news, instructing him to prepare the dance competition venue for Wednesday and ensure Fukin was present. Then Ronald began rewriting the final outcome. Cyclone was Latina, and Mata was black. Such ethnicities were unlikely to land Broadway roles alongside white girls like Kelly in musicals. Ronald still ensured the trio won the dance competition, but ultimately didn't recommend them for Broadway. They worked tirelessly, striving, but ultimately gained nothing but a trophy. Kelly returned to her job as a waitress at the burger joint, and Mata and Cyclone continued working at the convenience store. The only change was that the trio frequently returned to the spot on Venice Beach where they first met to dance. Perhaps breakdancing, by its very nature, didn't belong in a high-class venue like Broadway, where audiences had to pay tickets to appreciate this street dance. Breakdancing should belong to the streets, to the poor, where all enthusiasts could watch and learn, and where people would selflessly share their techniques. That day, the trio happened to be on the beach, teaching Latino, black, and white children the basics of breakdancing. A tall, slender black man walked onto the beach, approached the dance area, watched their impressive performance, took off his sunglasses, and said, "You guys dance really well, can we dance together?" After finishing his piece, Ronald read it several times, laughed heartily, and went to sleep satisfied. This was his second attempt at a Billy Wilder-style ending. The original climax was winning the dance competition, but in reality, the dream of entering Broadway was impossible. The plot twists here, leaving the audience with a bittersweet feeling of excitement. Real life is like that, there are no overnight windfalls falling into your lap. The three persist in their nature, refusing to give up because of their love for breakdancing. And finally find joy on the streets, catching the eye of a superstar. The film could end here, leaving ample room for the audience's imagination. Were they chosen by MJ to join his dance troupe? Or did they become MJ's choreographers and instructors? Or did they simply meet by chance, dance together once, and then part ways, following the rules of street dancers? The following Monday, filming resumed. Knowing they would have the opportunity to meet Michael Jackson, the lead actors were quite excited. Although they didn't show it outwardly, Ronald could see during the final take that everyone was trying to give their all. This actually helped Ronald a lot. The very energetic actors often improvise difficult dance moves on set, some of which they themselves struggled to master during practice. This inadvertently improved the quality of the film's dance sequences. That day, filming moved to Debbie Reynolds' dance studio. "Ronald, be careful. I just finished renovations, and we're opening for classes next month," Debbie Reynolds said, appearing on set to give Ronald a few words of advice. "No problem, Ms. Reynolds, I've arranged everything," Ronald said, showing Reynolds' arrangements. To prevent damage to the dance studio's decor, props covered the mirrors on all four walls with wooden boards and then brought in several large personal mirrors. It was another common filming method, using fake walls instead of real ones, making it easy to dismantle and restore the dance studio after filming. I'm relieved you did that. Are you filming a musical?" Debbie Reynolds asked, looking at the set. "Yes, Debbie, this is a movie about street dance. I really loved your Singing in the Rain, and I hope my movie can be as successful as your masterpiece." Haha, hardly anyone makes musicals anymore. Back then, musicals were the highest-grossing genre, Debbie Reynolds recalled her youth. Back then, there was a group of technicians who specialized in making musicals, working non-stop every day. As soon as an A-list blockbuster finished filming, a B-list production would be moved into the set and filming continued. It was like an assembly line, bang. A movie was finished. Singing in the Rain was my first movie. I practiced at dance, and after a day of filming, my dance shoes were full of blisters and blood. Debbie Reynolds looked at Ronald. "I can't believe people still make dance movies these days. I wish you success, Ronald. This young man is good looking. I wish my daughter's boyfriend, Paul Simon, had his talent. Singers are unreliable, they're always crying." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.